Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest winter storm coverage. This is quite the historic winter storm. For the first time ever, we actually have blizzard warnings that have been issued along the Gulf Coast of the United States. It just gives you an idea of the magnitude of today's winter storm. I wasn't originally planning on going live today, but due to the nature of this being as historic as it is, and it's going to continue to be this way throughout the day today, we're going to be live here for a few hours at least with multiple storm chasers, tons of live cameras as well in the field. Bottom of your screen, we got Brandon Kopic, Storm Runner Media, and as well as Connor Croft currently out there in Louisiana, where heavy snowfall is currently falling, which it's hard to say those two different words in the same sentence, Louisiana and snow, but here we are. There is snow currently falling in the state of Louisiana, where we also have blizzard warnings that have just been issued. A little heads up, this is where the blizzard warnings have been issued for today. Blizzard warnings in the red back over in southwestern Louisiana and as well as southeast Texas. I believe that this goes all the way until noon today, so it's going to be for the next about 3 hours or so, and then eventually those will end. But again, this is a very rare situation, but just take this in. I mean, we're not going to probably see this for a long time. We have winter storm warnings in effect across Texas, Florida, and the Carolinas, all with the same winter storm and all within the same amount of time here over the next, again, really 36 hours, and then it's going to be over by tomorrow afternoon. This is what the live radar looks like right now. Heavy snowfall moving across Beaumont, Houston. Areas like Houston, Texas are going to be winding down over the next few hours, but take in the snow. Again, it'll be falling here probably through about lunchtime or so, and then it should wind down after that. Heavy snowfall is ramping up right now across southern and central parts of Louisiana. We are expecting, again, several inches of snowfall throughout the day today, and I would not be surprised if we have an area that gets closer to a foot of snow out of this winter storm by the time we are all said and done. Heaviest of that snow is going to be in the dark blues, so a lot of that right now is right along the I-10 corridor, which is where a lot of the storm chasers that we have are currently located. They are right along that I-10 corridor, and we are expecting, again, some major travel impacts. So far, we have not seen very many people on the roadways, which is good news, but there will likely be some people on the roadways today that do end up slipping off the road or perhaps even getting in an accident, and hopefully that doesn't happen, but that is the capability of today's winter storm, since a lot of these roads are not treated in these southern states along the Gulf Coast. Also, snow is beginning to ramp up right now across Alabama and as well as Mississippi. Overall, light to moderate snow for the time being. It will pick up in intensity as we go throughout the rest of the day today. We are expecting heavy snowfall around and just after lunchtime for much of southern Mississippi and southern Alabama, the Florida Panhandle as well. I can't believe I'm saying this as well, but we are going to see snow in the Florida Panhandle today. It is crazy to say that in the same sentence as well. I mean, the last time we saw any sort of significant accumulation in the Florida Panhandle, it's been a long time. I don't know the last time we had over 3 inches of snow in Tallahassee, but it is possible today out of this winter storm. In areas like Jacksonville, Florida, back through Palm Coast, there could even be some freezing rain later today into tonight that leads to ice accumulation, and that could cause some travel impacts. And then we also have some light snow that is currently moving in to the southeast, and this will ramp up further as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon hours and eventually into tonight. This is overall light for the time being, but it will intensify as we go later into the day today. So we are going to go through some of the cameras that we have in just a moment. I do want to bring you through the forecast for today. If you're just tuning in, again, we do have blizzard warnings in effect in the red boxes. That is in southwest Louisiana and as well as southeast Texas. Again, this is the first time ever that we have had blizzard warnings in effect for the Gulf Coast of the United States. And I'm not sure if I can find the map here that shows you where exactly we've had blizzard warnings in the past. I saw a map earlier. Give me 1 second. All right, here it is. So this is basically all the blizzard warnings we've ever had issued for an area, and this is again this is the only time we've ever had blizzard warnings in effect here for the Louisiana or Texas coastline. It's never been this far south. For reference, we've never had blizzard warnings in North Texas. We've never had blizzard warnings apparently in central Tennessee. I'm not sure if that's correct, but at least that's what this map is showing. And then basically anywhere down here in the southeast, we've never had blizzard warnings. So this is the only time we've ever had blizzard warnings. And you might be wondering, how in the world do we have a blizzard warning along the Gulf Coast? Well, let me give you an idea of the details here. Let me go and pull up the before we go into the forecast, let me just show you some of the details on this particular warning to give you an idea of what their criteria is. As long as it does pop up here, maybe it won't pop up. All right, blizzard warnings are for some reason not popping up. I'm not sure why. Let me see if I can find the blizzard warning details on here. I was going to tell you the criteria of this warning. It's way lower than a normal blizzard warning, just for reference. Usually a blizzard warning is going to be issued for something that is like, 8 to 10 inches back off to the north. I'm not seeing the exact numbers here, but I'm pretty sure the forecast here was like 2 to 4 or 3 to 6 inches of snow. With it being very windy, it's going to lead to blowing snow and drifting, and that's going to lead to blizzard impacts. For some reason, though, I can't find the details on the blizzard warning. But nonetheless, again, this is obviously a very rare situation. Once I get those numbers and stuff, I'll obviously show you guys. All right, so again, those are the blizzard warnings that are in effect in Louisiana and as well as Texas. We do have winter storm warnings in effect in the pink that goes all the way across the Carolinas and then back into South Texas. All right, let's go ahead and bring you through the future radar and give you an idea of what's happening throughout the daytime today. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and do it on Radar Omega. Oh, there we go. The warnings popped up. All right, let me just show you this real quick. So, yeah, 2 to 4 inches of snow for blizzard warning. I mean, again, I've never seen a blizzard warning in my life that has been 2 to 4 inches of snowfall. So this is obviously very rare. I've never seen anything like that. Usually, again, the criteria is at least a half a foot of snow, and that's usually in like the central plains. The criteria for any sort of warnings, winter weather related, are much lower towards the Gulf Coast. That is intentional, by the way. There's actually a map that'll show you, like, along the Gulf Coast, you only need 1 or 2 inches of snow for a blizzard or for a winter storm warning. Because again, these events just don't happen very often, and there's also not any equipment to really take care of that little amount of snow. Even though it's only an inch or two, it's obviously a lot here for the Gulf Coast because, again, the equipment is just not there to be able to handle this sort of activity. All right, let's go through the future radar and give you an idea what's going to be happening throughout the rest of today. Let me just take off the warnings real quick. I don't think we need tornado warnings on today, but I do have it on just in case, I guess. All right, so this is what we're looking at for the rest of today. So again, snow will continue to intensify along the Gulf Coast. Around lunchtime today is when the heaviest snow will start to pick up in southern Mississippi and southern Alabama. Most of Louisiana will be dealing with snow throughout the rest of the morning and even into the early afternoon today. There will be some freezing rain and snow back over in the western Florida Panhandle around and just after lunchtime. And then eventually by 3 to 4 o'clock, look how the snow really starts to ramp up, even back into the Carolinas and also back through Georgia, where we are expecting some pockets of heavy snowfall, especially from Mobile, Alabama, back into southern central Georgia. Several inches of snow will be possible. And then eventually by 6 to 7 o'clock tonight, look at all this pink here. That's a representation of both sleet and as well as freezing rain that will be falling from Tallahassee, Florida, back through Brunswick, Georgia, and also in Savannah, Georgia. Charleston as well. Be mindful. There will be some initial sleet and freezing rain, and then it'll transition to a pure snow. Eventually by 8 to 9 o'clock tonight, look where all the snow is. It is up and down the east coast of the United States. Overall, this winter storm has been overperforming thus far, which is hence why we think there will be a lot more snow than initially forecasted for many areas, including the east coast of the United States. From Greenville and Jacksonville back through Tallahassee, we are expecting at least a few inches of snowfall. And then eventually by midnight tonight, that snow will continue. And then eventually going to the overnight hours, a lot of the snow is confined just to the coastlines here across the Carolinas and then back through Georgia and Florida. Notice there will be freezing rain and sleet back over in Gainesville, Jacksonville, and even down towards Palm Coast as we go into tomorrow morning. The good news is that this will not really go to central Florida. It's not going to reach all the way down towards the I-4 interstate there, which, it would be a disaster if we had freezing rain down there because that interstate already sucks as is. But you know what I mean here. I mean, luckily it's not going that far down to the south, but unfortunately this will be impacting a lot of other areas like I-75 and I-10 between Live Oak, Jacksonville, and Gainesville, where freezing rain is likely, and this will lead again to ice accumulation. But again, temperatures should stay above freezing back over down to the south. And just so you have an idea of what the temperatures are currently forecasted to look like for tomorrow morning here in Florida, you'll notice, again, many areas down here along I-4 are going to be above freezing. The only areas below freezing are going to be really back up into central, like kind of central northern Florida near Gainesville, and then back over near St. Augustine and Jacksonville. So, again, that's at least good news that it won't be going as far south as possibly like Orlando, for example. But obviously, if you are in any of these areas, I would definitely recommend that you just don't travel tomorrow morning. Hopefully that ice melts later in the day or even as we go into eventually into like, the later half of the afternoon or even to the evening hours. Maybe it'll melt by Thursday. I think a lot of this will melt probably tomorrow afternoon, but it might take a little bit in certain areas. So in terms of total snowfall accumulation, this is again a general idea of what you can expect. I think these numbers will be higher in several areas. But with that said, a lot of central and southern Louisiana is still expecting anywhere from a coating to a couple of inches of snow in central Louisiana. If you're back over in southern Louisiana, we should have several areas between 3 to 6 inches of snow, and I do expect a few areas over 8 inches of snowfall when this winter storm is all said and done. We've already had a couple of reports of 2 to 3 inches of snow in southwestern Louisiana, and I'll pull up that map and see, because there have been some reports here. So let's go and pull that up in a second. All right, I have it pulled up. I'll show you guys in a second, but we've already had some reports actually near 5 inches of snow out of this winter storm. So definitely so far, a lot of snow across the Gulf Coast. And then back through areas like Florida, southern Alabama, and southern Georgia. Sorry, that is my alarm to wake up. I woke up earlier than expected today. Back over in Florida, Georgia, and southern Alabama, we are expecting 2 to 4 inches of snow. A few locations will be closer to 5 to 6 inches of snow, especially back over through parts of like central, southern kind of Georgia here, and then back over into the Florida Panhandle, just to the west there of Tallahassee. I still think Tallahassee is going to see around 1 to 3 inches of snow, and then back over here in South Carolina and eastern Georgia, there will be more snow, I think, than what this is showing. I think we're going to see more like 2 to 4 inches in this area of snowfall accumulation, and then a pocket of upwards of 5 to even 8 inches of snow is possible back over along the North Carolina coastline, as heavy snow will start to ramp up later today. This is what the HRRR model is showing, which is the model that I just showed you with the future radar. I'm not entirely positive that we are going to be seeing 10 inches of snow anywhere like South Carolina or southern Georgia, but it does give you an idea here that this storm could overperform and produce a lot more snowfall than what some of the forecasts have been so far. So again, I'm not saying that we're definitely going to be seeing 10 inches of snowfall in any of this stretch, and I don't think it'll be this widespread by any means, but there will probably be several areas that do exceed expectations with this winter storm. Across the Gulf Coast and also back through parts of the Southeast. And then in terms of freezing rain accumulation, again, not much is left in Texas, but there will be a little bit more freezing rain, which will lead to ice accumulation. We could see some sleet as well that, again, accumulates some ice as well on the roadways across I-10, back into southern Louisiana and even back into southern parts of Mississippi. And then back over in the southeast, this is the latest forecast. Many areas back over in Florida and Georgia will be picking up as much as a fifth of an inch of ice accumulation, which is significant. It won't probably cause that many power outages, but it will definitely cause slick spots on the roadways throughout most of the night tonight and as well as into early tomorrow morning. Now, in terms of the temperatures, this is what it looks like by around lunchtime tomorrow and eventually into the early afternoon, so around 2 to 3 o'clock. Notice how most areas will go above freezing tomorrow afternoon across the southeast, even up into central Alabama and Georgia. Many areas will be back into the upper 30s, so the ice and snow will melt. Here's the problem though, as we go into Wednesday night, it will likely refreeze in some areas, especially back over in the Florida Panhandle and back into Georgia. Any sort of snow that melts and gets on the roadways, that could freeze and cause what we call black ice, and that will obviously create a lot of slick spots on the roadways. So definitely something to watch for if you're back over in the southeast. I know it's obviously a little bit different from, you know, just having freezing rain falling from the sky and having ice, but there will be a chance for black ice, and again, that's just going to refreeze from the snow that is already on the ground or any sort of liquid precipitation that's already on the roadways. So that is the, again, forecast for right now. We'll be answering questions as well throughout the live stream, especially for those that are still out in front of this winter storm. Again, we still have several live cameras and chasers in the field today. We do have Storm Runner Media, Brandon Kopic, and as well as Connor Croft. We'll put Brandon Kopic back on the bottom left. He lost connection there, and we'll go full screen to a few of them here in a few minutes. We also got a lot of live cameras in Louisiana, including traffic cameras. I'll be watching some of the drivers that are out there, some people that are out there. I mean, there's a lot of drivers on the roadway still, especially on I-10. So we will be showing some of those as we go throughout the stream as well today. All right, let's get to some chat stuff. Also, thank you, Christian, for the $5 super chat. They are getting ready to close bridges in Gulf Shores, Alabama. Yeah, bridges and overpasses are especially dangerous today. And they are dangerous with any winter storm, but when they are not treated, they are even more dangerous. So that is good news that they are closing them, because otherwise it's just going to be way too dangerous, and we would probably see multiple accidents, which would not be a good thing. Also, thank you, Caden, for the 8-month membership. Appreciate that. Also, the temperatures right now are the blue circles on the middle of your screen. They are a little small, but many areas right now are in the mid to upper 20s, which means a lot of the snow that we are seeing is fluffy, or not fluffy, sorry, wet snow, which means it'll stack up quicker. And then back over closer to like Alexandria, right around 25 degrees. So overall, a lot of that snow is kind of in the middle, being both wet and fluffy, but it will stack up much faster back over along the Gulf Coast, which is why more significant snowfall accumulation is expected. And then in addition to that, we obviously have a lot heavier snowfall down there with a lot more moisture. And here are some of the snowfall accumulation numbers so far along the Gulf Coast. These are some of the reports that have come in. The highest amount of snow that we've had so far reported is nearly 6 inches of snow in Vidor, Texas. That's just outside of Beaumont. That is as of 8:49 p.m. Central Time. Again, that is obviously a lot of snow. We have hardly ever seen that much snow along the Gulf Coast before. Houston has already seen 4 inches of snow. This was measured in the 3rd Ward. I'm not sure what that is, but just southeast of Houston there. I think the record in Houston for daily snowfall was 4 inches. I could be wrong on that, but they are getting very close to breaking an all-time daily record of snowfall accumulation. 4.5 inches of snow back over near Grand Lake, Louisiana, and then also 4 inches of snow back over near Lake Charles, Louisiana. Again, a lot of snow has already fallen, and more is to come, by the way. We are going to be shattering records in terms of snowfall accumulation today. Back over near New Orleans, nothing quite yet, but we are going to see some snow ramp up over the next couple of hours, and I do fully expect that New Orleans breaks a daily record of snowfall as well. The most snow that they've ever seen in a given day in New Orleans was, I'm pretty sure, 3 inches or 2.7 inches. So we only need 2.7 inches of snow today to break the record in New Orleans for the most snow in a single day. So that's obviously pretty crazy. They don't usually see snow down here, so this is obviously a very rare event. All right, let's go over to, we'll begin with Stormrunner Media, who is currently out there.
Almost.
This is Stormrunner Media. If their audio is too loud or too quiet, just let me know. Again, they are currently in Broward, Louisiana, which is going to be just to the south there of Lafayette. And they are currently going closer to the blizzard warnings that are currently in effect. Tune into them here for a second. Thank you, Matthew, for the $5 super chat. What do you think about snow for the Outer Banks of North Carolina? I think around 4 to 8 inches of snow is realistic at this point. I think there will be a lot heavier snow there. Are you a real person? I am a real person, yes. Thank you, Karen, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that.
Storm is no longer
I am not AI. I am a real human.
Storm, but it progressed up into the mountain.
It may shock some of you, but I am real.
A bunch of lightning. And so we were getting very
Thank you, Waco, for the $5 super chat. It snowed last night, but not a whole lot in Waco, Texas. We did end up having some snow last night back over in North Texas. It wasn't much. I mean, I don't think really anywhere up here saw accumulation. I can check the map here in a second. Let me take off the METAR data. But there was actually snow over here in Texas. A lot of the snow now around Houston is, again, it's beginning to wind down. There's a little bit more snow coming. We got maybe 1 or 2 more bands of heavy snow that will be moving into the Houston metro for the next couple of hours before it winds down. But there was snow last night in like central and north Texas. It was just very light, and it really did not stack up much. I mean, it was very light snow, very dry in the lower part of the atmosphere as well, so it made it harder for it to even reach the ground. But any snowflakes that did end up reaching the ground, it just didn't really accumulate. So looks like we got some really heavy snow right now moving along I-10. We'll definitely look for a I-10 camera as well. Back to Stormrunner Media here for a second. I'm gonna see if we have some. We have a lot of cameras on I-10. I'm gonna see if there's any interesting ones. Got a lot of Lake Charles I-10 cameras. Where is Atchafalaya, Louisiana? Does anybody know where that is? Atchafalaya, near Whiskey Bay. Is that like the center part of the interstate? Is that near like Lafayette?
There is no activity. Arkansas Department of Transportation has been nice enough to come down here and help them out with interstates.
Hey, Shuli, for the $2 super chat, Wilmington, North Carolina, you'll probably also see around 3 to 6 inches of snow. Again, keep in mind when I say 3 to 6 inches, it does mean that you could see 3, you could see 6, you could see 3.5. I mean, that's the general range. Some people think when I say 3 to 6 inches of snow, I mean that you're going to see 6 inches. All right, that's not how it works. When I'm giving you a range, it's a range. A lot of people like say I have a bad forecast when they get 2 inches of snow when I said 2 to 5 inches of snow. I mean, it was in the forecast, so. And that goes for any meteorologist, by the way. Every meteorologist does the same thing. I mean, when they say a range, that's what that means. Or, you know, the National Weather Service. If they give you a range, you know, that's, again, what that means. Just west of Baton Rouge, thank you. Okay. Yeah, that's storm intermedia right now. Very snowed off roadways just south of I-10 going towards St. Martinsville. They're actually approaching a radar Omega cyclone port. We'll go full screen real quick. This is the radar Omega cyclone port in Browser, Louisiana. And if you want to watch these live cameras inside the radar Omega app, you can download it with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. And yeah, right now, again, very, very white out there. I mean, you can't really see anything. The good news, again, no cars on the roadway right now. I'm not sure if this is right along the or right along that highway, but if it is, we might see Storm Intermedia's car at some point on this camera, because they are currently approaching it. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it actually is. We might see them pass by. I'm actually curious. I think we're gonna see them in a second. We're gonna stay here for a moment. Actually, they just hit a red light. Never mind. We'll go back to that in a second. They're really close to this camera, so we might see them on. might be the only car that we see on that camera all day. I think most people were very smart though in Louisiana and just stayed home. I mean, I've not really seen anybody on the roadways yet. Only a couple of cars, not many. This is back over in Dickinson, Texas. This is where we saw a tornado, literally like a month ago, and it's currently snowing. Crazy, but this is in Dickinson right now. A lot of snow falling. It's still light to moderate. A lot of snow's already fallen. A little bit more to come, probably another half an inch to an inch. Texas City as well. The snow is continuing here. This is what we're talking about with blizzard conditions. The wind is picking up right now, but not really. There's a little bit of snow, though, still falling out there. It'll continue for a little bit longer. Looks like some blowing snow, though. It's going more left to right now, but there is still some snow there near Texas City. All right, let's see if we can catch Storm Intermedia on this camera. Oh, there's a car right here. I don't think that's Storm Intermedia, though. I think that's a police car. They're going pretty slow, too, compared to what Storm Intermedia is doing. A little car right there. Might be a police car. Thank you, Friendly, for becoming a 10-month member. Thank you, Waco, for the super chat. I'm sorry if you're lost, by the way, Waco. Thank you, Reagan, for the 13 months. Watching Storm Intermedia, they're driving too fast. I'm not gonna lie, guys. Like, I know you might think they're driving fast. They have a car that can support it, which is why they can drive that fast. They have a really solid car for snowy conditions, so. They may have already passed this camera. I'm not sure, because I'm not seeing them. And their thing hasn't updated. Unless that's them right there. There's a car right here. That might be them. Is that Storm Intermedia? Driving by on the camera? That might be. Or that's just a work truck. Never mind. We'll go back to Storm Intermedia here for now. But yeah, they're right around the Billiard and Brozard area of Louisiana, just south of Lafayette. Yeah. Which so far looks like we've already had a few inches of snow, and again, the roadways are completely covered over. I mean, there's just no way anybody's traveling on these roadways today if you have any sort of normal car. As I say that, I'm watching the Radar Omega camera, and there are two cars coming onto the screen right now. And these ones are moving pretty fast. Oh, no, we got another one. Oh, we got a slew of traffic coming. We're about to have two more. We got two more cars coming right in, bottom right of your screen. That is now 4 in the last minute. Storm Intermedia took a U-turn. Okay, I gotcha. Might be a record on the Louisiana roadways. 2 different people, 4 different cars just went down the road.
Banding is just setting up between Lake Charles and Lafayette and points north. Pretty solid band here.
Wow. So we just had thunder snow in southern Louisiana near Lafayette. There was a lightning strike that was just picked up by radar. For some reason, I'm not seeing it here, but there was lightning just picked up just west of Lafayette moments ago. Let me see if I can show you guys on the radar. Zach Call just posted this on Twitter. That little lightning strike here at the end. I'm gonna pause it. Right there, a little lightning strike just northwest of Lafayette. Unless I'm blind and I can't see it here, but that lightning just happened moments ago. So we actually have thunder snow, which is very rare to begin with, but obviously happening in Louisiana makes it even more rare. But that just happened near Lafayette, Louisiana. Don't be surprised if there's some thunder snow out there. You know, if you see a flash when you are playing with the snow, having a snowball fight, you might see some lightning, or you might, or I doubt you'll see lightning, but you might see a flash, and that right there is what we call thunder snow, which is, again, very rare. It really requires at least a little bit of instability, and let's just have enough there. A little bit of a positive and negative charge does the trick here in Louisiana. I'll go back to 3 cameras for a second. Let me read chat real quick. Thank you, Fun Size, for the super chat. Also, thank you to Andrew for the 5 months from Central Florida. Stay warm. Thank you, Chicken, also for the super chat. Hoping all the southern chickens and owners are okay. I hope so, too. Thank you, Megan, for the $5 super chat. How bad will between Atlanta and Charleston, South Carolina, late tonight and tomorrow be? It'll probably be pretty bad. I mean, it's going to be slick out there no matter what. The roads are not usually treated in the south. So just be prepared, again, for really slick roadways, snow to be on the ground, and perhaps even ice to be on the ground as well. It's definitely not going to be very safe out there, really, anytime that you travel tonight or tomorrow morning. This is what it looks like in the southeast right around 5 to 6 o'clock tonight. So, again, just between Atlanta and Charleston, for example, we have a lot of snow that's going to be on the roadway, in addition to ice that's going to be falling right along the coastal regions. And keep in mind that even if a little bit of snow ends up melting on the roadways over here on I-20, it could actually accumulate to ice. I think the biggest problem, though, here, anywhere along the I-20 stretch, or, you know, anywhere down here in the southeast, if you're just purely seeing snow, it will probably just be mostly a slick roadway with snow. The freezing rain is really going to be confined here to the coastline, both freezing rain and sleet. But even then, it will still be slick out there because a lot of these roads do not get treated. Somebody was just asking about snowfall accumulation in Fayetteville. I think over there we'll probably see around 1 to 3 inches of snow. I would be surprised if we had much more than that, to be honest. Thank you also, Madame, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you, Paul, for the $5 super chat. My yard in Galena Park, Texas is covered in snow. Never seen anything like this before. That actually reminds me, if you guys have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. I'll be showing some of those throughout the stream today. Also, thank you, Patty, for becoming a member. I'm an internet fiber tech in Bay County, Florida. It's so fun. All right. I hope you have a good day. What is lightning and snow? It's called thunder snow. It's very rare, but we just had that moments ago. All right, let's go over to Brandon Kopic. We'll check in with him. Brandon Kopic is going to be a little bit further to the west. He is just over near Crawley right now in Louisiana, near Rayne, and just west of Lafayette. Again, this is on the interstate right now, so you're looking at interstate conditions on I-10, which this will probably be what many interstates further to the east look like later today in like Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi. Thank you, Patty, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate the generosity.
Just puking here.
The Wanda for the $5 super chat as well. No new snow or ice for me in Stover, Missouri. Still some ice from the last storm. And a cold -5 degrees at my house. And say hi to Cheese Curd. I definitely will. I don't know where she is right now. She might be sleeping. Yeah, it's brutally cold across the country right now. I mean, this is like it was either yesterday or today that's on average the coldest morning across the country. It might be today.
Pretty stout portion of the band right now. Pretty stout portion of the band. I'm not sure if you got that, Connor. It said you broadcasted that through the Max Velocity channel.
This is what it looks like right now. Absolutely frigid. These are the current temperatures across the country. This is what it woke up. Well, this is what you probably woke up to this morning around 7, 8 in the morning. Many areas in the Midwest as low as 25 degrees below zero. The Gulf Coast down into the 20s. Again, these are actual temperatures and not feel like temperatures. This is what it is right now. Still many areas around or just below 0 degrees, even in the Central Plains. The wind chills right now are as low as -50 degrees back up in Wisconsin. This is a closer view of Wisconsin right now. 46 degrees below zero in Ironwood. Crazy. Crazy stuff.
They passed a handful of cars, but
back to go to Storm Intermediate here. Oh, Storm Intermediate caught up to a car, it looks like, on the highway just south of Lafayette.
Yeah, I'm about to hop on I-10 West. Oh boy.
Thank you, Lauren, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate you watching from Canada. I'm guessing you see a lot of snow like this in Canada. I can only imagine how much snow that part of Canada sees.
We see a lot of people out in Baton Rouge, but not enough snow on the road yet for anybody to really get stuck. They're basically completely flat here, so there's...
As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We're about 1,000 subscribers away from 900,000. We are currently on the road to 1 million subscribers, which is crazy.
Roads are bad, getting bad. Well, for these guys anyway.
And this right here is Storm Intermedia currently on I-10. Or about to be approaching I-10. They are just south of I-10 near Lafayette, Louisiana. Roadways are completely covered over right now in snow. And we will go to Brandon Kopic as well again here in a second, who is on I-10.
It's ridiculous. I see a snowplow on 10. My God, that's the slowest I've ever seen a plow drive. Like, I think they're just idling across the road. I don't even know how to operate this.
Are we muted? No. You guys can hear Storm Intermedia, right?
Freaking signed up to drive
You guys can hear him?
a plow truck, and he's like, what the hell? What is this thing? I should have put the drone up on that.
The airport is on your right.
I was making sure.
Yeah, I think we are coming up.
We are still working on a system where I can actually hear what they are doing. I mean, I can hear them, but it's on my other, like, computer, so I can't hear it directly through my computer that I'm streaming on.
Down to about 100 yards. It is rough out here.
Go over to Connor as well real quick. Connor is right now in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
You want to move to Florida?
He actually has a new overlay, it looks like. Wow.
Florida Panhandle's getting
Fancy.
freaking snow today too, and freezing rain and sleet. Can't avoid
More people on the roadway
Florida's
here.
getting it.
Several different trucks. So far, I'm not seeing anybody having issues here yet. Multiple cars. There's actually a lot of cars here, right in Baton Rouge. Aside from Corey Gherkin, Connor is the furthest east chaser that we have right now.
What the?
So
How does
he's pretty
YouTube
far
even
east. This
allow
is where the
that,
snow
man?
is just ramping up now. Hey, Howard, for the $5 sewer chat. What about Charlotte today? Are we talking about Charlotte, North Carolina? Or are we talking about a different Charlotte? Talking about Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm only expecting a few flurries, maybe a coating. Not really expecting much more than that. See if we have any photos or videos here on Twitter.
Oh. Yeah, there's no more lanes anymore. It is a mess right here. We got visibility of less than a quarter mile. We got some wind here too. Wow. Chad, can you believe this is Baton Rouge? I mean, look at this. This is crazy.
Looks like we got some stuff happening out on the roadway right now. Let's go to this camera. This is back over in Chinchuba, Louisiana. It should pop up here in a second. Maybe. Maybe not. Oh, there you go. This is back over in Chinchuba. This might be an accident or something. There's a police car. Yeah, there's some sort of either accident or slip-off here that just happened a few minutes ago. Back along the interstate. This is near... This is camera 108. This is near US 190. Or it's on I-12. So... It's like a couple cars went off the road there. This is also on a bridge, which again, I talked about this a little while ago, but the bridges are some of the most dangerous places to be traveling today because they are way more slick than normal than a typical roadway. And, you know, ice can stack up much easier on this as well. And so bridges are very dangerous. There will probably be a couple of cars that go across this bridge. I saw one on this just a moment ago. There will probably be more, though, as we continue to go throughout the day. And there you go. There's a truck right now on that bridge. But don't be surprised. I mean, I'm not saying this for, like, you know, I don't want it to happen. I don't think anybody wants it to happen. But don't be surprised if a car gets stuck on the bridge or, you know, slides around the bridge. It's very possible because of how slick it is on these bridges. Again, you can see 3 cars just went across the bridge here near the Calcasieu River Bridge in Lake Charles, Louisiana. There's another one. Got a bunch of cars going across this bridge right now. Thank you, Jody, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Shout out to Mario for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you also, Megan, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. From Missouri. Where are you from? Bolivar, Missouri? Little Bolivar. Alright, let's go back to 3 cam for a second. Again, we got 2 storm chasers bottom of your screen. Heavy snowfall again picking up across central and southern Louisiana with this historic winter storm. Areas like Lake Charles and Lafayette are still at the middle ground right now of how much snow they're going to see. Even more and more snow will happen here soon. Also, look at this. There is thunder snow. There's the lightning strike just northwest of Lafayette, just north of Crawley. This is near Brandon Coppock. I don't know if he saw it, but a little bit of lightning here. That is, again, thunder snow that has just happened north of I-10. Does not happen very often, even down here in the deep south. But there you go. 1 lightning strike detected via radar. And again, you can watch radar like this on the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below. A little lightning strike there just north of Crawley. With their lightning detection. Let's go back to Connor. Connor's driving through some more treacherous conditions now back over near Baton Rouge. So this is live in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Also, I just noticed the warning counter is not updating, but it doesn't really matter. There you go. There will not be any tornado warnings today, knock on wood, but I'm just keeping the counter over there since it's pretty typical on this channel. Connor is driving through pretty much whiteout conditions right now in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Absolutely nobody on the roadway here. We've only seen a few cars in the Baton Rouge area, so but there's nobody on the roadway right now in this area. I've never seen this much snow in Houston. Well, the amount of snow that we've seen in Houston so far is already near record-breaking for a single day. The exact number will not be official here for a little while, but this is how much snowfall has been observed, and we have some new numbers coming in now. But these are some of the reports that we've had. Back over in Houston, 4 inches of snow reported near the 3rd Ward. That's in downtown Houston. 3.5 inches near West University as well. We've had areas back over near Beaumont now climbing over 5 inches of snow, 2 different areas, which I don't know what the record is in Beaumont. I'm going to look it up here in a second, but I'm pretty sure this is near record breaking. 5 inches of snow in 2 different parts of Beaumont there. And then back over south of Lake Charles, we're already up to 4 inches of snow, and we're up to 4 and 5 inches of snow already. And there's more snow to come back over near Eunice and north of Lafayette. We are going to see a lot more snow than just this. I'm telling you, we could have an area near 10 inches of snow when this event's all said and done in Louisiana. And over around New Orleans, too, we're getting 1 to 2 inches now in some of these areas. That is crazy. I'm gonna see, though, what the record is. We're going to go to Connor real quick. Let me look up the record and see.
My goodness.
See if Beaumont, Texas has broken a record yet.
Been live for just over 2 hours now. And it is
figure out what the number is and maybe what year it was in as well. Alright, let's see. The highest amount of snow ever recorded in Beaumont was 2.5 inches of snow. So we have over doubled that record, it looks like, in Beaumont, Texas. That's at least according to what I just found. I'm guessing this is accurate. This is according to the NOAA records. The highest single-day snowfall record in Beaumont, Texas was 2.5 inches of snow on January 30th of 1949. So that means we've almost undoubtedly crushed the record here, because right now we're upwards of 5 to 6 inches of snow in many areas. Also, I-10 in southern Louisiana has been shut down in parts of the state due to the snow. This is what it looks like right now out there. Ruth Street South. So, new report coming in that I-10 is now shut down in Louisiana. Also, snow is now accumulating in New Orleans. But yeah, again, we just broke a record, it looks like. I mean, again, it's not official until it's official, but it's probably going to be official. All right, let me see what Lake Charles, Louisiana is, because Lake Charles is getting up there too. The highest amount of snowfall in a single day for Lake Charles was 4 inches of snow on January 11th of 1973. So right now, Lake Charles is sitting at about, I think, 4 inches of snow from what I just saw in the reports. And there's going to be more snow to come. So right now, Lake Charles has also seemingly broke a record as well. And I think Lafayette will end up breaking a record too. Crazy stuff.
Again, guys, if you're just tuning in, we are leaving Baton Rouge, headed towards New Orleans. It is just coming down. Visibility below a quarter mile here. Heavy snowfall rates. This is ridiculous. Got 3,700 of you guys riding along with us.
I'm posting that on both Twitter and Facebook, by the way, if you want to retweet it at MaxVelocityWX, or like it, or share it, whatever you want to do. The record that has likely been broken, again, it's presumably been broken there.
I have to run the
crazy
wipers
stuff.
here pretty quick for a second. Fling some of that ice off.
Shout out to Starboard with the $10 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Any idea on Atlanta? I think Atlanta will see a coating to an inch or two. I don't think there'll be much more than a coating, though, for many of those areas. Let me show you guys the snowfall map. Give you an idea of what we can expect. Again, this is a realistic amount of snow. At least, this is like the minimum that you should get out of this winter storm, because I don't really think, like, South Carolina, for example, I think there'll be more snow than this. I think we'll have a more of a range of 2 to 4 inches for much of South Carolina and eastern Georgia. But back up near Atlanta, it'll be mostly flurries to a coating. Maybe an inch or two just south there of the Atlanta metro, and then it ramps up more back over in central southern Georgia, where we could see 3 to 5 inches of snow in some spots. And another area that will have significant accumulation will be back over in the Outer Banks there of North Carolina. Between 4 to 8 inches of snow is expected in those areas. And then obviously southern Louisiana and southeast Texas, a lot of the snow has already fallen, more is to come, but the general gist right now is that between now and all the way through the end of the day, we'll probably have an additional 3 to 5 inches in much of Louisiana and southeast Texas. Thank you, Glenn, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Our heaviest snow right now is located just to the east. It looks like a Lake Charles. We can look at the DBZ values here, and you'll see around 30 to 35 DBZ. And for those that don't know, basically a higher DBZ value indicates heavier precipitation. You know, when we have a severe storm with hail, it's usually like 70 DBZ. So we're not quite at that level by any means, and it's pretty rare to have a DBZ value even that high for snowfall. But many areas around 30 right now. So we definitely have some moderate to heavy snowfall currently happening. And then back over where Connor is. Connor, which he's bottom right of your screen. Connor is currently seeing a little bit of heavier snowfall. DBZ values near 35, so it's a little bit higher back over near Baton Rouge. Let's go back over to Storm Intermedia, who is now in Lafayette. Storm Intermedia is also on the Radar Omega app, which you can check him out, again, with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Oh, actually, let's go to this crash real quick. There was, again, a crash or some sort of slip-off. I'm not entirely sure what this is. It's some sort of accident, though. Back over near Chinchuba, Louisiana. Looks like we got a tow truck that has just come out, and now they're going to be getting towed away. Presumably, this was some sort of accident. There's two different trucks there at the top of your screen that were involved. Police officer and obviously very slick out there on the roadways. It's going to be very common today for those that are on the roadways. Is Florida definitely going to get snow? Depends on where you are. It all depends on where you are. I will pull up a map here in a second that shows you that snowfall. Jacksonville, Florida should be mostly freezing rain and sleet. There could be a little bit of snow at the tail end, but I think it'll be mostly freezing rain and sleet. This is what it looks like in the southeast around 3 to 4 o'clock. So again, snow is going to ramp up back over near Panama City, Florida. It's crazy to say that. Panama City, Florida is going to see snow later today. Back over near I-10, just around in west of Tallahassee. Moderate to heavy snowfall is likely. Eventually, after sunset tonight, freezing rain, sleet, and snow continues across both Georgia, Florida, and Alabama, and even through the Carolinas. Again, we've been talking about the Carolinas, but I'm narrowing down a little bit more on Florida here for just a moment. If you're back over near Jacksonville, though, mostly freezing rain and sleet around and just after midnight. Some areas, again, like Tallahassee and Live Oak, will see some like snow. I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of snow back over near Jacksonville. I think it'll be predominantly freezing rain and sleet. And then let's go to snowfall accumulation here. That's how much you can expect in terms of snowfall. So basically, if you're in any shading other than like normal gray, that is at least a chance of seeing some flurries, maybe some light snow, and possibly a little bit of accumulation. So right now, not really expecting much accumulation around Jacksonville. The HRRR thinks we're going to have a near an inch of snowfall in Jacksonville. I would say more than anything, it'll probably be a mix of both sleet and as well as snow that accumulates. And then closer to 3 to 4 inches further north, we could have a jackpot area here throughout Thomasville, Valdosta, and back through Savannah that picks up as much as 5 to 8 inches of snowfall accumulation. And then back over along the Gulf Coast, obviously, we are expecting a lot of snowfall in southern Alabama, southern Georgia. We could see some areas around 7 to 8 inches as well near Mobile. With how this event has gone so far, I am not ruling out that this overperforms further to the east, again, along the Gulf Coast. Storm Intermedia is going to be back on the interstate. I think they are back on the interstate now. Or maybe on a side road. They are currently driving through treacherous conditions right now. I mean, it is just whiteout conditions right now in Louisiana. You can barely see anything. And this is a live shot, live chaser out there near Lafayette, Louisiana.
It's like Brandon's wiper broke up again. That's not good. No bueno.
We are officially under 1,000 subscribers away from 900,000. If you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. I mean, you can't see anything on the roadways. This isn't insane. There's literally, like, there's been no cars on the road, you can tell. There's no tire marks on the road. At least they're very faint. Snow has stacked up quite a bit since the last car went by. I'm pretty sure at least parts of I-10 in Louisiana having shut down.
I don't think you're going to get like effect like that from Lake Charles.
Oh, all right, let's go. Let me show you guys this. So this is Thunder Snow. This is Brandon Kopic. Again, you can watch him on Radar Omega and on YouTube. This was moments ago. This was the Thunder Snow that just happened. You have to watch very closely for the flash. You gotta watch very closely. I think it's gonna be near the tail end here, so maybe like 5 seconds away. You gotta watch really closely for that Thunder Snow. Very faint. Somewhere in there. I don't know when it happened. I didn't see it. He said it was very faint. He was really close to this Thunder Snow. Did anybody see it? I didn't see it personally. I didn't see it either time, but he did say there was. I mean, he was right next to where that Thunder Snow was. And again, Thunder Snow is when we have lightning and snow falling at the same time. There's only one strike of that. That was just northwest of Lafayette, which we still have a band of heavy snowfall right now near Lake Arthur and Lafayette. This is back over in the Cajun Broadband. That's in Broward, Louisiana. In whiteout conditions right now, we have several inches of snowfall already on the ground, and only more is to come from here. It is also snowing on the beach in Galveston, Texas, which is crazy. I mean, if you go to Galveston, Texas, there is snow on the beach. The closest camera we have to Galveston is this one in Texas City on the Radar Omega Cyclone Port. Again, a couple inches of snow has fallen in Texas City, just to the southeast there of Houston. Thank you, Francis, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Broussard, thank you. All right, so it's Broussard, Louisiana. And bottom left of your screen, the tow truck just pulled off. So whatever accident happened there in Chinchuba, Louisiana on I-12 has been, it looks like, cleared up. They are just clearing the scene now, so that's good news. So we'll go ahead and take off that camera as that accident has been cleared up. Hey, I'm pretty happy with how many people are not on the roadways today. I was kind of expecting more people to be on the roadway today, like on I-10. We've seen a few people out there, just not very many, like compared to what we've seen in the past. You know, if you remember from the winter storm a couple of weeks ago, there were a ton of people on the roadways. You know, the one that happened in like the Central Plains, even the one that happened in Arkansas only about a week ago, like the amount of people that were on the roadways, it was just such a high number. So luckily, there are not as many people on the roadways today compared to those two events, at least so far from what we've seen. It might change down the road, who knows, but I-10 has definitely been somewhat quiet. Knock on wood that it stays that way, because it might not, who knows. This is approximately what the precipitation radar looks like right now. I'm showing you a model just so you have a better idea of what it looks like. And snow is falling in basically this entire area. We probably have a little bit of sleet falling down near the coastline. The radar isn't doing a great job at deciphering the wintry precipitation types that we have right now. But it's a pretty good idea of what we have right now in terms of snowfall across the Gulf Coast. Texas is scared of snow. Texas cannot handle snow. It's been that way for decades, and who knows if that'll ever change. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was Florida, I think they have 5 plows ready to go, or 5 snow trucks or something like that. I think it might have been Florida, maybe Georgia. I saw some report online about that. I don't know what that's going to do for them, but you never know. I guess 5 is better than none. Texans seeing snow for the first time ever. Oh, man. And Texas is also closed. We're busy trying to find our snow shovels. I bet they are. I don't think anybody in Texas has a snow shovel. If you do, you had to have lived in the north, because there's just almost no way that anybody has a snow shovel in Texas. Unless you're in the Panhandle, it's a little bit more common. But like, if you have a snow shovel anywhere else, that's concerning, because this never happens. Any predictions for Greensboro, North Carolina? I would say a few flurries to maybe an inch or two. I'm not expecting much there. Hey, B. Smith for the $5 super chat. You should pull up the subscriber counter. You're almost at 900,000 subscribers. I mean, I can pull it up. It's just, I am not going to be pulling it up the entire time. It's top left of your screen. We're at 899, 140 right now. Hey, Alicia for the super chat. I doubt you can even purchase a snow shovel in the South. You know, I doubt it too, honestly. I don't think very many stores have snow shovels like Home Depot or like Lowe's or something like that. Most of those stores don't have snow shovels in the South, from my experience. They have hail shovels. They probably do have hail shovels. With how much hail falls in Texas every year, wouldn't be surprised. Hey, Sammy, for the super chat. I'm hoping to get snow here in New Bern, North Carolina. If it happens to work, we'll be shut down for a week. I don't think work will be shut down for a week. I think it'll melt pretty quickly. But, you know, I think you'll probably see snow. It won't. I mean, many areas, even if you see snow in North Carolina, some of these areas will not even see accumulation. So just keep that in mind. It'll be flurries for probably about half the state and like maybe a coating. But many areas are not going to pick up on much snowfall accumulation. The eastern half of the state, if you're back over like in the Outer Banks and right near the coastline, there's a better shot of actual accumulating snowfall. We actually get 2 to 3 inches of snow in Fayetteville. I think Fayetteville's going to get at least 1 to 3. Maybe a little bit more. Maybe an isolated 4 to 5 in that area. Again, so far this winter storm has been overperforming. So, it wouldn't surprise me. Go back over to Storm Intermedia, who is on I-10 right now, going westbound. And they are currently in complete whiteout conditions. Whiteout conditions right now.
I guess my one experience with lake effect
on I-10 westbound.
I was not. Okay, hold on. I got spun out semi up there.
Well, it's snow in San Antonio tomorrow. This winter storm is already pretty much done in Texas. I mean, there is still snow falling for like a few more hours in like Beaumont and Houston. But like if you're further west there by I-45, the majority of the snow has already ended. There's a few bands of snow, but not much. If you look bottom right of your screen, we have a little bit of snow just to the north of San Antonio. So San Antonio, bottom of your screen. Little bit of snow flurries just to your northeast, but I don't think it's going to move into San Antonio. Those will be moving in the direction of LaGrange and Hallettsville and Columbus.
Arkansas will be safe in the storm. Yes, they will be safe. Recoverable.
Unless you give a super chat, you'll be ignored. That's not how this works. I still reach out. Any chance for Palm Coast, Florida? I don't really expect any snow in Palm Coast, but there might be a brief amount of sleet that falls. I do think for parts of Florida there will actually be sleet tomorrow morning. Let me quickly go to the future radar and just show you real quick. So this is basically the dividing line just after midnight tonight. Notice how there will be some freezing rain, sleet, and also snow off to the north. I do think there will actually be some sleet that falls tomorrow morning, even into central Florida, but it's going to be a mix, and it's not going to accumulate. So even if you see some ice pellets coming out of the sky, it doesn't mean that you're going to see ice accumulation. You really got to be north, really, of this line to see any sort of potential for ice accumulation tomorrow morning in Florida. So Palm Coast, Ocala, and northbound. If you're near I-4, again, don't be surprised with some sleet pellets falling out of the sky. But again, it's not going to accumulate unless the temperatures go below freezing, which we're not currently forecasting for that to happen. But there will be snow accumulation, I think, back over and north of this line. So Gainesville and Jacksonville and north of that, I do think there will at least be some level of snowfall accumulation. This winter storm, again, even by around 7 o'clock tonight, will be very large.
I mean, look at the snow tracks on the interstate. This is just incredible. I'm impressed we haven't seen more stuck trucks, so am I. I was the first person stuck all day that I have seen. I am under a 2-hour delay due to extreme cold in my area, Liam says.
when we get major snowstorms, we use snowmobiles to get around. That's one way to do it. Thank you, Dustin, for the $5 super chat. Chances of snow for Dothan, Alabama.
Another guy?
Isn't that where is Dothan? Isn't that further north? I think most of Alabama will at least see flurries today. You're definitely going to see snow in Dothan. I mean, if you look right here, you're right in the smack dab middle of where like the heaviest snow will be. I honestly think Dothan will probably see around 4 to 6 inches of snow, especially so far with how this is overperformed. I honestly think there will be significant snowfall there. There's a camera there. It's not pulling up. This is the camera right over along the Gulf Coast, which is also not loading. Might just be bugged. Or might be on my end. Pull them up in a second.
Yep.
Storm Intermediate is currently on the interstate. They are backing up for some reason. Did something happen here? Oh, a car got stuck. This is right on I-10. Some sort of car got stuck here. I must have missed this at the end. They're like in the middle of the road. This is right in the middle of the interstate on I-10. This is westbound.
Back anyways, and remove the snow up to the lights.
Exit 72. I believe that's what it said.
And this is Storm Intermediate. With a car on the interstate that is seemingly stuck. Or something happened, who knows. Probably learn more here in a second.
So what's wrong with it?
What song? I'm trying to get my audio to work here. It's on the right device. 1 second.
That's exactly that would be interesting as the battery. Still, the hazards are still. That's what she told me. Thank you for the super chat. We appreciate it.
Good times.
Yeah, I got a lady sitting here. She says she's trying to fix her battery. She says she don't need no help, but with it being whiteout, sitting behind her with my lights on, just so she doesn't get hit. But we'll see what's going on.
Yeah, I know the audio works on your end. I'm trying to fix it on my end. Figure it out later.
She's trying to get to work. She's wearing that Love's jacket.
What's the issue with her battery?
I couldn't really understand what she was talking about.
Battery typically don't quit unless your alternator did.
I mean, the car's on. It just looked like.
See how she's smoking?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. What she said, she doesn't need help though, but I'm just behind her so she doesn't get hit. But I'll see. Yeah, here comes a semi behind me.
How a good day to have crappy tires or a low battery. You're not wrong about that. If you're just tuning in, this is live on I-10. This is definitely pretty dangerous to be in the middle of I-10 here, but looks like Mustang is stuck here on I-10. Right along the interstate.
See, she keeps on going to that front side, so I'm thinking it's a tire.
Oh, it's not a tire. No, she's doing something with her hood. I said, I think she's just trying to get to work. Looked like her jacket said Love's, and I know Love's probably still open in this, so.
Unfortunately, she can't figure out what's going on. You might have to pull the car off, and she may be able to take her in.
I don't want to leave her here because I've watched those two semis that were behind me were on the left side, and then they moved over to the right because I got my lights on.
This person doesn't know 10,000 people are watching. It's more than 10,000. Stormwinter Media has 2,000. There's a total of 12,000 people watching right now. If you combine the two audiences, 12,000 people are watching this Mustang that is stuck.
Well, I was just thinking was if you can't move.
Thank you, Zach, for the super chat. What about snowfall totals in Columbus, Georgia? We'll go back to snowfall accumulation in a second.
And then leave it because it's in the middle of a lane.
The cat's here.
A truck won't be able to slam on his brakes in time. He'll create more damage. Not only that, but I mean, he'll slam right into the car will be gone.
Sorry, guys. I'm trying to fix my audio on my end. Give me 1 second.
She's starting it.
After this stream, we are figuring out a better way to do this because I've been having issues with this on my end. You guys can hear it fine. I'm just trying to fix it on my end. Car's really trying to get going right now. Look at the tire. It's like burning out.
Is that brown from burning rubber?
Jeez, stop me out.
Exhaust. Just rock it back and forth.
I think they're going to burn out their tire with how much they're trying to go against the snow right now. Yeah, this person has no clue how to get out of the snow, I don't think. I mean...
What she's going to do is get it started. Get over to that clear lane.
I don't know what they're doing. This is... They're going to literally burn out their tire.
Dark smoke was good. No.
DL, what was the closest mile marker you said you were at that you recall seeing? I'm passing the 71 right now.
I think I'm probably near like 87, 86. I'm behind this.
They're going to blow out their tire. I cannot believe what I'm watching right now.
Moving. I honestly can't tell what's wrong with her car.
This lady's old.
Probably one of those things should have just stayed home, unfortunately.
They are sliding like crazy. They should not be on the roadway. This is
sliding around everywhere. She's bold.
Sounds like a PDS Mustang problem.
How did you know it was a Mustang? Oh, you can smell it.
PDS Mustang problem. That's crazy.
I didn't know it was a Mustang.
It's on I-10 west of Lafayette, Louisiana.
It is in fact a Mustang.
PDS, don't drive your sports cars in a blizzard warning.
She can't drive. This is terrible.
She just got called into work.
Yes, Cheese Curd. You know she can't drive, can't you? Even Cheese Curd agrees.
I guess that's fair. I mean, if you're only gravel options, I guess you don't have much of a choice.
Stop flooring it, bro. I mean, she's gonna send it into the ditch here in a minute.
She's gonna slide. I mean, this is terrible.
For Lake Charles too. Once it starts moving east, it's gonna get out of Lake Charles as well. So I'm gonna stick with this band and make the moves east as it moves east.
I was gonna say that's a good play. Honestly.
Not doing it now. Just figure it out.
There was thunder snow in Lafayette.
Looks like there's more tire marks on the road, so it might be a little bit easier to drive now. Maybe. I don't trust this though. I mean, she's using a Mustang with terrible driving capabilities.
Terrible. And might be
Hey, lady, appreciate the $5 super
in
chat.
the water.
This is very, very bad.
Yeah, this is very bad.
In the middle of a lane on the interstate.
Like that. Looks like New Orleans is going to be under the fire hose of that warm air infection for at least the next 3 to 4 hours. So I don't know how much they already have, but I could see them overachieving. I mean, I don't know what the National Weather's forecast was, but last I checked, it was only like 4 inches. Dude, it is dumping out here. It's not even to New Orleans yet, but it is absolutely dumping.
I've got at least
She is definitely.
5 or 6
She's.
inches of snow.
There's almost no way she does not make this out. I just don't see her getting out of this at this point.
No, it seems okay now. She needs to stay in the.
And she's sliding again.
Someone said it's head gasking.
Yeah, probably.
Get in front of her and wow.
Okay, I just get off that exit. Yeah, good luck, lady.
Well,
Sure.
at least she's getting off the exit, and
Yeah.
hopefully she doesn't
She's fine.
slide off or anything. That was pretty dangerous.
Why don't you get in front of her?
I honestly would have just followed her if I was storming media.
Follow you.
I mean, if that doesn't give you an idea of why you shouldn't be driving with a Mustang
I mean, when she
on I-10 today in Louisiana, I don't know what will, because that was pretty terrible. I mean, obviously she didn't know how to really seem like drive in the snow, which I don't expect many people that live in southern Louisiana to be able to know how to drive when it's snowing, because you probably haven't experienced it before. But that should give you a pretty good idea of why you should not be driving in the snow.
It's not going to do a whole lot of difference. It's not going to make a whole lot of difference. The problem is, I think she kept losing power for whatever reason. So I'd rather sit behind her because I've got a bunch of amber lights on the back of this thing. So I have a better chance of not getting rear-ended by semis doing 50 in this stuff. Because yes, that is happening from time to time.
I do agree with that. Not be in front of her. Alright, let's go to Brandon real quick. Brandon currently is behind semi on the interstate. These semi drivers do have a better idea of how to drive, for the most part in snow, because a lot of them do drive in snow, even if they're in the south. Brandon's keeping a safe distance from the semi right now.
When it melts, they'll have flooding. Yeah, they will. I mean, this is a moist snow, so I mean, they'll have some.
As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below, like the stream as well. Feel free to share the stream with friends and family. Again, we'll be live here for a few hours covering this winter storm, and we'll be answering questions as well about snowfall accumulation and other stuff like that.
They're not used to it falling in the form of snow first, but...
For the person that asked about Columbus, Georgia, you're probably going to see around 2 to 4 inches of snow.
Weather outside.
Maybe an isolated spot near 5 to 6.
I need to be on the 1214 at North State, 1214 North State. Welfare check on an elderly subject in plow. Caller advised that he is not mobile. He is an alcoholic, and he has not answered the phone in over 24 hours.
Dude, cheeseburger, can you stop getting in my desk area?
That's not good.
No.
Everyone's going to hit a button, and this stream is going to crash. Let me go to Connor as well. Connor is currently in Sorrento, Louisiana. This is going to be just to the northwest of New Orleans and southeast of Baton Rouge.
She got herself figured out off the interstate. I'm not sure what that semi was doing, but I forgot, so I kept going. I didn't turn around.
You even hit stoplights when it's snowing. What an experience. It's the Louisiana experience for you.
Run it.
Is that your cat in the live stream? Yes, that's my cat.
Yeah, I'm still headed westbound. I mean, I'm only going about 10, 15 miles an hour for the most part, so I haven't gotten far.
Jeez.
Let's go back to... We'll stay on Connor here for a second, then we'll go back to
Visibility
Storm
easily below
Media.
a quarter
Apparently
mile
they're going
now,
towards a
easily.
semi of some sort. They need
Not even
help,
close.
maybe? Figure that out in a second.
Huge flakes. I got huge lake effect style.
These are some big
snowflakes
snowflakes, by the way.
Right
These
between
are
Baton Rouge
big
and New Orleans.
snowflakes.
There's one thing we haven't really seen is the bigger snowflakes. It's been a lot of the smaller ones, but I've yet to see anything that's like, whoa. I mean, Connor's saying big or huge is probably average for the normal guy.
All right, buddy.
Bro.
All right, buddy.
That's true. His frame of reference is kind of off. Okay, I believe you, Cheesecake.
We got dinner plate sized snowflakes coming down.
These are cheese curd sized snowflakes that are falling right now.
You guys are just tuning in. We're headed to New Orleans. Let's do it. Probably about less than an hour away from New Orleans.
Like style of snow here.
New Orleans.
This is insane.
We're on a little New Orleans chase. Who would have thought that we would be in New Orleans this year, covering an event like snow?
Let's get it, chat. New Orleans, here we come.
For reference, by the way, he is currently on Route 61, so just off of, he's not on I-10, but he's gonna be near I-10 here soon.
Between, like, right between New Orleans and Baton Rouge.
Go back over to Storm Runner Media, who is on I-10. This is again west of Lafayette, so very different area compared to where Connor is. Again, this is where we've already seen significant snowfall accumulation. We are approaching historic snowfall amounts across southern Louisiana. Many areas have already hit historic snowfall accumulation numbers. Right now, we are getting some shocking numbers. I mean, these numbers just keep climbing. This is going to go down as one of the most significant winter storms we have ever seen in the Gulf Coast of the United States. We are now up to some areas, these are observations, we are now up to 7.5 inches of snowfall accumulation south of Lafayette, just 3 miles south of Lafayette. We have 7 inches just to the south of, or actually in Lafayette, 7 inches in Kaplan, Louisiana, and as well as Hayes, and we have 6 inches of snow in Hathaway, Louisiana. The most snow we've ever seen in a given day in Lafayette was, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure it was 4 inches of snow. So that is a record. And then back over near Lake Charles, the record there, if I'm not mistaken, was like 3 or 4 inches. We've crossed that. Beaumont's record was 2.5 inches. We've already crossed that with near 6 inches of snowfall. So just crazy stuff back over here in the Beaumont area and then back through parts of southern Louisiana. It's just unbelievable. And again, we still have a lot of snow to come. Like, I mean, not like a lot, but we still got like 4 or 5 hours left of there being snow. I am aware I am bleeding, by the way. Give me 1 second. I don't know why I'm bleeding. Give me 1 second. We'll go back to Connor. But, I mean, there's still a lot of snow to come. All right, I'll be back in a second. We'll go back to Storm Media.
Next 3 to 4 hours. 7.5 inches of snow has already been measured in Lafayette. That is the highest snow total we've seen so far.
Okay, well, at least they'll get one more. I mean, they got this band, but then they got the one coming in over the water. So, that, they could get up.
I don't know why I am bleeding. Good times. I need a humidifier. Well, you know, being in Florida, it's usually humid, like 11 out of 12 months of the year, and today it just isn't.
It might pass just to the east. We'll have to see. I mean, we may just have to jump back to Lafayette and get up on 190.
Hey, peace for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. We are bleeding on stream. Oh no. All right, let me go back to let's go back to Connor.
New Orleans area pretty shortly.
Still big snowflakes coming down right now.
where we're headed anyway.
I'm allergic to snow, absolutely. EDS nosebleed, absolutely. EDS nosebleed. Alright, let's real quickly go back to the snowfall accumulation that we're expecting for today. I mean, this was the National Weather Service forecast. We've been using this quite a bit. I'm not gonna lie, this is feeling like it's more and more realistic. Like the HRRR model. I'm not saying everywhere down here in the Carolinas and like Florida will see as much as 6 to 10 inches of snow. With that said, these numbers are not impossible. Like, they just aren't. I mean, with how much snow we've already seen in Louisiana and Texas and how much is to come, this is only going to continue to stack up, and it's probably only going to continue to get worse as we continue to go throughout the day today. Again, this winter storm has been overperforming. So, you know, be prepared for several inches of snow in some of these areas. We could, again, have upwards of 6 to even 8 inches of snow, perhaps even in Florida. I mean, it's very well in play. And as I've already mentioned, like, we've already had reports of upwards of 7 to 8 inches of snow now in Louisiana, and more is to come. That's just insane. I mean, Lake Charles has seen around, I think, 4 to 5 inches of snow. Their record was 4 inches of snow in 1973. Let me see what Lafayette was. That's one place I was wondering about, because Lafayette is already at 7 inches of snow in most of that town. So, according to the NCEI, the record single-day snowfall in Lafayette, Louisiana was 14 inches of snow in 1895. I'm not sure how accurate that is. The second highest record, or recorded single day, was 1.5 inches. I'm not sure how accurate that is. Does anybody know what the actual number is for Lafayette? For the most snowfall in a day? I know that the most snowfall in a day for Lafayette is definitely, we're very close to it. But I don't think it's 15 inches. 4.5, okay. That might not be accurate. So 4.5 makes more sense. So we've already crossed the record. Assuming that that's the record. I'll have to double check though. I'm using some funky Google results. I have a video. You tagged me in a video on Twitter. All right, I'll check it out. If you guys do have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. There are people currently sledding. There are people sledding right now on kayaks in Mobile, Alabama. I will retweet the photo on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. If you guys do have any sort of crazy videos like that, you can also at me on Twitter. All right, let me see if we have any videos here and photos and stuff like that. This is from Queen Deadite on Twitter. This is over in West Mobile, Alabama. Snow is on the ground in Mobile. This is not something that you should ever see in Mobile, Alabama, but here we are. There's snow on the ground in Mobile. It's in Greenville, Alabama. This is from Henry Cavill on Twitter. Look at that. Big snowflakes. This is only going to stack up more and more over the next couple of hours. Could be anything else here. This is in Port Arthur, Texas. Port Arthur, Texas. The old handy-dandy ruler. 5 inches of snow in Port Arthur. From Brittany Lyons on Twitter. When's the last time you saw 5 inches of snow in Port Arthur? That's crazy. Thank you, Morgus, for the $5 super chat. Can small shrimp huddle together to stay warm in the blizzard? I'll have to get back to you on that one. I'm not a shrimp person. I'm not a shrimp scientist. If I had to guess, yes. This is from Renee on Twitter as well, in Dustin, Louisiana, which I just minimized the tab. That was smart. This is in Louisiana. This is just crazy. Absolutely crazy. It is a winter wonderland in Dustin, Louisiana. This is also from Renee. The dog's playing out there. The dogs are excited. They've probably never seen snow before. This is in Dustin, Louisiana as well. 7 inches of snow has been measured in Dustin. I think I'm saying that name right. Absolutely crazy. But once again, if you do have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. We'll share some of those on the stream as well. Somebody just asked me on Twitter, am I going live soon with this storm? I'm going to respond, I am live. Saw that response. Alright, let's go back to Storm Intermedia, who is again on I-10 right now, moving westbound near Crowley, just west of Lafayette. They are now behind a semi, so they're no longer behind that crazy Mustang driver. Which is good news. I think a little bit, maybe a little bit safer behind a semi.
You could either do one or two things.
He's Kurt, you're literally stepping on my key.
Here and kind of just go with the 10. We can kind of go survey, go up and go across, or we can go into Lafayette, go up and goes. Or I guess we can go back down south where this crosses first, I guess.
I'm not really bothered going south. We can't go very far. I mean, this is pretty much.
Brandon, it's Chris. You got me.
Okay. There are no tornadoes. Yes, I know. We usually have a tornado warning and severe warning counter on. I know there's no tornadoes that are happening today or anything like that, but we're just going to keep those numbers up because,
Great,
you know,
I'll call you in a few minutes.
why not? I don't really have a way to take them down.
Nate, how's the Forerunner running? It's running.
In the future, we'll have another overlay for just winter storms.
Seems fine right now.
Thank you, lady, for the $5 super chat in snowy, chilly Pennsylvania.
We don't have that.
I appreciate that. Thank you for being your to-go-to weather channel. And also thank you, Peace, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. Also thank you, Are You Trying It Out, for the $2 super chat. Hey guys, I'm gonna be honest, I know a lot of you guys watched this morning's video, and I had plenty of comments about it. I don't know what the Golf is called anymore. I'm just gonna call it the Golf of Max Velocity. Alright, that's what we're calling it, because I don't know what it is. If I call it one thing or the other, people are gonna think it's politically motivated. Guys, I don't care about politics at all. It literally has nothing to do with politics. It's just to be right about whatever a body of water or any town or name is called. Alright, so... But we're just gonna call it Golf of Max Velocity, because why not? Or Golf of Cheese Curds.
To the side of my shelf back there.
Just throwing that out there. I had a lot of people commenting on the video this morning. I don't know what to tell you. I thought it was already official. It must not be though.
But we found a way to make the stream sort of work. I mean, I think that if we've had connection issues, it's only been a couple. We've been kind of
Golf of Max. The Golf of Rapid Intensification. That's what we're gonna call it in the hurricane season. The Golf of Rapid Intensification.
And in-car Wi-Fi has been enough to suffice for the stream for today.
It's at negative 11 degrees in north central Missouri. That's terrible. I don't know the last time I felt temperatures below 32 degrees. Being in Florida, it like never happens. In a moment, I'm going to try to show you a camera that's on one of these highways, but for some reason I'm not able to pull it up. My program froze.
Is the long I-10 bridge that goes over the bayou?
If that's east of Lafayette, we can't get over there.
Completely different story, but there is currently significant lake effect snow near Watertown, New York. So for whatever reason you are watching right now from Watertown, 2 inches per hour is falling from the sky. And once again, Connor will be approaching New Orleans here very soon. Bottom right of your screen. We'll go full cam to him for just a moment. He is approaching New Orleans, which is right now apparently a winter wonderland. Don't forget, there are palm trees
in the town of Jennings right now.
in New Orleans.
It is rough
So we are going to have some palm trees and snow at the same time.
Yeah, I see your Omega location.
Should be exciting.
Thought about either heading that same direction or maybe stopping.
I'm trying to read this. So as of right now, these are some of the observed numbers that we've had so far around the Houston area, according to the National Weather Service. There have been a few areas like Beaumont that are higher than 3 to 4 inches. I think we've had a few 5-inch readings, but Houston so far around 3 to 4 inches of snow, and most areas between 1 to 4. So, making sure I'm not bleeding anymore. But yeah, that's so far at least what they're saying out of Houston. Again, if you have any reports, feel free to send them their way to the National Weather Service. You can, pretty sure, call them in, or you can probably send them to them on social media. You can do that with any of your local National Weather Service offices. Definitely recommend doing that. Gets a better idea of what the readings are out there, how much snow is actually fallen, and just gives us a better idea overall of what we're seeing out there. We have now had our first reading of 6 inches of snow in Texas, northeast of Beaumont and Pine Forest as of 9:30, so about an hour ago. It's probably higher than that now, but photo received on Facebook Messenger of 6 inches of snow just outside of Beaumont, Texas. Our highest reading so far is 7.5 inches of snow just south of Lafayette, Louisiana. We've had a couple other 7 inches as well, just south of I-10. And again, I'm very confident that we are at least going to see one reading here around 10 inches of snow. If not, we could even see upwards of 12. We still got heavy snow falling for the next couple of hours at least around Lafayette and just south of I-10. So it's going to keep snowing. It's going to keep being interesting out here. Thank you, Leslie, for becoming a 3-month member. Thank you also, Daniel, for the $5 super chat. New subscriber from Ohio. We are currently negative 16 degrees. That is just crazy.
And guys,
back to Storm Media again. This is a live look on I-10 westbound. There are probably going to be some falling iguanas in Florida, if I had to guess.
Done actually there in town, here by right around that time.
Probably going to be some falling iguanas. What? My cat is always meowing when I'm live. There was only one live stream where my cat did not meow. I don't remember which one that was.
Oh, shoot.
What is happening here?
The gas truck?
Yeah.
Gas truck is pulled over there.
Here in Mobile. You guys already got 3 inches of snow?
3 inches of snow in Mobile already is actually crazy.
Got a Jeep stuck over there. Uh-oh.
Canadian model outperformed the rest. I've got to be honest, it might be the most surprising thing ever, is that the Canadian model, out of all the models that I use and the ones that are out there, that one actually was probably the most accurate so far for this winter storm. The Canadian model is not one that I ever use. Like, I used it a few times for this one, but for this winter storm, but I usually never use it.
I wonder what's going on.
Oh, you guys are gonna try and pull from that way? Okay.
What happened here? The Jeep gets stuck in a ditch?
Let's just see if you can do it. You can't do it.
Bro cannot park there.
If that Jeep can't do it, I don't think we can do it.
You don't think we have more firepower than that?
No. We don't. Those Jeeps have more horsepower than we do.
This is again live. This is the problem with this type of conditions. Got looks like another Jeep trying to pull out the other Jeep. Bro, we got Jeep on Jeep here. Got 2 Jeeps. Thank you, Bombs Away for the $5 super chat.
He is starting.
Greenville, South Carolina weather
update.
update. Shifted from no snow to snow from noon to 6 p.m. How likely is this and how severe do you think it'll be? In Greenville, South Carolina. I don't think you're going to see much. I think it's just going to be light snow that could lead to a coating to maybe an inch or 2. I don't foresee there being significant accumulation, though. I mean, like, if you get 2 inches, you could consider it, you know, significant, but I think more than anything, there'll probably be a coating like an inch or 2. Hey, Robert, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. If you're just tuning in, this is, again, a Jeep that is stuck in a ditch with another Jeep trying to pull him out in Rain, Louisiana.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh,
Hey, Robert, for becoming a member. Thank you, Derek, for the 5 months, and also Leslie for the 3 months. Appreciate that. Thank you.
One out so far. Not too far behind you, Corey.
Yeah, we're sort of kind of helping.
Is that Connor? No, that's not Connor. Connor does not own a Jeep Wrangler. Hey, Mikey, for the becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Should have a better view of this in a second. He's turning around. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to hit the red button down below and subscribe. We are, like, I think 700 subscribers away from 900,000. No, we're actually 600 away now. We are awfully close to 900,000 subscribers. Snow is accumulating on that stop sign right there. Actually crazy.
Oh, stuck on.
there you
Or imagine if Storm and Amelia got stuck.
go. I know he didn't put that in 4-wheel drive.
I was refusing to put it.
Is he stuck?
I was
Yeah,
like,
no,
"We're
he-
not
he
stuck.
parked down
We
there."
don't need 4-wheel.
No, he's stuck. That Jeep is definitely stuck. They are in a ditch. I don't know how they got there. We probably will never know, but
This is using
they
our
are
road.
legitimately in a ditch. Can we get a poll if that Jeep will pull out the other Jeep? Sure, we can do a poll. You can answer the poll in the chat. I just started it. Oh, they're doing it right now. I mean, I guess we're going to get our answer. Look at that. Look at that power. That is incredible.
That's all I needed was a better rope.
That was impressive. The poll is not even going to matter now. I guess that Jeep knows what it's doing. I was pretty impressive. I was kind of surprised by that. I want to see the Tesla truck. Imagine if the Tesla truck pulled somebody out. That'd be crazy. That's the next thing that we gotta wait for.
I was wondering.
It looks like Brandon Kopic is now on some sort of semi-truck dilemma. I don't know what happened here. What the heck? Looks like they crashed or something. Brandon Kopic, who is live on Radar Omega and also on YouTube. He's near Jennings, Louisiana. And you can watch him inside the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android.
D28, D-Dev, next in line, heavy duty.
Thank you, DK, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, anybody from Canada, you can come get your weather. This is absolutely crazy.
Tempted to go get out and see what it looks like, but
They're blocking the road.
That was Storm Intermedia's rope, by the way, that they were using on that pole. Or they didn't use the pole, but
it looks good where I can get.
let me go back to Storm Intermedia.
71,000 subscribers. I'm sorry.
Now you're able to get that
W chat.
Jeep out with their rope. And the Jeep did the rest. What a story. Now the Jeep's just driving around, having a good time.
Go get DQ and a Frosty. Well, all the restaurants are closed.
So everything's gonna be closed. We're eating snacks today. We were already prepared for that. Might be worth sending. Yeah, I recorded that whole thing.
Okay.
Let's go back to Brandon. Brandon Kopic again at some sort of accident with a semi involved. Again, this is near Jennings, Louisiana. Just off I-10 on 97 near Evergreen Road. Is where this is currently located.
You guys got somebody on the way, I take it?
Thank you, Crispy, for the super chat. Will this storm potentially hit North Georgia? It'll be mostly just flurries, maybe a coating.
So this ain't anything important.
Thank you, Janine? Janai? I don't know how to say your name. Thank you, Jean, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate the generosity.
This kind of snow,
I'm terrible with
come
names.
on. Especially down here.
Some of these drivers do know how to drive. There's someone supposed to know.
I know.
But my girlfriend has our all-weather car, so we'll be all right, but,
that's good.
And are you familiar with the area? You from here?
No, I'm from Ohio.
So be careful. That bridge is frozen.
Just a mess.
So that,
yeah, I was planning on just getting on I-10, and then I saw this chaos.
And you know, you can't tell when if you reverse.
The ramp over there, yeah.
Because you can't fucking tell here either where the ditches are.
Yeah.
To go around, you know, and I could probably go around there, but it's like, well, shit.
Do you want to take that chance? Why make
She
a
needs
bad
attention
situation
sometimes.
worse? Something, you
Keeps
know?
me meowing.
What's going on? I'm just a
Thank you, Butt, for the become a 3-month member. When's the last time you had cheese curds? Maybe a week ago? Maybe? Actually, good question. Might have been 2 weeks ago.
Said, screw it,
Whenever I adopted the
Did
cat.
he
Oh, that was
call
actually
a
almost
tow
3
or
weeks ago.
anything?
Last time was like the early part of January.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Dude, I need to figure out a way to go on Do Not
Worst
Disturb
part
on this
about it is he would've been a
radio on my
little further
phone.
down, or even just get his trailer out of the way.
Yeah, that's the dry pocket I was talking about. I'm pretty much.
Yeah, they're gonna have to have. Did the state police come up yet, or?
Actually, a dry pocket.
Oh, okay.
It looks like it was kind of just precipitation that filled in New Orleans.
Okay.
Drifting out
Yeah, because I don't.
but
If he called the state, he probably hasn't though, because I mean, who wants to get a DOT inspection or something like that? But
Yeah, hopefully that fixes that.
I mean, if he hasn't, then they'll probably get here when they can. But there are a bunch of cops in town on the other side, so yeah, everybody's getting stuck. I mean, trucks are getting stuck.
So it looks like right now in Broussard, Louisiana. Again, it is literally unbelievable how much snow there's on the ground. We currently have approximately 6 to 7 inches of snow on the ground now in the St. Martinsville area, including Brozard, which is just south there of Lafayette. A lot of snow on the ground, very little cars on the roadway. We got one car right now in the middle of your screen that is currently on this highway that goes towards New Iberia. So, good thing is, there aren't very many people on the roadway, but, you know, there's a ton of snow on the ground. This is going to probably take a day or two to melt, even with it not being, you know, that, like, it should be warming up after this snow is all said and done. But this snowpack, how much snow is on the ground, it's actually going to keep the atmosphere a bit colder. It's back over in Lake Charles, which Lake Charles has been seeing snow for quite a while now. Again, very little cars on the roadways on I-10. We've seen a couple that have struggled substantially, but that right there is the only car that is on the roadway, which is a truck carrying a bunch of cars. So, and then also we have in Baton Rouge, I'm going to get a Baton Rouge camera here. What it looks like in Baton Rouge, Louisiana right now on I-10. Looks like we got a couple of trucks, possibly plow trucks or maybe just working trucks. Wait, Storm Media. Storm Media is seeing something. Let me go to them real quick. It loads. Maybe it won't.
A random truck up here that is not a cop.
Give me 1 second. Let me try to get Storm Media up on here.
A chance, but number one, this guy's a steel hauler. Number two, he's Jack.
Okay, it was like fire, but it wasn't actually labeled anything.
Okay.
Oh my god.
So we have an update.
Yeah, I'm still sitting here with this truck.
We have an update from Brandon. The car, or the truck that is currently here is jackknifed into a light.
But they don't want to slide into them anymore.
So that is what we're seeing here. There is a truck that got jackknifed into a light.
Yeah, sounds quite complicated.
Yeah, he says that he called the other truck driver that's been sitting here. That he said he was starting to slide into him. That's why he stopped. He said that the guy told him that he's called somebody. So I'd imagine that the tow truck would be here somewhat soon, but I don't know. There's no cops here or anything. So, but this is still technically the city of Jennings. So, yeah, I don't know. It's weird, crappy position to be in for him in the first place, but. That's what this other guy said. He's like, I'm just trying to get to this mom and pop truck stop just to be able to stop and be safe. And this guy jackknifed and I couldn't get around him, so.
You guys can hear him on the radio, right? Talking? Or you can at least hear him? Making sure.
Yeah, it's rough. Is it blocking you in at all, or can you get back to the interstate?
No, if I need to, I can back up and there should be another. I can get onto the eastbound side of the interstate, but I cannot go westbound. But if I want to go westbound, I can go back through town. Actually, I'm going to go back through town and go talk to the cops that are in town and let them know what's going on over here. Yeah, I don't know if they know or not. The guy claims that he called, but I don't want to waste 911's time with it, so I'll go look. Go talk to the cops. They're not too far away.
Sticky situation, obviously, here. This again, I'm thankful again that there are not that many people on the roadways today. I expect a lot more than just, you know, a few dozen cars that we've seen so far and the trucks that we've seen. But, you know, we were honestly, I was at least anticipating it could be similar to what we saw in like the Kansas City area only a few weeks ago. Even in Arkansas, like last week, everybody really, for the most part, along the Gulf Coast has listened to the forecast and was ready for this, which is good. Also, just a little quick update. This is pretty much the best graphic that I've found that would show you how much snow you can expect out of this winter storm today and as well as into tomorrow. This is pretty accurate in my opinion for snowfall accumulation. Granted, we could see a little bit of snow up here in like northern Florida and southern Georgia, maybe a coating to a couple of inches, but I do think areas like southern Louisiana, again, that have not really seen much snow yet, are probably going to see around 4 to 8 inches of snow with how this winter storm has already gone and what again is to come. And then back over into southern Georgia, the Florida Panhandle, a widespread 3 to 6 inches is likely, perhaps a few areas near 8 to 9 inches. It's a very thin corridor. Keep that in mind. It's not a huge area, but this is where we are expecting a lot more moisture and a significant pocket of heavy snowfall. And then back over in the Outer Banks of South Carolina, probably going to see around 4 to 6 inches there, maybe up to 8 in a few spots. And then also into southern South Carolina, probably also going to see around 3 to 6 inches of snow. This, in my opinion, has the best look, though, at how much snow you can expect today with this winter storm. Again, the National Weather Service forecast here, in my opinion, has been kind of just too low in terms of the numbers. This has been another overperforming winter storm. This is not the first overperforming winter storm that we've had this winter. The one we just had a week ago in Texas and Arkansas and Tennessee, that overperformed for many people. This one is overperforming for many people. So, which is, again, very surprising given the nature of this being right along the Gulf Coast. Hey, Brian, for the $10 Venmo. Appreciate the generosity.
2,000 pounds.
If you guys do have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. We're going to go ahead and go through some of those here in just a second.
So great to see everybody today, as always. Thank you so much for tuning in.
This is in Pine Prairie, Louisiana. From Paxton Francis, I think that's how you say the name. Oh, that's snow on the ground there. It is literally just all snow. If you guys do get any measurements, by the way, of snowfall accumulation, feel free to at me on Twitter with those measurements. In a lot of areas, I've already seen as much as 8 inches of snowfall. This is from Friendswood, Texas. From Talus, with the dog outside. Again, I don't think a lot of these dogs have ever seen snow before. This is probably the first for many of these dogs. So, hey, Storm, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. This is also from Corrine Bill or Billy on Twitter. Again, the dog has never seen snow before, is my guess. Dog is having a grand old time out here. Looking for snow. Or looking at the snow. Not looking for snow. He's already found the snow. My bad. Terrible English. If you have any photos or videos, at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. You can also message me on Facebook. Links to those are in the description below. Shout out to Paul and Andrew with the $10 PayPal donations. Appreciate the generosity. What radar do you use? I use Radar Omega. Again, you can download it with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. This is in Manville, Louisiana, from Biggest Dog on Twitter. 2 inches of snow. It's crazy. Some areas, by the way, I'm going to show you guys a map here in a second. Some areas in the Midwest have not even seen as much snow as Louisiana has seen in just this given day. This is also from Ailey on Twitter as well. I'm probably butchering a lot of these names, but I do apologize. But look at all those big snowflakes. Huge snowflakes falling in Louisiana.
No, you guys, apparently I was wrong again. It's just Le Plus.
This is crazy. In Iowa this season, there are areas in Iowa that have seen less snowfall than what parts of Louisiana have seen in just the last 12 hours. Waterloo, 3 inches. Lamar's, 1.5 inches. Just south of Omaha, almost nothing. I mean, several areas in Iowa have not even seen as much snow as Louisiana has seen, again, in the last, 12 hours. You can go anywhere in the Midwest. I mean, just outside of Chicago even. And even in Chicago, about 7 inches this season. Some areas have already seen that in Louisiana. Absolutely crazy. This month, for the record, has actually been pretty cold across the entire country. This is one of our coldest Januaries we've had in a while. This is a time-lapse camera on the Radar Omega Cyclone port in Broussard, Louisiana. This is a time-lapse of the blizzard. This is in the the blizzard warning, I'm pretty sure. This is the blizzard conditions. Blowing snow. Heavy snow falling, and just a time-lapse. You can see how much more snow has just continued to accumulate here throughout the daytime today and also in the overnight hours. You can watch that live camera in the Radar Omega app at the top link in the description below. Also, these are the blizzard warnings that we have. They end pretty soon, I'm pretty sure. Let's pull them up. For the first time ever, we have blizzard warnings in effect in the Gulf Coast of the United States. Again, that has never happened before. You'll see them on your screen in a second. I'm going to find that map where it shows you the blizzard warnings that have ever been issued in the country. One second. Could find it. Maybe. All right, for some reason I can't find the map, but if somebody can find the map of like where blizzard warnings have been issued in the past, can somebody? Oh, never mind, I found it. All right, this is the map. So this is where we've ever had blizzard warnings issued. So the blizzard warnings that we currently have are across much of central southern Louisiana and back into southeast Texas. Again, I think this ends around lunchtime today. This is the only time we've ever had blizzard warnings issued in this part of the country. We've never had any along the Gulf Coast. We've never had any in North Texas, believe it or not, and we've never had any in Louisiana. This is the first time Louisiana has ever seen blizzard warnings. The only other 2 states that have never had blizzard warnings have been either Florida or Alabama. Otherwise, every state has had blizzard warnings in the past. So Louisiana, it's a historic milestone. Never had blizzard warnings issued before along the Gulf Coast. So quite the rare event that is taking place today. And again, for some reason, it's not loading on here. I'll try to see if it loads here in a second. But yeah, pretty crazy stuff. Hey, Joshua for the $5 super chat. Shelby County. Let me look. Let's see where that is.
Camera is not moving up for what?
Shelby County, back up near Birmingham, Alabama. I think there will be a little bit of snow. It'll probably just be flurries, maybe a coating to an inch or two. It won't probably be anything significant. We now have a new high for today. A new high for snowfall accumulation today. Our first 2 8-inch readings have now come out from this winter storm. We are now up to 8 inches of snow in Lafayette, Louisiana, and 8 inches of snow in Youngsville, Louisiana. That is just, again, crazy. 6 inches in Hathaway, Louisiana. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Again, records in Louisiana for most snowfall in a day are, for the most part, around like 3 to 4 inches of snow. New Orleans, for example, is 2.5 inches or 2.7 inches of snow. New Orleans so far has already seen 2.7 inches just west of New Orleans. In downtown New Orleans, it's 1 inch. We are expecting New Orleans today to shatter a record for the most snowfall in a given day. So, crazy stuff. Let's go to Storm Runner Media.
So, I don't know what's going on, but this car is messed up.
Storm Runner Media, again, currently traveling back over west of Lafayette near the interstate.
Chicago Motors.
Probably. I'm kind of getting tired of this thing, to be honest.
Yeah, you'll love these Explorers. These are freaking tanks. I just put the Michelin Cross Climate 2s on this.
So apparently Brandon...
For days.
Let's go to Brandon.
Down
down there, and they can use like.
So they're right now. Brandon Kopic is where two semis are. They're trying to pull one of these semis out.
Has like a 60,000 pound strength on it.
I'm gonna see if they don't get it this time. I'm gonna pull up the cop. Be like, you want me to give them my freaking kinetic rope? And they'll be like, oh yes. Please.
Thank you, James, for the super chat. We need a falling iguana tracker. Sounds like a good idea. Hey, Brutal, also for the super chat. Bainbridge, Georgia.
Yeah, we had that in Arkansas.
Bainbridge probably going to actually see more like 4 to 6 inches of snow at this rate. With how this storm's performed so far, I would at least expect 2 to 3 inches, but we're probably going to end up in the range of 4 to 6. Hey, McDaniel for the $10 super chat as well. Central North Carolina, probably going to be around 1 to 3 inches for most of it. Coating, well, it depends on where you are. Coating to 3 inches for most of those areas. Snow just stopped in Houston, but we got 5 inches. You got a little bit more snow left if you're in Houston. It's not much, but a little bit more snow coming in. The heaviest of the snow, though, has moved out. We got a little bit of light to moderate snow still on the back side of this, but it's going to be very quick, and it's not going to add up much more snow. But... And other than that, Beaumont's also going to be winding down here soon. A lot of the snow that we've seen here is winding down. Blizzard warnings again are in the dark, or in the red color. The only we have several chasers in the blizzard warnings, but the one south of Lafayette here, that's the radar mega cyclone port. That is also inside of the blizzard warning, which again it's windy out there. It's not as windy as earlier, but it is windy out there. Again, very minimal cars on the roadway right now. We got one car on this particular highway, just south of Lafayette. And otherwise, again, blizzard warnings across the board here in southwestern Louisiana and southeast Texas.
Or anything to help with.
Go back to Brandon, who's trying to get a semi out here. Or, he's not doing anything right now. He doesn't have the equipment for it. But trying to pull out the semi.
The actual, like, to connect it, because I would need to connect to the J-hook and everything, so I don't know.
Will a soft shackle work? Because, I mean, I got a couple, like, bigger ones.
Back to Storm Intermedia as well. Storm Intermedia again around I-10. I'm pretty sure I-10 is shut down in parts of Louisiana. They are just to the north of Crowley right now. Bottom right of your screen is both Brandon Kopic and Storm Intermedia's icons on Radar Mega. They're kind of the same area.
No, these are some decent flakes.
It's possible, but I don't even know how far out you are from where I'm at.
Well, how stuck is the semi he's trying to pull? Like fairly stuck or bad stuck?
Did you see some big flakes in here?
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know where Santa Rosa Beach is, Viking in Florida. I just looked it up and it didn't pop up, so I don't know if there's a different name for it.
So I can't get it like zoom in.
If there's a different name, let me know. Alright, we'll stay on Storm Intermedia here for a second. I'm gonna take a quick 60-second break. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay tuned.
I drive past a viewer who is sitting on the side of the road, waving, holding his phone up, and right next to him there's this like weird 6-wheeled ATV type vehicle that was doing donuts in the middle of the road.
6-wheeled ATV type. They brought the TIV out?
Dude, it was like a 4-wheeler with 6 wheels. I don't even know.
Alright, we're back. What is Connor talking about? Let me see if I can find what Connor's talking about. I must have missed something. We can go back and find it, I'll show you guys. Does anybody know how long ago that was on Connor's stream, if anybody's watching him?
Looks like
sure MCAT mentioned that. I want to ask them something.
Let me go back to Brandon.
Chaos is starting.
Captain, give me a 21.
No.
All right, let me go to Connor. I have to go back a minute here on the stream because I missed it.
Almost there, chat.
But this is what happened a moment ago.
Elevator right here. I just know.
Right here. I don't know. It's in LaPlace, Louisiana.
They get like tense up and then they're just sitting there spinning tires.
We got a viewer and we got these people on a mini like tank.
I mean, if it's not a
What
kinetic
the world?
rope, they can't exactly do the backup and Florida type deal, can they?
There might have been something else after this. I'm not
stream,
sure,
that's
but
awesome.
before this, might have missed it though.
For it.
What a little stop that.
But yeah, and right now Connor is heading towards New Orleans. We'll go back to what it looks like alive. He's going over a bridge right now. He's currently en route for New Orleans, which is apparently a winter wonderland right now. So we'll have a view there in a few moments of what New Orleans looks like. Meanwhile, again, Brandon's currently trying to help some sort of semi-truck situation here. It looked like a semi got stuck and one's trying to pull the other one out.
Start making your way to 10.
We've already seen a couple of different situations here with semi-trucks getting stuck in Louisiana.
Notify Sunset PD D11 949 southbound.
Alright, somebody said the Santa Rosa beach is near Panama City. I think Panama City will probably see around 1 to 3 inches of snow. Possibly an isolated spot near 4 to 5 inches of snow. This might take a while, so we'll keep going back and forth. Go to Storm Intermedia. They're currently... Storm Intermedia is catching up to a truck that is now has their hazards on. Some sort of situation happening here. A lot of cars in the roadway here. What is going on? Some of these cars have snow on the front of their car. As a reminder, by the way, if you have any intention of traveling right now, which I'm guessing many of you watching are not, but if you have any intention of driving, make sure the snow is off the top of your car so it doesn't go flying off. That can be very dangerous.
I gotta be a little bit more careful about what I get ourselves into, because if I don't have... If my four-wheel drive isn't working, then I certainly won't be doing any pulling of vehicles. That's not really easy.
Max velocity, not a vape sticker for water bottles. That'd be pretty funny, I'm not gonna lie.
The fact that it won't actually go into four-wheel drive, does that mean my differential has been, my front diff has been shredded beyond use? There's just too much damage in there, like it won't lock? Because, like I said, the front axle is...
Thank you, DK, for the $5 super chat. I'm stuck in Tallahassee, Florida, because the snow is directly in my path to get home, and I'm not risking it. I wouldn't risk it either with these conditions. I do know a friend that is traveling from Georgia and back to Florida, like tonight. I just don't recommend that. Let's go to Corey Gherkin. Corey has a situation here where there is a truck that is trying to get unstuck. That rhymed. That was a cool rhyme, by the way. Stay safe, by the way, DK. Corey Gherkin's also live on Radar Omega and on YouTube. What is going on here? Oh, bro, wait, let's go to Brandon. Bro, they've got the crane coming out. Bro, what is going on here? This is so Louisiana. Not the crane. Whatever it's called. They got a full-blown bulldozer that's trying to scoop out all the snow. I've never seen anything like this. Imagine if they had a crane, that'd be something else. But, you know, excavator, thank you. I don't know what the word is. That's just crazy, though. Such a Louisiana thing. There is now a report of 10.5 inches of snow in Lafayette, Louisiana. We officially have a report of 10.5 inches of snow in Roberts Cove on a snowboard in Rain, Louisiana. That's 10.5 inches of snow.
Hello.
Hey, it's Taylor and weather. Let me transfer you to the control room.
Alrighty.
Thank you.
I'm posting that report on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Some parts of Georgia will get around 3 to 6 inches of snow, but not all the parts will get that. This is pretty crazy stuff.
This is a whole, like, my goodness.
No downside room.
An excavator trying to get this truck out of the snow is, again, stuck right now.
Hey, Brandon, it's Taylor. You got me?
Yeah, I gotcha.
I don't know what the point of this is. I'm not entirely sure. I've never seen this happen before.
We're gonna come straight after you.
Okay.
This seems a little crazy.
Are you out with the crew, or are you in your car?
I'm in my car right now.
How's it going, David?
There's going to be a single 20 or 18 white 18 wheeler.
We should do a poll of if this truck will get out. Or if the excavator will break the truck. I wouldn't rule it out. I'm making a poll.
It's going to be a single 18. It's a red tractor with a white trailer.
Thank you, DK, for the super chat. I honestly would agree. I would agree. What I want to know is where this excavator even came from. It's just so random. I never even... I don't know where it came from. I know there's like a gas station, I think, right next to where they are, but... It's so random. Charleston, South Carolina. You'll probably get, like, 3 to 6 in that area, right along the coastline.
Already tossing. Historic storm that's going on down along the Gulf Coast right now. This is a shot out of Louisiana, where, my goodness, I mean, when you talk about this part of the country, nothing against the Deep South. It's just they're better at prep for certain weather events like hurricanes, let's say, than a place like Minnesota. Minnesota's roads would probably look a little bit better than that during a snowstorm, but again, they just don't have the infrastructure.
It's official. It is officially snowing in Florida. This is on I-10 where the Welcome to Florida sign is. They got a bunch of state troopers and cops there too, but it is officially snowing in the Florida Panhandle. Hey, Kylie, for the $5 super chat. Is anyone down south enjoying this weather? As this is quite uncommon weather. Is everybody hating it? I think you'll only hate it if you lived in the north and have dealt with the snow before. If you've never dealt with snow before, then you're probably going to enjoy it because, I mean, you've never seen it. So there are many people that have never seen snow before in the deep south. It's official. Snow is falling in Florida. Welcome to 2025, which will probably end up being crazier than 2024. Let's go back to Brandon Kopic, who's still trying to get this truck unstuck. Or he's not really.
I am indeed an excavator.
Doing much right now. I don't know if he's out there right now. I haven't heard him talk in a while.
The song's playing in my head.
But we are waiting to see if this excavator can do something to get this truck unstuck. Thank you, Guy, for the 13 months.
You talked about the road conditions. I mean, I'm just in awe. I mean, I'm honestly kind of speechless.
Thank you, Chris, also for the super chat. As a reminder, if you are just tuning in, we need 350 subscribers for 900,000. Huge milestone. If you've not already, hit the red button down below and subscribe.
Oh yeah, I am in the heart of the blizzard warning right now. We're not having blizzard conditions now, but I can definitely
about 90% of the way there to a million.
I think the reason why we're having such good visibility right now is with the band moving further east is kind of helping it improve, but on top of that, the winds have kind of died down.
Will Jacksonville be getting any measurable amount of snowfall? We wanted to see it my whole life. There could be a little bit of measurable snowfall, but I think it'll be mostly like a coating to an inch or two. The northwest side of Jacksonville has the best shot of seeing any sort of cumulative snowfall.
Oh yeah, it was completely feeling like that. Like if I didn't actually know,
I think it'll be more of a sleet and freezing rain situation there.
From the Gulf, it felt like I was driving on I-90 near Buffalo.
Wow, that's incredible. Brandon, thank you so much for the time here. I got to get into a forecast about the storm real quick because we have just been, going out to all the live reporters, and I feel like people need a little bit of a forecast. We'll come back out to you pretty soon. I appreciate it. I'm sure you're going to be helping a lot of people throughout the day. That is Fox Weather exclusive storm tracker, Brandon Kopic. All right, let me show you where the storm is right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly. I wish I could zoom in on this a little.
Let's go back
guys.
to, while they're doing this, let's go back to Storm Intermedia. They are, I believe, back on I-10 now. They're just getting, they're getting back onto I-10 now. Westbound in Louisiana.
Yeah.
Roadways are, again, treacherous. Very difficult to travel on. They have a good vehicle for it. They are currently inside of the only blizzard warning we've ever seen in Louisiana in history. Again, we are... when I talk about how historic this winter storm is, there's many reasons why. This is one of them. We literally have blizzard warnings in Louisiana, which has never happened before.
This is definitely fun.
And it's never happened anywhere along the Gulf Coast.
I-10, or I-10 is definitely...
In addition to that, we officially have 10.5 inches of snow that has been reported near Rain, Louisiana, which would shatter the previous record in a lot of these areas if anyone else picks up 10 inches of snow. We've seen also in the downtown Lafayette area 8 inches of snow as of 30 minutes ago being reported. Lake Charles is up to 6 now, measured on the ground. And then back over near Beaumont, we are beginning to wind down for Beaumont, but many areas in the Beaumont area have seen anywhere from 3 inches of snow near the airport, back up closer to 5 to 6 inches in Beaumont. And then Houston's winding down. Most of Houston saw between 2 to 4 inches of snow, which does break a few records, I'm pretty sure, around that area. And then back over New Orleans, again, we're still very early into it, but we are beginning to see some reports now of upwards of 1 to 3 inches of snow in the New Orleans area. And again, these numbers will only climb. And as a reminder, Florida and Mobile have begun to see snow now, and we are expecting accumulation to ramp up here over the next few hours.
Overpass, blocking half the freeway. Nice.
Yeah, I'm going to be heading east as soon as they get this excavator.
And it looks like that truck is
once they get the truck
just chilling there.
He's driving, then I'm going to hop on I-10 eastbound and make my way towards NOLA and all that. It looks like Vince is having a heck of a time on that bridge that we were worried about earlier.
Mobile already has 3 to 5 inches of snow. I saw a report of 3 inches, or I heard about it. Been snowing there for a couple hours. How's Cheese Curd doing? He's meowing next to me frequently.
I just heard it.
Back to Brandon here. And Brandon's on the scene of the excavator that's trying to get a truck unstuck. Which I think it may have just gotten unstuck. So we just missed it, but the semi-truck is now officially unstuck. It has gotten out with the excavator helping out. That is pretty crazy. 57% of you in our in-poll chat. Will this truck get unstuck? Only 57% of you said yes. 43% had no confidence at all. It looks like it is unstuck though.
You're doing all this stuff, right? That's the big thing. As long as everybody's having fun, then
there you go.
Nice.
It is unstuck. And now there's just snow everywhere. Hopefully it doesn't get stuck again.
East are you guys gonna go, DL? I haven't really figured that out yet. I mean, if there weren't so many things that were broken and...
Back over in Lake Charles right now. This is a live shot. Lake Charles on I-10. Roads are again covered over in snow. The snow is beginning to wind down in Lake Charles. We still have snow falling out there, but the heaviest of that snow, bottom right of your screen, has now moved in the direction of Lafayette and going in the direction of Baton Rouge. Keep in mind that we could see a foot of snow just northwest of Lafayette. We've had 10.5 inches of snow now recorded. We are currently 1.5 inches away from seeing a foot of snow in southern Louisiana, and it's very possible. We still have heavy snow right now moving throughout the Interstate 10 corridor there. It's pretty likely that we are going to get very close, if not hit, the 12-inch mark, excuse me, there, just northwest of Lafayette, as heavy bands of snow continue to roll to the east and northeast. That'll all be heading in the direction of Baton Rouge. In addition to that, heavy snow is now coating the entire southern Mississippi area. We have a few live cameras on the Radar Omega app as well that show you that in real time. This is one of those live shots right in downtown at the University of Southern Mississippi. It is snowing out there, and it's only going to continue for the next few hours with heavy snowfall falling. Looks like a coating to 1 inch of snow has fallen here already. The rooftops are beginning to get covered over by snow at the University of Southern Mississippi. This is the Forest Emergency Management Office. You know, we watched these only a few weeks ago covering a PDS tornado watch and severe weather, and now we are covering snow. Crazy stuff. This is Columbia, Mississippi as well, and Columbia has definitely seen a lot more snowfall. It's like a police officer or police car right there. Crazy stuff. All right, Connor is now approaching. Let's go to Connor. Connor's now about to enter into New Orleans here in just a few minutes. He's on the outskirts.
Like nice, Corey.
It looks like right now on the roadways they are muddy and they're very slushy, very slushy snow on the road right now.
Pretty nice.
The temperatures in New Orleans are just below freezing, so this should be stacking up pretty quickly as the snow ramps up. We are now less than 250 subscribers away from 900,000. Less than 250 subscribers away. Not already, make sure to subscribe to the channel.
Overall, though, it is
getting closer and closer to 1 million.
There's some traffic, but
I was in a ghost town if there's traffic, Jurgen.
I'm pretty impressed. Like nobody's really out.
Okay.
It's still dumping over here. Dude, there is freaking snowdrifts on I-10. This is rough. Yeah, I was gonna say I've driven through.
This is an interesting view. Let's go to this. This is This is back over in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, where the snow is starting to ramp up. This is right on the bridge. There's nobody on this bridge. And I don't know the last time that somebody was on this bridge, because you can't even see tire marks on the ground with the snow that's already fallen here. Roads are just covered over right now. Hey, Reed, if you have any photos of that, at me on Twitter. Curious to see them. Once again, if you have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter. At MaxVelocityWX. Go to Corey Gherkin as well, who's entering into New Orleans as we speak.
I think it was at least like 8.5 to 9, so I don't think that's that far off from what could be the truth.
This is over in, this is sent in from Corrine in Youngsville, Louisiana. This dog loves the snow. I don't think this dog has ever seen snow before, but they're having a great time in the snow. Connor is now moving into New Orleans. He is just past palm trees.
If I have a good time in New Orleans, and
so he is currently, there's a palm tree right there on the right side of your screen, and there's also snow.
Oh, that person's stuck now.
Doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but here we are in 2025. This is again in the New Orleans area.
Band's still coming toward New Orleans right now.
We do officially at least have an inch of snow on the ground in New Orleans, but we are expecting that record of 2.7 inches in a given day of snow to fall in New Orleans to be shattered today. We think that'll be crushed.
So that's what I'm looking forward to. And I mean, if I get to the middle of the afternoon and I've had a good enough time in New Orleans, I might not even try and bother following it. I might just, I don't even know what I'd do then, because I don't want to stay in New Orleans, because it's not like the roads are going to get any better anytime soon.
By the way, sub counters, bottom right of your screen. We're now 140 subscribers from 900,000.
I mean, the issue with that,
New Orleans can get snow and I can't. Yeah, people in like Iowa have barely seen any snow this year. There's many areas that have not seen snow this year.
Or you can stay in La Place.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is what it looks like just outside of New Orleans.
I could stay in La Place. Even
watching
though it's not called
what
La
happens
Place.
here in New Orleans. There's a lot of stuff happening
La
downtown,
Place.
and I'm guessing Connor might be going in that direction.
No, it is La Place.
You're live. I am live. This is a live stream.
Guys are just tuning in. We are in New Orleans. Palm trees everywhere and heavy snow. What a combo. Something I never thought I'd see.
It is very slushy on these roadways right now. We do expect the snow to accumulate further over the next few hours, but for right now, it's a lot more slushy in New Orleans. This is what the live radar looks like. The heaviest of the snow that New Orleans is going to see is still off to the west. Will I be live all day? I'm not sure yet. We'll see. Not sure what the plan is right now.
Man, cold's getting not worse, but not better today.
The one you were looking
Back over to Storm Intermedia, who is in a completely different zip code in Louisiana. They're back over near Crowley, Louisiana, west of Lafayette. They are now moving eastbound again, and once again, I-10 is closed, I'm pretty sure, throughout the entire state. It is just snow-covered right now in Louisiana. Central North Carolina just got bumped to a 70% chance of snow. You're probably going to see snow. It's just a matter of if it will accumulate or not.
Cannot agree more.
That's really the biggest question. Will it accumulate?
Lake Charles, I think? Is that what it's called? Lake Charles and Lafayette.
Tweaking.
Over here. But no, we're just going. I think we're gonna go north out of Lafayette.
I don't know what just happened. He said somebody was tweaking.
Coming in towards Lafayette right now, but like 10 east is closed, so we have to go north and then east a little bit.
That lady was tweaking.
Well, like, how far east do you guys intend to go tonight?
That wasn't her car that was stuck.
I'll probably be play it by ear. I mean, if I had to guess, I'll probably be done.
Let's go back a second. We missed whatever lady was tweaking.
I just drove by. You don't know what she said yesterday.
What?
What the heck is this person?
Bro, what is happening? What is happening in New Orleans right now?
Oh, you guys, where are you guys?
What the hell? And her.
We'll go back live. Thank you, Ion, for the $10 super chat. The DMC pics of Lake Charles. Alright, I'll check them out. Thank you, Ivy, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities.
That's probably why she's so, like, static. She probably doesn't know what snow is. She just knows the type of snow she wants. She's excited that there's so much of it all for free.
She's gonna dive into a snow pile and just...
No, we got four-wheeler donuts in the parking lot.
New Orleans vibes.
I'm gonna be too far behind you guys, DL, so if you guys find anything, let me know. I'm just gonna run Lafayette to 49 and then go up to 190 and head east on 190. I'm doing about 40 right now, and that's not going too bad. The road's pretty, I mean, it's got a little glaze on it, but I just passed.
I guess Brandon is going 40. Probably means Storm and Media is doing similar. Storm and Media and Brandon Kopic are both going eastbound on I-10. And this is I-10 right now in Crowley, Louisiana.
The road's pretty, I mean, it's got a little glaze on it, but I just...
Thank you, Greg, for the $10 super chat.
Yeah, I got you. I'm doing about 35. I just need to pull off at some point for a second, so you might catch up to us, kind of. But our plan is basically the same thing you're going to do.
Yeah, I'll probably stay on the interstate all the way to 49 and then hit it north. Yeah, it sucks that that stupid small stretch.
This is
closed, but
it's a photo that just got sent from, I'll say the name in a second. Bunch of snow angels being made out here in the backyard, it looks like, over in, I think, Louisiana. This is from Face Keyboard on Twitter. Making some snow angels out there as the snow continues to rack up. And so far, our highest amount of snowfall that we've had out of this winter storm is 10.5 inches. 10.5 inches. Again, so far, the highest amount of snowfall that we've had recorded, and that was back over just northwest of Lafayette.
I vaguely remember one very steep ridge.
Again, Connor's in the Louisiana, or in the New Orleans area right now. We'll stay on him for a moment. Hey, Sammy, for the super chat, save me some snow in Buffalo. There might be a little bit of lake effect snow.
Simple. Okay, just material.
There's lake effect snow near Watertown. We get a little bit up near Buffalo as well.
All right. I thought it was gonna be something crazy.
What kind of radios do these chasers use? I also have the radio. It's not an actual physical radio. It's just like a phone app. I'm not. I don't think it's public, but it is a phone app that you're able to get.
We're good.
Or what I was able to get. I don't think it's public though. The only like free radio device that I know that exists, I'm pretty sure, is Zello.
We're good. We're good.
But we aren't using Zello. Roads are so empty, kind of creepy. That's how it goes when we have a winter storm like this. That's how it goes. Alright, we should have some more cameras here in a second. I am, replacing that file.
There we go. Right. Snow's ripping again, guys. We're back into the heavy stuff.
What are those, what are the cameras called, Hayden?
This is what I'm talking about. Snow's ripping again. Got Raising Cane's closed. Everything's closed.
Raising Cane's is closed.
Everywhere.
The disaster.
Or I'm gonna go into downtown.
Yeah, I see some flashing lights up ahead of me.
It's also Brandon Kopic, and live on Radar Omega and on YouTube. He is currently on I-10 eastbound. The Crowley area and roadways are very slick. The interstate is closed. Nobody's on the interstate really at this point.
The new ones, the 2020 and newer, those ones.
Corey Gherkin. I'm not sure what he's up to. He's also in New Orleans, or just outside of it.
From 2011 to 2019.
He's getting closer to downtown right now.
Front wheel as default. I'm sorry, looking at like just how big they are and just looking at them, that just makes no sense to me. But I mean, I guess if it works, it works.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same drivetrain as my Taurus.
Oh, is your Taurus front wheel?
Yeah.
Back to Connor here.
Got Wendy's closed.
Not the Wendy's.
Nothing's open but a couple Waffle Houses, chat. If there's a Love's open, that'd be good too. I have food I can reheat. I just need a microwave for it.
This is from Leslie Fletcher in Denham Springs, Louisiana. There are palm trees and there is snow on top of the roof. This is a good 4 to 6 inches by the looks of it. Good amount of snow on the ground here. Palm trees and everything. What a sight to see. Alright, sounds good. And I'll look in a second. We are officially 27 subscribers from 900,000. Now make that 25. We are closing in on a monster milestone. $25 away from history. Alright, the counter is shooting up now that I just said that. We're now up to 899, 983. About to be 90% away from 1 million subscribers. 9 away. 5 away. 1 away. And we have officially hit 900,000 subscribers. And now we're on the way to 1 million. It's just, it's so crazy. So crazy. So hard to believe. When I hit 1 million, whenever we hit 1 million subscribers, it's gonna feel even more surreal. It's just, it's really crazy. Like 100,000 was crazy. 200,000 was crazy. 900,000 is just insane. Also, Stormer Media has a stuck truck. We're gonna go to them. Appreciate all your support as always. Thank you to everybody that subscribed to the channel and supports this channel day in and day out. I really do appreciate your support. None of our live streams and all the capabilities of our live streams would be possible without you guys. I really do appreciate your support.
I wonder if he's full or empty. He can back up.
If he backs up, he's just gonna back into this.
You see how he's off the road, guys, already?
Problem is, he didn't take that turn wide enough to.
We're now officially 90% of the way
to
to a million.
99% sure he's loaded, but I don't 100%.
90%.
Just make sure.
Thank you, Ellen, for the super chat. Thank you, Richard, for the $20 super chat. Go enjoy some chicken nuggets on me. I appreciate that. Thank you. I will definitely keep that in mind for later.
He is having some issues, yes.
I don't need any food quite yet. We're probably gonna have to get
Let's go look.
some sort of food here soon. Let me go to Brandon.
So what do you guys think, chat? You think this has been fun for Louisiana? I mean, I definitely think it's been fun for Louisiana. And the days, I mean, it's not even noon yet. It's not even noon. The day's just getting started, y'all. Less than
I cannot believe we went from
6,000 likes. Thank you guys so much.
700,000 to like 900,000 subscribers in the matter of not even like a month. I'm pretty sure we've gained like 200,000 subscribers in the last 30 days.
Thank you guys for that.
It's just crazy. Trying to get that Florida highway sign up. Just give me 1 second. I'm trying. We have a few more cameras that I'll show you guys.
Found it for you. 10-9. We found it for you in front of the house one.
Hayden, I downloaded that and put it in, and it for some reason did not give me the new stuff.
1050. You can move me if you want. I'll get that from you. I'm getting the catch pole going back to get it. 34.
I might have not done it right. No, yeah, I didn't do it right. Never mind. It's my fault.
46, 22. Yeah, just give me 21. 10-9.
I got it now. We're good.
Give me 21.
Alright, so we have another camera that I'm going to show you. This is near the Florida welcome sign. In Florida, once it loads. Once it loads, I'll show you guys. But we actually, there's a sign back over in the Florida Panhandle here near Mobile that is currently seeing snow. We also got some cameras in New Orleans that I'll show you guys too. Are any of the cameras in downtown, Hayden? Thank you, John, for the $5 super chat. Small donation to get Max to stop ignoring all the gritty requests. We'll gritty here in a few minutes. Thank you, Storm McDaniel, for the $5 super chat. I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure how long we'll be live. Thank you, Lisa, for the $20 super chat. Treats for your cat. Appreciate that. She does love the little salmon-like treats that I give her. I don't know what they're called, but she loves those. She's currently sleeping, which is good. She was meowing for a long time. Storm Media is currently trying to get the semi unstuck.
Not, but I mean, even if he did, there's not much he can do.
Looks like we got some blizzard conditions right now. Or not blizzard, but near blizzard conditions in New Orleans. The wind is picking up. This is in New Orleans live. Pretty windy right now. And it is snowing. Might see some drifting or even maybe some blowing snow here very soon. Hey, and I know there's a way for the Florida cameras to, like, get the links to those. I don't remember what it is. I've done it before. Like, to get it correctly. This is also back over in New Orleans as well. This is live on I-10 at Williams. Ignore the New Orleans spelling. It is, I'm pretty sure that's incorrect, but this is in New Orleans. We'll go back over to Connor, who is entering into the New Orleans area right now, and it's pretty terrible conditions out there.
To the city.
Snow is all over the roadways. These have definitely not been plowed, and I mean, not really expecting them to be plowed, as it is southern Louisiana. Any chance of a max velocity Funko Pop for 1 million subscribers? I don't know how you would do that. I feel like that would cost a lot of money to do too. Hey, you controlled up for the 8-month membership as well. Hey, Steven. Gone. As well for the super chats. You freaking Frosty the Snowman for all of us. Don't hide your talent from us. I'm not singing Frosty the Snowman. No way.
Almost got 5,000 of you guys in here. Welcome in, everybody. We're coming into New Orleans.
Is Connor behind Copic? No, Connor is way ahead of Copic. He's in New Orleans. Brandon is back in Lafayette. They're in completely different zip codes. One's in the western half of the state. One's very far eastern side of the state. So Brandon, Storm Intermedia, they're back over near Lafayette. This is where a lot of the snow has already fallen. And then we have Connor and Storm Intermedia both in the downtown area of New Orleans. And then Storm Intermedia right now is trying to help get a truck unstuck. So we are keeping a close eye on that. And again, a lot of the snow in Texas is winding down. So if you're back over in the Houston area and you're like, are we getting more snow? Not really. I mean, you got a little bit of light snow back to your west. It's pretty minimal, though. I mean, we're not expecting anything that significant. And moderate to heavy snow is going to continue here across Alabama, Georgia, and then back into the Florida Panhandle for the next several hours. Let's go back to Connor, who's in downtown New Orleans now.
This is crazy. We got tall freaking palm trees, like...
Thank you, Toaster, for the super chat. How much for singing Frosty the Snowman? Guys, I'm not singing. We've already been over this. There's just no amount that would make me sing on a stream. There's just none.
Last second yellow light gets me again. It is a winter wonderland in downtown New Orleans.
Bro hit another red light.
If you can imagine.
Brandon Kopic is passing by some sort of incident as well. Not sure what's going on here. This is on the interstate. Hey, Toaster with the $10 super chat. What was happening there? And then back over to Storm Intermedia. Storm Intermedia is still trying to get this truck unstuck. In Rain, Louisiana. $100 if you sing it? Guys, I'm not singing. I don't even know how to sing it. I'm not gonna lie. I don't really know the lyrics. Hey, Hey, Toaster for the $100 super chat. Guys, we're not singing on a stream. It does not require money. I'm not singing. But I appreciate the generosity. Put some W's in the chat for Toaster. Huge W's in the chat for Toaster. I did not agree to doing anything for $100. Google the lyrics, guys. I'm still not singing. I don't know how the rhythm goes or anything.
Every time I see
Connor,
one,
who's
I'm
in New
equally
Orleans.
shocked.
Everybody has a price. What is it? My price is nothing. I'm not doing it.
Snowfall rates are still increasing as well.
Take a shot of tequila and sing. Okay. The Ghost for the super chat. Do the gritty while singing Frosty the Snowman. No. Sounds terrible. Bro's hitting every stoplight.
Got the Jeeps out and about. Good, we got big flakes coming down again, guys.
Alright, let's see if there's any other photos or videos here on Twitter. If you guys have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX.
Visibility's dropping.
If you are just tuning in again, this is
Down to about a
live
quarter mile,
in New
honestly.
Orleans. Where heavy snowfall is continuing to ramp up.
If you're just tuning in, welcome in. Appreciate you for tuning in, and we are in downtown New Orleans right now.
This is in Youngstown, Louisiana. This is from Jacoby on Twitter. We're up near 8 inches of snow for a measurement in Youngstown, Louisiana. Crazy. Thank you, Con, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Guys, I'm not singing.
Still got big old flakes.
Hey, Chicago, for the $5 super chat.
We got the
Appreciate
LSU
that, thank you.
Health Foundation. On the right here. Alright, we're in the downtown now.
Hey, Jetted, appreciate it.
Getting close to the river. Getting close to the river in the central business district. This is probably where we're going to be the next several hours. Until the snow moves out.
It should be interesting in New Orleans, because again, we are expecting 3 to 5 inches of snow in New Orleans, and there are people out on the roadways, so I'm guessing we're going to see some people get stuck here. Thank you, Angel, for the super chat. Southeast Tennessee. Appreciate you tuning in.
I mean, this is just crazy. You'd think this is like Chicago or something. Or Buffalo or Minneapolis or something. But nope, this is New Orleans.
How about Houston? Houston's winding down. So again, a lot of the snow that is currently falling is now moving into the southeast. It is still falling along the Gulf Coast, Louisiana, especially New Orleans. The heaviest is yet to come. Again, a lot of the snow, especially the heaviest of the bands, are currently right along the Gulf Coast. And so these are moving inland. They'll be moving towards New Orleans, Baton Rouge, and also the Lafayette area is still seeing heavy snowfall for the next hour or so. Light to moderate snow and even some pockets of heavy snow are falling across Alabama and Mississippi right now. And then back into Georgia, we are seeing a plume here of very light flurries and even some light snowfall across central northern Georgia, including the Atlanta area, and then back even into parts of South Carolina and North Carolina. Not sure if we're going to see a whole lot of snow falling here. It might not be reaching the ground quite yet because it is a little bit drier in the lower half of the atmosphere. But we might see a couple snowflakes coming down. Not seeing anything quite yet. This is from the Baldwin County School District. Guessing school is probably closed here today because of the weather. But right now, the heaviest of that snow is going to be moving in here soon. We're going to see all of this. Again, back here to the west is where we really have a lot more moisture. In the low levels, there's a pretty big area of dry air that's in the lower half of the atmosphere, between around 100 feet in the atmosphere up to like a couple thousand feet, which means any snow that is falling is actually going to evaporate before hitting the ground, at least in these areas right now. We expect that to change though later this afternoon as moisture continues to come out of the Gulf and eventually moves into the southeast. But heavy snowfall is definitely going to continue to ramp up the further east we go. And again, Florida is currently seeing snow. Send me the link, Hayden, of what you want me to copy and paste into for the Florida stream. Looks like we're starting to see some very strong winds right now in New Orleans. Almost blizzard conditions here in New Orleans.
This is ridiculous.
Hey, CC's for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that.
I mean, there's borderline blizzard conditions in downtown New Orleans. Like, the wind gusts are crazy. There's blowing snow. It's actually insane that this is in New Orleans.
Oh, I know. It's gonna be thumping here for a while, but I'm trying to figure out if I want to go back west and try to get east now, or like stay in the snow the whole time, or way too long it'll be backtracking and no snow. So I really don't know what to do right now.
This is ridiculous. This is
picking up, but we're pulling people out right now.
This is so cool. Look at it, we got people walking.
The fact that parts of the Florida Panhandle are going to look like this soon is just absurd. Like Tallahassee, your Pensacola, Panama City are probably going to look very similar to this in just a few hours, which is just crazy to think. New Orleans is already crazy, but further east is even crazier.
Pretty good in the ditch. We just got here.
Yeah, I can go left here, okay.
I mean, I'm not far behind. I'll hop off on that exit when I come up to it.
This is so
and these people are just walking downtown. Go to the beach? That'd be pretty interesting.
Winter Wonderland in downtown New Orleans, everybody. If you're just tuning in, welcome in.
Hey, Eric, for the $5 super chat.
Gonna make my way all right up to the river, and we're gonna head to the French Quarter.
Panacea, Florida, you're gonna probably get a little bit of snow, but I wouldn't expect too much. Probably just a couple inches. Maybe a few inches. I'd say like 1 to 3. Which is obviously a lot for Florida, but not nearly as significant as what will happen a little bit further to the north.
This looks like downtown, like Chicago or Buffalo or something.
Thank you, Gummy, for the $5 super
down
chat.
below a quarter mile, honestly. Got a big palm tree up there.
I'll check out the video. Appreciate that. Thank you, Marcus, for becoming a member. Ask him to go to Louisiana Avenue. It's like a mile away. He's probably going in that direction, if I had to guess.
Just tuning in right now. We're
Is
in the
this storm
central
overperforming?
business
Yes, it is
district. I'm gonna head
overperforming.
to the French Quarter, and then we're kind of just going to stay around in this area. If anyone needs help, we'll assist. But I mean, this is crazy. I'm going to zoom out for a wider view here, because I think it's cooler. I'm going to go wide angle. You can see the top of the skyscrapers a little bit better. Look at these wind gusts.
We'll go back to Connor in a second. A couple of different live cameras that we have right now. Actually, let's go to Storm Media real quick. They are, looks like, trying to push a truck out of the snow. Give me 1 second. Let me try to refresh this. What is he driving? He's in a RAV4. Looks like another car stuck here. This is back over in Rain, Louisiana, where there was just a truck stuck, and now there is a... It's like car stuck in the ditch. They're trying to pull that car out of the ditch. Storm Intermedia is a forerunner. I was talking about Connor. Connor has a RAV4. Here we go. Truck's gonna try to pull out the car. They're trying. Oh, that's not working out really well so far. When we saw the Jeep pull out the other Jeep earlier, it was very smooth. This does not look like it's gonna be smooth. Truck is trying. That car looks really stuck. Make a poll? Are we making another poll for this? Alright, we'll do a poll. What do you guys think? Is this car gonna get unstuck? It's not looking good so far. I have faith. I have confidence, personally. Despite it not looking good so far. Oh? Okay, there you go. That's out. Just took one big pull. I make the pull and then they get it out. All it took was some momentum. 42% of you said yes. 58% of you said no. The confidence is just so low in the chat right now. I mean, nobody has confidence in these cars getting unstuck. Storm Media seems to get everything out. Yeah, they've had a very high success rate. All right, let's go back to we'll go back to Connor, who's in downtown New Orleans. which is where we are expecting historic snowfall over the next couple of hours.
Got 6,000 people.
3 to 5
riding
inches
along
of
with
snow
us.
is the forecast for New Orleans. The record all time in a single day was 2.7 inches. That should be broken today.
Crazy stuff. I'm gonna go down here just a little bit, and then we're gonna double back.
Here are some of the newest snowfall accumulation numbers that we've gotten out of this winter storm thus far. These are some of the latest numbers to come in from reports across the south. Again, the highest number so far that we've had reported out of this winter storm is 10.5 inches of snow just northwest of Lafayette. That is a record for many of these areas. If any area sees even more than 4 inches of snow, it's pretty much a record for almost any one of these areas. So that's quite a bit of snow. 8 inches of snow in Youngsville, Louisiana. And then the snowfall accumulation in New Orleans, as of approximately 2.5 hours ago, we were at 1 inch. That number will probably increase very soon. It looks like it's already over an inch from what we're seeing, at least bottom right of your screen, in New Orleans. Many areas back over near Sledding are near 2 inches of snow as well. Southwest Mississippi, anywhere from 1 to 2 inches of snow. And then back over closer to the Gulf Coast, in even Johnson Bayou, is currently at 7 inches of snow. That is not even like 5 miles from the beach, which is just crazy. 7 inches of snow in Grand Lake, Louisiana, Hayes, Louisiana at 7 inches, and then Beaumont, which is winding down. Many of those areas picked up nearly a half a foot of snowfall. Houston is between 2 to 4 inches as well, and then just southeast of there near Leak City and Texas City, many of those areas are between 2 to 4 inches of snowfall accumulation. So a lot of snowfall, again, has already fallen. A record-breaking amount of snow has fallen in many areas. Again, Beaumont's record was like 4 inches of snow, I'm pretty sure, which dated back to the mid-1900s. And then back over near Lake Charles, they also, I'm pretty sure, have now broken the record for most snowfall in today. Many areas there around 6 inches of snow. Previous record, again, somewhere around 3 to 4 inches of snowfall. The exact number for Lake Charles was 4 inches of snow on January 11th of 1973. And then Beaumont's highest was 2.5 inches of snow on January 30th of 1949. Houston, Texas, I don't think broke a record. So just an FYI, I don't think Houston, Texas broke a record for the snowfall amount, but they have obviously seen a lot of snow. As the snow continues to track east, it is now moving with the heaviest of the bands of snow now are in southeast Louisiana, back into southern Alabama, and also southern Mississippi. And we are now seeing snow in Florida as well. Thank you, Ghost, to the super chat. I honestly don't think Orlando is going to see much snow out of this. If you see any snow, I'd be shocked. I think there could be a little bit of sleet maybe in Orlando. Like there could be a couple of sleet pellets that mix in with the rain tomorrow. But overall, I'm not really expecting much. It'll be mostly just rain. That camera did not work, Hayden, by the way. This is from this is from Chase on Twitter. Bro, what is going on here? What is that, an airboat that's doing circles? Dude, Louisiana is just crazy. My goodness. That is actually crazy. Back to Connor, who's in downtown New Orleans right now. Again, historic snowfall falling here right now.
Just almost ended stream. Whoops. Alright, we got Caesars. I'll swing around here and...
As a reminder, if you are just tuning in, make sure to hit the like button down below. Subscribe to the channel if you're new here. Can I give money directly to Cheese Curd? I mean, if you donate and say it's for Cheese Curd, I'll just use it for Cheese Curd.
If you guys are just tuning in, we are live from downtown New Orleans. Look at the palm tree. It's a winter wonderland out here. Winter wonderland in New Orleans.
It's the latest model run looking like. We'll go back through the future radar and stuff here in a couple minutes. I'll show you guys something here in a second.
Big flakes coming down now. We got
Florida cameras do work, Aiden. There's a way. I've done it before. I just don't remember how I do it. Or how I did it before.
Even heavier snow.
I did it when
here.
Hurricane Milton happened. And just a little heads up.
Got a bunch of people in the street taking pictures. Here. Look at, they're getting pictures right here. That's funny.
I don't know why Connor's stream is blurry. Back to this in a second. Trying to pull up the traffic map in Texas. It's crazy how much traffic there is in Houston right now. This is what it looks like right now in the Houston, Texas metro. Pretty much the entire area is dealing with moderate to heavy traffic. And many of these roadways are closed. Any of the ones that have this like weird like dash black and like this kind of like checker thing going here, those are closed roads. So yeah, if you're in Houston, might be a better idea to just stay home. There really isn't any reason to go out today. Beaumont is dealing with some similar problems. It is full-blown traffic everywhere. At least moderate to, I mean, not really traffic, but just in general, the roadways are not supportive, you know, for vehicles right now. And then back over in Louisiana, it's probably the same way. Let's go to Storm Intermedia. They're pulling up on some sort of truck issue. We've seen many of these already today. This is back over in the Rain area. Rain has had several problems. We got another truck that is seemingly stuck again in southwest Louisiana, or South Louisiana. Huge shout out to Casey for becoming a VIP Velocity member.
Trying out
Nobody's in the chat for, sorry, Cassie. Appreciate you becoming a VIP Velocity member. Highest tier membership on the channel.
So I'm gonna head back out and see what else I can do to help here.
Got an alert on my phone. The number of accidents are increasing.
It's snowing in Florida. It is snowing in the Panhandle of Florida right now.
What was that, Corey?
He's got the first ever alert on my phone to say motorists increasing accidents.
Also, the blizzard warnings that were in effect in southwest Louisiana and southeast Texas have now officially ended. So we no longer have blizzard warnings in effect here in the deep south. But we do have pretty close to blizzard conditions in and around the New Orleans area. The winds are pretty strong at times. For the most part, though, it's just heavy snow that is falling in that area. Back to Storm Intermedia, and let's actually go back to Connor for now. We'll go back to Storm Intermedia whenever that situation gets figured out. And Connor is currently live in the New Orleans area. Snow continues. What's up?
6,500 you guys riding along with us. Welcome in, everybody.
Eastker just keeps meowing.
Yeah, they definitely already got 3-ish inches.
I just got
here,
back from
so-
traveling. For those that, you know, watch my videos and stuff, you've probably noticed that the last, like, 7 or 8 videos other than
2 to 4
today's
to
was
come,
in
at
a,
least.
like, didn't have, like, the lightning light behind me. That's a different, like, studio that we have. So, she always is like this the day after traveling. She always meows a ton. She's like, where am I? And why am I here?
Alright, it seems like I'm quickly leaving the French Quarter and going into a rougher place. Now the question is, how do I turn around?
Show the radar. The radar's on the bottom right of your screen right now. I'll zoom out a little bit so you can see the entire map. We'll go back to full screening it in a minute.
Not familiar with
The
how to
Blizzard
get
of
back to
25.
the
Pretty
main
much.
road.
This is basically the... I mean, you could call it the Blizzard of 25 for the Gulf Coast, since we did officially have blizzard
Hopefully
warnings.
down here.
Alright, we'll stay on Connor. I'll be back in like 20 seconds. I'm just getting a couple cookies. I'll be right back.
Big flakes.
Alright.
Everybody out and about taking pictures.
Meteorologists are powered by cookies. Apparently. We're not powered by Duncan. Or powered on Duncan. Or run on Duncan, that's the saying. If you guys do have any photos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. This right here is in Pace, Florida. From Hippie on Twitter. This is in Pace, Florida. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. This is from Man About Town on Twitter as well. This is in Dustin, Louisiana. There could be some snow drifts in here that might have the total slightly higher, but he's reporting that there is 14 inches of snow here. Approximately 14 inches of snow in Dustin, Louisiana, which would be obviously over a foot, and that would be the highest snowfall that we've seen all day today. The highest as of about an hour ago was 10.5 inches northwest of Lafayette. And, I mean, obviously those numbers will continue to, you know, climb as snow continues to fall. So we could be approaching well over a foot in some areas here in Louisiana in this historic winter storm. But so far, the highest number that we've had is 10.5 inches reported. That one being near 14 inches of snow, which, I mean, if that stands out, obviously be the highest amount of snow that we've seen. This is live on the Radar Omega Cyclone Port in the University of Southern Mississippi. Again, you can watch these live cameras inside the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Snow is falling here, light to moderate, for many of these areas. And then back over just south of there at the Forced Emergency Management, snow is picking up and accumulating on both roadways and grassy and elevated surfaces. Probably at least around 1 to 2 inches so far there. We've had a few reports in that ballpark. And then Columbia, Mississippi, same story. Snow is a little bit lighter over here. We do have a little dry pocket here that's going to be moving into the Hattiesburg area just east of Macomb. And we still have a lot of snow falling back over near the Broussard area of Louisiana. A couple cars on the roadway as well. One. We've had one, occasional 1 or 2 cars on this highway just south of Lafayette. Again, a lot of snow on the ground. Approximately 8 to 10 inches of snow is currently on the ground in that particular area. That's at least the reports that we've seen. Again, what I've mentioned before is that a lot of the snow has now been clearing out of Houston and Beaumont. We have a little bit of light snow left. But if you're back over in Houston or Beaumont, the majority of your snowfall has now basically moved out. We're basically done with the majority of the snowfall in the Beaumont and Houston area. And also, we are starting to wind down along I-10 west of Lafayette. Lafayette, you got about another 45 minutes until the heaviest snow ends. And then eventually, by tomorrow morning, all that snow will probably be melted off. If not, it'll be very slushy. So enjoy the snow while it's out there today and also into early tomorrow. Lots of heavy snow is currently moving along the Gulf Coast near New Orleans, back through Gulfport. Some heavy bands of snow are approaching Mobile, Alabama right now, and we are beginning to see snow in western Florida. I just showed you a photo a second ago in Pace, Florida. There's already snow on the ground in Pace, Florida, and we are expecting a lot more snow, especially in the Panhandle north of Pensacola. And this is a live shot back over, wow, this is a live shot back over in southern Alabama. Just off to the north of Pensacola. That is a beautiful shot on the Radar Omega Cyclone Port. This is specifically in the Andalusia area. It's just north of Florida. I mean, this is pretty much what it'll look like in Florida as well. Just a winter wonderland out there. We'll put that bottom left. I think Atlanta will probably see a coating of snow, maybe an inch if you're lucky. I don't think we're going to be talking much more about like 2 to 3 inches though in Atlanta. I think the heaviest will just be to your south. Go back to Connor, who is live in New Orleans as I eat my cookie. Bro is walking his dog in the snow.
Again, this heavy snow is just locked in. Locked in over the New Orleans area, it looks like, for the next several hours. Wow. Thank you for becoming a channel member, Aliyah. Welcome to the Bear's Cage.
These are some of the numbers of snowfall accumulation that we've seen, more plotted out on a map here in southwestern Louisiana. And our highest number around 10.5 inches as of about 12 o'clock. And granted, that's a number that was not up, that was reported over an hour ago. Again, I think we have many spots over a foot of snow now. But obviously the most significant snow between Beaumont and just west of Baton Rouge so far. In Baton Rouge and New Orleans, again, we are going to be seeing more significant accumulation here over the next couple of hours. So just buckle up if you're back over in those areas. A lot more snow is to come in those areas. Thank you, Peter, for becoming a 5-month member. Appreciate it. They also did Bear for the 8 months. Below zero for a low in Michigan. That is cold. It is. We're going to have several record-breaking temperatures tomorrow morning as well, including the Ohio Valley and the Northeast.
Yeah, sometimes I do on foot coverage.
It's going to be sad if I don't see any snow in Jacksonville. I think if you look outside, you will see a few snowflakes tonight, even if there is mostly sleet. So, It'll be late tonight. It'll probably be early overnight hours. If you look outside, you should see at least some snowflakes. I don't think we're going to be purely snow, though, for the most part in Jacksonville. Maybe at the tail end. Bro, this cat is not, like, literally been meowing for the last, like, 5 hours. What do you need? She has food, she has everything she needs. And she still meows. Hey, Nessa, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. And this is in southern Alabama, just north of Crestview, Florida. It's crazy that this is happening this far south.
Go back down this road here.
They probably should have extended that.
Get the wide view of the skyscrapers, the big buildings. The wide angle shot there.
By the looks of it, they don't have any active warnings for like where we're at right now. There's not even a winter storm warning ongoing. They didn't apparently they didn't issue the winter storm warning on top.
I'm having her play with the laser
blizzard warning. So now Lafayette's getting smoked with snow right now, and there's not even a winter storm warning.
That's strange if that's true. Strange if true, chat. Yep, this is downtown.
That cat does the same thing.
Guys.
She only does this when I'm live. Like, if I'm doing anything else, whether that's playing a game or watching a show, whatever it is, on my computer. She never does this. It's only when I'm live.
Thank you for the Cash App.
She's like, who are you talking to? Looks like Corey's getting a truck unstuck. I don't know what's going on here. Something's happening on Corey's stream. Looks like a truck got stuck on the bridge. That is not good.
Thanks for sharing where you're at.
Is Stormer Media still up? Yeah, they are. Stormer Media is also currently traveling east. They are near Lafayette right now, Louisiana. Thank you, Father, for becoming a moderate velocity member.
In my opinion, she did it earlier.
Apparently there's an ambulance and somebody got stuck under the bridge. Brandon Kopic, which is... He just passed that ambulance. I just missed it. He just passed an ambulance with a truck stuck under a bridge. Not sure what that's all about.
They had that truck still with them. Yeah, be careful. That ambulance looked like it was... It's not stuck. They were stopping to clear off their wipers by the looks of it. So they're going to be in the right lane.
Alright, let's go back to Connor, who's in New Orleans.
Wipers by the looks of it. So they're going to be in the right lane. You're going to have to go around them. I see a semi jackknifed over here. It's not on the interstate. It's off to the right on a secondary road.
Thank you, Mama Joe, for the $5 super chat.
It's a freaking Arkansas DOT tanker truck.
That might be true. That might be true.
No.
That's brutal. You guys are just tuning in. We still got over 6,000 people riding along with us here in downtown New Orleans. Welcome in.
They're actively trying to help the guy or what, but yeah, that was an Arkansas DOT.
All right, so for the rest of the day today, just kind of going through the future radar and going through some snowfall accumulation stuff. This is what it looks like. So by 1 to 2 o'clock, the moderate to heavy snowfall will continue to extend into Georgia and Florida. So if you've not yet seen snow, a lot of it's going to start to ramp up in parts of Georgia and also Florida later this afternoon. By around 5 o'clock, we're gonna have a large area of light to moderate snowfall across the southeast, including Alabama, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina. Eventually, by 7 to 8 o'clock, that snow will continue in the Florida Panhandle, Georgia, throughout the Carolinas as well. And then eventually by about 8 to 9 o'clock, again, we are going to have some freezing rain and sleet falling in northern Florida and also along the Carolina coastline, which will add to the problems, adding, again, ice accumulation, which will make the roadway slick. Eventually by 10 to 11 o'clock, this is just going to continue to stay as mostly sleet and freezing rain in Jacksonville and as well as near Gainesville, Florida. Snow is going to continue up and down the East Coast, anywhere from Tallahassee all the way back through Virginia Beach. Eventually into the early overnight hours, we are going to continue to see freezing rain and sleet, again, in and around the Jacksonville area, with snow basically coating the entire East Coast here of the United States from Virginia Beach all the way back down towards Tallahassee. And then eventually by the early morning hours, a lot of the snow will be moving offshore. So by tomorrow morning around you wake up, there probably won't be much snow still falling unless you're right along the coastline. There will be sleet and freezing rain around Jacksonville. There will probably be a brief transition to snow in Jacksonville, I would have to say. I think we're going to have a brief transition, but it will be predominantly freezing rain and then sleet, and then eventually a little bit of snowfall. And then back down near Palm Coast and just north of Interstate 4, there is a chance for some freezing rain and sleet, which could lead to some slick spots on the roadways. But more than anything, if you're down here, you know, along the I-4 corridor, anything more than just a few sleet pellets mixing with the rain is expected. I don't expect much more than that, to be honest. I think just a few sleet pellets mixing with the rain is possible. But again, for the most part, we're not talking about any sort of ice accumulation along I-4, unless there's a major change to the forecast. So, in terms of total snowfall accumulation, this is still a rough estimate of what you can expect today, and what has already fallen and what is to come. Areas like southeast Louisiana talking about a historic amount of snow, anywhere from 3 to 6 inches. Back into the southern parts of Alabama near Mobile, anywhere from 3 to 6 inches is expected. Florida Panhandle and southern Georgia, we're also expecting anywhere from 3 to 6 inches of snow. And then back through the Carolinas, a widespread 3 to 6 inches of snow is also in the forecast. Some of the Outer Banks could get as much as 8 inches of snow as well. And then maybe a few locations in southern Georgia could pick up maybe closer to 8 inches as well, with how this winter storm has already been overperforming. So that is the latest forecast. Again, no really major changes to the forecast for right now. And it looks like Connor is going by the Caesars Superdome. That is the NFL stadium there.
I'm just going to go based off of my rope. I'm not going to offer to actually do anything because
where it is currently snowing.
Power to pull a full tanker truck, but might be able to help with the rope.
Yeah, I'm sure they've got diesel trucks too that could probably be more of an asset. Yeah, just let me know if you need me to flip around or not. I'm still moving east, but I'm only moving at like 20 miles an hour, so I haven't even gotten to the next exit anyway.
Look at that, everybody. The Superdome. Man,
I gotcha. There's like
I'm good.
4 Arkansas DOT vehicles that I well, at least 2, but if there's 2 more over there, then that would make 4 responding to this, so.
We'll sit on this shot of the Superdome for a little bit. By a little bit, I mean like 5 minutes while I change my thumbnail and take a small breather.
Back to Storm Runner Media here while he's looking at that.
Sneeze attack?
Yeah.
Back over in Rain, Louisiana.
This is gonna be a really big storm. This is really what we'll be able to get. I'm saying, because we still got this to go through.
What's the chances that the Raleigh area gets more than 3 inches of snow? What about the chances of the Cowboys going to a Super Bowl in the next 10 years? Take that as you will. Yeah, let me look and see what the HRRR is even showing there, Raleigh. It's really, I mean, a coating's like an inch maybe. I don't expect anything more than that. How about Atlanta? It isn't snowing here yet. You'll see snow a little bit later. The radar is picking up on snow, but again, it's dry in the lower atmosphere, which means a lot of the snow that's falling is evaporating. I-10 is shut down in Louisiana. Cheese curd merch soon? We'll have cheese curd merch at some point. Charlotte, North Carolina. It's the same thing. Your chances of seeing greater than 3 inches of snowfall are the Cowboys' chances of going to the Super Bowl in the next 10 years. Pretty much zero. We have a ton of snow right now just falling across almost all of eastern Louisiana right now. Very heavy snowfall. Near Baton Rouge and New Orleans. Radar's picking up on some very heavy bands of snow moving towards Baton Rouge, New Orleans. Big dry slot, though, is opening up here in southern Mississippi. A lot of dry air. And this is a live shot where all that dry air is right now. I mean, there's basically no snow falling. Very small snowflakes, if that, are currently falling. So definitely a sign that we are seeing a little bit of a opening when it comes to how much snow is falling. A lot less snowfall probably going to fall here over the next couple hours in Macomb. Again, the forecast here in southern Mississippi wasn't really that significant. I don't think many areas were expecting more than maybe 3 or 4 inches of snow. So this isn't super surprising, but that will limit how much snowfall does fall in these areas. Back over in Hattiesburg at the University of Southern Mississippi, snow continues to stay moderate in this area. It's accumulating on rooftops. Overall, a couple inches of snow in that area. And then back over in the New Orleans area, we still have a lot of snow that's falling there. Heavy snowfalls moving in still as well. And we are only going to see this heavy snow continue for the next several hours. And then back over near Mobile, Alabama, and western Florida near Pensacola, several bands of heavy snow are currently moving in from offshore. All the moisture that's coming out of the Gulf will continue to amplify the amount of snow that we're seeing here across the deep south. Again, this is a live shot back over on the red level weather cam on the Radar Mega app back over in southern Alabama. It is just, again, beautiful what we're seeing out there. Good thing most people, again, are not on the roadways today. Otherwise, it would be a much larger disaster than it really already is. And New Orleans officially has shattered their record for the snowiest day on record at 4 inches of snow, which beats the last record, which was December 31st of 1963 at 2 inches and 2.7 inches of snow. That was the last time at New Orleans International Airport. So this winter storm is just shattering the records there of daily snowfall accumulation. That is a record that is approximately 50, or actually 60 years old. That is crazy. I am posting that on Twitter and Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. Records, by the way, go back to 1948. So that record is obviously pretty crazy. There were some like reports and like rumors like the 1895 winter storms and stuff, but I don't think those were as accurately measured back in the day. Thank you, Angela, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Is there anywhere in the United States that is currently warm? There is. I will show you real quick what that looks like. So this is what it currently looks like across the country. Actually, it's a little bit warmer in a few other areas. Initially it wasn't as warm back over in the Southwest, but really there's a pretty glaring area that is much warmer than everywhere else. Florida is dealing with snow and temperatures in the 70s at the same exact time. Hawaii might be warm too, but I mean, just in the lower 48. The Southwest is a little bit warmer now. I don't think it was as warm yesterday. I'm gonna go back and see. So I think yesterday it was really just the Southeast that was warm. I mean, if you're talking about like morning temperatures, for example, the only place really above 50 was in Florida. So I think even today was kind of the same way. Yeah, today the only place above, I mean, Miami this morning was 71 degrees. Miami was 71. The rest of the country, for the most part, below freezing. You might have to book a flight to Florida. And if you're going to Florida, go to Miami. That's the only warm place that exists right now. Otherwise, you're just dealing with snow and cold rain. Beyond this winter storm, by the way, it looks like we're going to have a little quiet period. Who knows how long that'll be, but it might be a couple days, it might be a couple weeks. It might be a couple months, you never know. Storm Intermedia's run into some sort of accident, it looks like. We're going to go to Storm Intermedia.
There we go.
Also got another truck trying to be pulled out. Looks like they got stuck in the snow.
All you need is that rope. He's moving, so he's not.
What state am I in? The only state that's warm.
You just gotta pull him straight back.
Even though it's not warm. It's pretty cold.
Yeah, man. I just work here. Excuse me. Not sure if Max has audio on, but we are, I see we're up on his stream. We are in Scott, Louisiana. This is Arkansas DOT. Oh, they got him.
They got him?
Yeah, I think that news vehicle might be stuck.
Well, the truck's getting unstuck.
Okay, copy that. They got the truck out.
Apparently there might be a news vehicle stuck.
Good. Yeah, I'm gonna loop around at this next exit and see if the
We're gonna go to Brandon Kopic in a moment. He might have some sort of news truck that's stuck.
I wasn't all that sure, so I'm gonna go take a look.
Real quick. Look at how this. Is that crazy or what?
It's crazy and it's annoying.
I'll share this with you guys on another time or later on. That's a crazy stat.
ARDOT doesn't get pissed at us.
Who?
ARDOT.
Oh, Arkansas.
News vehicle gets stuck, reports on itself. Hey, you never know. Might just happen.
Anyway, that was Arkansas Department of Transportation truck.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, that'd be pretty funny. Like, I know, like, it's pretty serious, you know, when a car gets stuck, but that would be kind of funny if that actually happened.
Nope.
Okay, well they adjusted their forecast a little bit.
Parked under this bridge on the roadway. Like, are you kidding me right now?
That was absolutely crazy.
All right, let's go to Brandon Kopic again, live on Radar Omega and on YouTube.
It was right at the 49 interchange, just west of it, before you hit the 49 interchange. You'll see
Yeah, Brandon Kopic is heading towards a news vehicle that got stuck.
But they're on the left side of the road.
This looks like.
Looks like a Ford Escape.
Okay, well, I never left that truck because I wanted to see what happened with it. So I'm probably still a little bit of ways from you.
Copy. I thought your radar Omega showed you a lot closer on the highway, but mine's been being weird, throwing me in different random locations. I just go check real quick.
Is he in New Orleans? Brandon Kopic's in Lafayette, or in that general area. But yeah, he's basically in Lafayette right now. Stormer Media is in the same place. Both Corey Gherkin and Connor Croft are both over in New Orleans. Waiting to see if Brandon runs up on that that stuck vehicle. He's doing a U-turn right now. He should be there in a couple minutes. While that happens, let's go to Connor, who is again in New Orleans right now. Connor is currently driving through downtown New Orleans, which is where we are looking at historic snowfall. This is the most snow that has ever fallen in New Orleans in history in one given day. We are now at 4 inches of snow. The previous record was 2.7 inches of snow back in 1963.
No parking. Whatever, I'll pull over here and park for a second. Parade route. Oh yeah, there's no parade. We're good. Alright, it's like the first time I had to get out of this car like all day. It's been quite nice to not go out in the cold, but gotta fix these wipers.
That road is rough, my goodness.
Go back to Brandon. Brandon's gonna be getting closer to that possible news truck or car that was stuck off the side of the road.
Yeah, because I had to go north and I have to come back down to where they're at.
Oh, okay, I see.
Connor just measured 4 inches of snow, by the way, in New Orleans, which adds up with what we have already seen.
Yeah, I'm still like 4 miles away, so you're gonna beat me there for sure.
Oh, yeah. We'll see when I get here. I don't know if they're actually stuck or if they were documenting or what. This road is not easy, and they look like they're in a Ford Escape, which is probably front-wheel drive. You are able to get off at the exit before. I don't know what exit number that
How much snow fell in Lafayette? We have seen reports of around 10 to 12 inches of snow. I haven't seen a new report recently, though.
You'll probably be, I don't know.
That's what the map looks like. So far, again, historic snowfall for a lot of Louisiana. But the highest number that we've had on this particular map that the National Weather Service has was 10.5 inches. I've had a few viewers send in a few photos of around 14 inches of snow in similar areas. Again, keep in mind that this number of inches of snow was about 2 hours ago of 10.5 inches. And keep in mind, it's been moderate to heavy snow in this area for the last 2 hours. So we're probably upwards of 14 to 15 inches of snow now in this area. Many areas around 8 to 10 inches of snow outside of that as well, around Lafayette and just west of Lafayette. And Beaumont around 5 inches. Houston was around 4 inches of snow. New Orleans, peak number so far is 4 inches of snow, which is an official number, by the way. Baton Rouge, a long time ago, was 1.5 inches. It's definitely higher than that now. And we are starting to see over in Mobile, Alabama, 3 inches of snow so far. And again, a lot more is to come. Wiggins, Mississippi as well, around 3.5 inches of snow. Again, keep in mind, there's a lot more snow to come. This is the current thinking about how much snow we'll be seeing here from what we've already seen and what is to come. And many areas, including Mobile, for example, will probably end up seeing 3 to 6 inches of snow out of this winter storm. And we've already seen 3. So if you've already seen 3 inches of snow and we are not even halfway done, you're probably going to at least get 6. In southern Georgia and, you know, the Florida Panhandle, there will be several spots there that get as much as 3 to 6, maybe even up to 8 inches of snowfall. This major winter storm continues. Back to Brandon in a second. We'll go back to Connor, who's again in New Orleans, Louisiana right now.
A cool street. God, they're just tuning in. Welcome in. We're in downtown New Orleans. Winter Wonderland. You'd think this is Chicago or Buffalo or something, but nope. This is New Orleans.
Max Velocity, have you ever been storm chasing? I have gone storm chasing before, but it was for a hurricane. It's Hurricane... Oh, I can't remember the name anymore. It's 2 years ago. It wasn't a big one. It hit east coast of Florida. Nicole, maybe? I think it was Nicole. This is Brandon Kopic. Looks like a car is stuck here. See if they can just push it out without having to do any extra work. Like they're gonna be able to do that. Look how strong Brandon Kopic is. All those mozzarella sticks he's eating. Definitely helping him.
I feel like I'm in Buffalo right now. That's good, because yesterday you were wishing you were in Buffalo, so welcome to Buffalo.
All it took. Well, this hit Florida. Florida is gonna get hit.
Well, that's good.
Not all of Florida, but the northern portion of it will be.
Oh, I'll show you a mad pickle. Easy, cheesecake, easy. Unfortunately, you gotta come back for the south.
Looks like a typical day where I grew up. Well, we aren't in... we're in Louisiana, so...
Yeah,
this only happens once... I mean, I'm gonna be honest, like, this is like a once-in-a-lifetime type winter storm here. This isn't something that happens every day by any means.
But chaos is breaking out down here now. Everybody's getting stuck. I guess there's a bridge up here. Everybody's sliding down it, so... Here we go. Yeah, I think this truck right here is stuck.
Oh, what is going on here?
I need to turn right
up now the car's backing up. It still looks kind of stuck. It doesn't look like it's rolling very well.
I'm gonna get boxed in by this wrecker. Brandon, remember that same truck that we spent like 20 minutes trying to help get unstuck? Could you say that we help get I'm trying to help people right now. What were you talking about? My bad. I was just saying that same semi that we watched get pulled by that rope that I gave that guy, that he's stuck again. Yeah, that's stuck. I thought this guy was getting stuck trying to go through an intersection.
Did anyone get Max to sing Frosty the Snowman? No. I don't think that's happening.
In the middle of the intersection.
He was driving and then he stopped. Big mistake. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I don't. He was driving forward and then all of a sudden he came back. Looks like he got stuck again. This guy's struggling.
I got several stuck semis at this exit that I just had to take.
There's apparently a bunch of semis that are stuck near Lafayette. We're gonna post it on that. Stormer Media is there. Oh, this is the news. This is actually a news car. Okay, I didn't realize that initially. This is actually the news car. It shows it on the. It actually shows it on the stickers now. And you get a live report of this car. I don't think any of us knew. All right, nobody knew that this was a news car. Now we know. It is a news car. The news car is stuck. They can report on their own car getting stuck. Breaking news, I'm stuck. Breaking news, guys. Breaking news. The news car is stuck. You can't write news any better than this. I mean, they're making their own news right now. Any snow for Tennessee? Nothing more than just a few flurries. I don't really expect much up there, though. This is quite the sight. This is fake news. This, I mean, if this was set up, it would technically be fake news. I don't think they meant to set this up, though. I'm gonna be honest, this cat loves the laser point. Loves running after it. I don't know how we got to this point. It looked like it was going. Like it looked like that this car was going. Like it was going, like forward. And all of a sudden it like came back and it decided to get stuck again. Like I don't understand what happened between it going down the road and coming back. It's very confusing. Four-wheel drive, get the shovels out. Snow is too thick. Well, yeah, I mean, none of these roads are being plowed, so. Why are they in a car? Their first mistake. Well, I mean, it is a news station. I'm guessing they were going out there to report. Brandon is getting his workout in right now. Brandon Kopic is getting his workout in. I guess Storm Intermedia is coming in too now. They're gonna come in to help. Everybody's gonna help this news car get unstuck.
I got these guys straightened out, but they're gonna have to go around you.
See where Storm Intermedia is corresponding to this. Yeah, they're driving down that same road. Storm Intermedia is coming in to try to help this news car get unstuck.
I got these guys straightened out, but they're gonna have to go around you.
Oh, okay. Copy. Too late.
Going over to Connor in New Orleans, completely different zip code. Wind is picking up and snow is picking up in downtown New Orleans right now. Crazy stuff. Not far from blizzard conditions in New Orleans. Thank you, Justin, for the $5 super chat. Let me look. Landis, North Carolina. I mean, there will probably be some snow flurries, maybe a little bit of a coat, maybe like a coating of snow, but beyond that, I'm not expecting much snow there.
Back at Caesars.
That wind is really strong in New Orleans. Also, that news car just got unstuck, it looks like.
Am I avoiding Bourbon?
So they're able to get the news car out and go to his
no, I don't know
again.
what Bourbon Street is. I don't know what Bourbon Street is, or where it is, or why it is, or what it is, or how it is. I don't know what Bourbon Street is. Look at the wind.
What's going on here? I don't know if that car is stuck. I think we have another car stuck. Yeah, we got another car stuck by the looks of it. In the same spot. This is right where the news truck was. Got another car stuck. Go to Brandon Kopic, who's in the same spot, just has a slightly closer view. And now they're trying to push this car onto the road. It is struggling. It is really struggling. It's going the wrong way. Looks like an old Toyota. Absolutely tanks, but not 8 inches of snow. Well, the push is helping. Look at that. Let me go back to Storm Media. Brandon Kopic's shot is going out. View. Come on. Screen glitched. Give me a second. There we go. And it looks like they got it out. W's in the chat for Storm Media and Brandon, both getting that car out. It's a lot of snow. That's what I'm saying. I mean, the snow is insane. It's still snowing in Lafayette, which is where they are, and that is where we've seen upwards of a foot of snow, if not more, in some spots. So, these are some of the snowfall accumulation numbers that we've seen so far in Louisiana. Again, many areas around Lafayette are as high as 10 to 12 inches of snow. Some unofficial reports have been as high as 14 inches of snow around Lafayette. I've had a few viewers send in photos on Twitter of the various amount of snowfall that we've seen with different accumulation reports, and we've had a few areas near 14 inches of snow. So, again, this has been a historic winter storm, and it's still going. And if we go over to New Orleans right now, which has already seen a historic amount of snow at 14 inches of snow, we are looking at near blizzard conditions with how windy it is. And we are going in between buildings, so the wind is going to vary a little bit. But it is very windy here in New Orleans. And this is, again, in downtown. They're going toward... Connor's going towards Bourbon Street right now, from what I just heard.
Okay. Going to Bourbon Street. Don't worry, guys.
You need to work on your Cajun accent. I guess. Guess I gotta work on my Cajun accent. Is it not good enough?
see that light. Road work ahead. Yay. We got drifts in these little like alleyways. We got freaking drifts.
Nowhere near blizzard conditions. Well, keep in mind, again, in Louisiana and in the deep south, blizzard conditions are very different from blizzard conditions in like Kansas, for example. So for those that are not aware, like winter storm warnings, for example, the criteria is way lower in the deep south. Like, you only need 1 to 2 inches of snow for there to be a winter storm warning. You barely need anything, right? But for blizzard warnings, you also don't need that much snow, and the wind gusts need to be like around 35 miles per hour or higher. We aren't far from that in New Orleans. There are certain areas that have been seeing winds that high. We've seen snow drifts, blowing snow, all that sort of stuff. So we've actually been seeing some level here of blizzard conditions. We had blizzard warnings earlier, by the way, in like Lake Charles, for example. The conditions were not far off from what we're seeing here.
Oh, that guy just ate it. That guy just ate it. Go ahead. Go. Guy just ate it back there. All right. We're in the heart of French Quarter now.
Apparently somebody fell back there. I don't think I didn't see it. Where do these people find winter jackets there? That's a great question. I don't know where you can find a winter jacket.
Guys, I'd be
New
all
Orleans.
for getting out and talking to people, but I'm sick. I do not want to.
Yeah, I bet any like if there's a store that has winter jackets in New Orleans, what I bet they have is the highest prices out there. I have a feeling that if you go to a store that has apparel and you go to get a winter jacket, they are going to be gouged like crazy. Because, like, there's just no, like, winter jacket supply there, would be my guess.
Okay. I think we're in the heart of the French Quarter.
Yeah, you could get it on
now.
Amazon. You could always online shop. But, I mean, you would have to know this a couple days in advance, which I think most people did, but still. I don't think Atlanta will see significant accumulation, but I do think a couple of, or like a coating to maybe an inch or two are possible. If you are just tuning in, this is again New Orleans. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to hit the like button down below, subscribe to the channel. If you want to support our channel above and beyond, allowing us to do what we do here with tons of storm chasers and all that, you can support the page with the links in the description, including PayPal donations, Venmo, and you can also super chat, become a member. The best bang for your buck is becoming a member on the channel. That is the join button down below. Exclusive videos, live streams, and more. And don't forget, if you want a weather app to stay ahead of today's winter storm, you can download Radar Omega. It is the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. It's the weather app we've been using this entire stream. Storm chasers like Connor Croft and Storm Runner Media are live inside of the app as well. You can watch them there as well.
What a crazy place for a snowstorm. My goodness. God, they're just tuning in.
New Orleans is crazy.
We are live.
Sure is.
In downtown New Orleans.
I don't think anybody has ever seen this in New Orleans in their lifetime. I mean, like, the last time we had anything like this was back in 1963. It's been 62 years, and that wasn't even as significant as this is. We've already had 4 inches of snow. Most snow has ever fallen in New Orleans. I mean, this has just been a historic winter so far when it comes to winter storms.
Coming down again.
This is an example of that. This is over in Pensacola, Florida. This is, again, Pensacola, Florida. I'm not exaggerating when I say this is literally Florida right now. The snow is accumulating on the roadways in Pensacola. Absolutely bananas. And on the other hand, we have palm trees and Connor going through New Orleans. We'll go back full screen to him in a second. It works. Try again in a second. It's glitching out. Still got plenty of snow right now falling in eastern Louisiana, in and around the Lafayette area, Baton Rouge, and New Orleans. Again, heaviest of the snowfall is going to be moving into New Orleans over the next couple of hours. We have DBZ values around 30 to 35, which means heavy snowfall moving into New Orleans. Just to the south there, Slidell. And again, all moving in the direction of Gulfport and Mobile, Alabama, where several areas along the Gulf Coast have already picked up as much as 3 to 5 inches of snowfall. This is back to New Orleans, again, live, where we have significant snowfall accumulation. 4 inches of snow so far in New Orleans. This is in and around the downtown area near Bourbon Street, near the Caesars Superdome as well, which is where the New Orleans Saints play.
No, not really.
If it snows in Orlando, will you make a snow angel for us? It's not going to snow in Orlando. And even if there were snowflakes, they would melt when they hit the ground. It's going to be too warm.
Got some serious road work going on here in downtown. Oh my goodness. Jeez, this is terrible. I'm not coming back down this way, my goodness.
Well, Max, eat his words. Guys, it's not going to snow in Orlando, alright? If there's even a couple snowflakes, they're going to melt immediately.
Again, radar just looks like they're just going to keep getting pummeled here.
Looks like a regular day here. Hey, if you're in, like, North Dakota or anywhere that snows, like, half the winter, it's pretty normal. This is not normal at all for the Gulf Coast. This is the most abnormal winter storm I think we've ever seen along the Gulf Coast, which is really crazy to think. I mean, when you think about it, the amount of snow that has fallen here in, like, Louisiana, I mean, this has never happened. Or if it ever has happened, it was over, like, 100 years ago, before records were even being taken. You can tell it's abnormal by the amount of palm trees? Well, that's true.
Big wind.
Got a bunch of semi-trucks parked back over near the interstate. This is Storm Runner Media. Looks like this is over near Scott, Louisiana, around Lafayette. Tons of semi-trucks just parked off to the side. They're not even risking it on these roads. I don't know how long they're going to be there, but, like, the snow is winding down right now, and all of them are just parked there. Thank you, Darren, for the $5 super chat. I live in Maine, and so far New Orleans has more snow than I do. I know areas like Iowa are way below average on snowfall. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure. Let's check out Maine. Well, Maine has seen quite a bit of snowfall this year. This is how much snowfall Maine has had. I mean, right now it might be different, but like in general, it's been well over a foot of snow in many areas in Maine. But this is the crazy part. Like, if you look at this entire map, you'll find that, like, in the Central Plains even, like Kansas, there's areas like Colby and McCook that have only seen 1 to 2 inches of snow. Louisiana and southern Louisiana has seen as much as 12 inches of snowfall. Wait, Stormer Media rip one? Yeah, I wasn't listening. That was not me, trust me. I would have definitely said something. But back over here in Iowa, I mean, many areas have only seen like 2 to 4 inches of snow. I'll have to go back and watch the stream later. I didn't hear that.
That was pretty neat.
I have Connor's audio on. I didn't have Storm Intermedia's on. It was so loud. Oh, dude, I gotta go back and look. And Connor, this is live in New Orleans.
I want to find that shot I had of all the palm trees.
I'm trying to listen to see if I can hear it.
That was cool. Here it is.
Going back on my own audio.
Except we're not homebound.
Just pulled off on the side.
Rumble strips?
49, just getting out.
I'll timestamp this and come back later, because that's pretty funny if that happened. Let's see.
Yeah, now they're just pulled off on the side of 49, just getting out.
This is... It's like, let me pull up Connor here, and then... This is back over in Mobile, Alabama. Bro, what is this man doing? In Mobile, Alabama. Or actually, I think this might have been in Florida. This is from the National Weather Service of Mobile. They're calling this the, they're calling it their Florida man, so this had to have been in Mobile. But, that's the Florida man, apparently. Crazy. It is a winter wonderland right now over in southern Alabama, just to the north of Crestview, Florida. It looks beautiful out there. This is one of the live cameras. This is the Radar Omega Cyclone port on the Radar Omega app. And you can check these cameras out. Get the base version of the app. The top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Lots of snow falling. We've already seen several inches of snow here in southern Alabama. Again, this is an area that could have as much as 6 to 8 inches of snow by the time this winter storm is all said and done. And again, so far this winter storm has been overperforming across the deep south. We've had many areas strike as much as a foot of snow, and across the board, it's just an overperforming winter storm. There's no other way to put it. Alright, we'll go back to Connor, who is in... Alright, that's Storm Media. We'll go to Storm Media here for a second. They are currently on I-10, going eastbound near Scott, Louisiana. Or actually, I think they're going north on I-49. No, never mind. They are going north on I-49.
It's not exit 4.
Roads are very slick out there. Very minimal cars on the roadway as well here. Again, we'll go back to Connor, who is in New Orleans. So again, in downtown New Orleans. We'll stay on Connor. I'm going to take a quick 60-second break. We'll be right back. Don't forget, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe, and we'll be back in just a moment.
If you guys are just tuning in, welcome in. Continued live coverage from New Orleans. Yeah, I mean, New Orleans is you already got at least 4 inches of snow in New Orleans, so I mean, this is definitely historic.
All right, we are back. Shout out to Roger, by the way, with the $5 Venmo. I missed that from earlier. Asking about Columbus, Georgia. I think about 4 to 6 inches of snow is realistic for the Columbus, Georgia area.
Big time snow totals here.
4 to 6 inches of snow in Columbus, Georgia. Hot chocolate and omelet? Whoa. Yummy. That sounds pretty good. Hey, Max, I heard you have a cat. Yeah, she's meowing right now next to me. I don't think you guys can hear it, but she's actively meowing. Quick little update on what we are expecting for the rest of today. This is the latest model data that is coming in now. Just to kind of give you an idea of what's going to be happening. This is, again, the latest data, so it'll give you a more accurate representation of what will be happening throughout the rest of today. Eventually, by 3 to 4 o'clock, the light to moderate snow will be extending from New Orleans all the way back through Georgia, Alabama, and South Carolina. Tallahassee, Florida, you got a couple hours until you start to see some legitimate snowfall come down. By around 5 to 6 o'clock tonight, sleet and freezing rain is falling from Tallahassee back through Wilmington. We have snow that's going to be falling across several different states, including the Carolinas, Georgia, Alabama, and Florida. By around 9 to 10 o'clock tonight, we are talking about snow across basically the entire East Coast. This is going to go from Cape Cod all the way back through the Carolinas. Now, keep in mind, Cape Cod, we're not really expecting much snow up there. It'll just be very light snow. The more significant light, moderate, and even at times heavy snow will be located from around Panama City, Florida, back into Jacksonville, Wilmington, and Greenville, North Carolina by around 10 o'clock tonight. We'll also have freezing rain and sleet falling near I-95 and I-10 near Live Oak and Jacksonville, Florida. Eventually, by about midnight tonight, that snow continues to ramp up, especially in South Carolina and eastern Georgia, where we are expecting upwards of 4 to 8 inches of snow in these areas. Again, this winter storm has been overperforming. Eventually, into the early overnight hours, notice how the snow gets confined really just to the coastlines of both Wilmington, Jacksonville, and also back through Charleston, South Carolina. And there will also still be freezing rain and sleet falling near Jacksonville and Palm Coast, Florida, and there is a chance that we'll see a transition to heavy snowfall in Jacksonville by the tail end of this event. By about 6 to 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, we still have freezing rain, sleet, and snow falling back over around Jacksonville and Palm Coast, and the snow will be winding down up and down the East Coast by around 7 in the morning, and then we're done with this as we get closer to 9 to 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So how much snow can we expect? I'm going to show you two different graphics. I'll show you a general map first on Radar Omega, then we'll show you a one with the numbers as well. Let's go to snowfall accumulation. Just kind of plotted on the map here, so you get a general idea. The brighter, the darker colors like purple and stuff like that will represent more significant snowfall accumulation. Basically, if you're anywhere in the purple, you can expect 4 to 8 inches of snow. That includes Wilmington, Southport, Charleston, Dothan, Albany, Brunswick even, and Savannah, Georgia. All those areas can expect around 4 to 8 inches of snow. And again, this is an overperforming winter storm, so we are expecting some more significant snowfall accumulation numbers. Areas like southeast Louisiana likely to see at least another 2 to 4 inches of snow on top of what we've already seen. Let me show you on here just an idea of the numbers though, just so you can see it a little bit more clearly. Let's see, is this the right map? It is not. Let's go to here, let's go to HRRR. And so this is a better idea of like the numbers that you can end up seeing out of this winter storm. I'm gonna be honest, I think some of these are high. Like, I don't think we're gonna see a widespread area here between 8 to 12 inches of snow along the coastline of Georgia and South Carolina, but I think a few isolated locations could end up picking around 8 to 12 inches of snow up. I just don't think it's gonna be as widespread as the HRRR model is showing, but generally speaking, anywhere in the purple or pink or anything like that, or even the white, you can essentially expect around 4 to 8 inches of snowfall out of this winter storm. The divide is very sharp here in Florida. If we zoom into Florida, just to give you a better idea of this crazy dividing line between significant snowfall and like no snow, This is Jacksonville right here. The HRRR thinks we're going to see upwards of almost a half a foot of snow in Jacksonville. I don't really buy that. I think 2 to 4 inches is realistic right now. But notice if you go like 30 miles south, we have no snow falling. So it is going to be a very sharp divide. And some people will be very upset with seeing no snow here in northern Florida. Some will be very excited. It's a very sharp line between seeing some snow and no snow, because a lot of this will end up being freezing rain and sleet. So keep that in mind. Again, I know people are going to be commenting on my video tomorrow morning saying I'm very disappointed I saw no snow here in Gainesville, Florida, or wherever you might be up in northern Florida. I'm expecting that because, again, it's a very sharp dividing line. It's a very tricky forecast. A half a degree difference could make the difference between you seeing 3 to 6 inches of snow and seeing hardly anything. So, I mean, for reference, this was 12 hours ago on the HRRR. It's been pretty consistent, but it has shifted just the slightest bit, it looks like, north. So, very, very minor difference there. All right, let's go back to Connor, who's in New Orleans. And this is in downtown New Orleans, Louisiana, where heavy snowfall continues, and it will continue for the next couple of hours. Historic snowfall has fallen here.
Visibility is terrible.
We are now
here.
up near a total of... We are currently up near a total of 4 inches of snow. Let me check and see if that number's updated. But we're up near 4 inches of snow right now, and we are fully expecting that to continue to increase here in New Orleans, which, again, the record for daily snowfall in New Orleans previously was 2.7 inches of snow. And look at that, blowing snow. That was a big gust of wind right there. But the official number as of approximately an hour and a half ago is 4 inches in New Orleans. We're probably up to a half a foot in New Orleans now, if I had to guess.
I'm just gonna do a loop around the casino for the 40th time today, and then hit one of the side roads like Mackenzie or Bourbon.
4 inches on the ground, my base housing in New Orleans. If you guys do have any photos or videos of snowfall accumulation reports, anything, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. And we are relaying those reports. We'll be retweeting some stuff on Twitter. And again, you can at me on Twitter with any sort of reports that you have, any photos, videos, anything like that. This is from Lee Garrett in Ferry Pass, Florida. It's still hard to believe this, that we are seeing snow in Florida. This is Florida. I mean, right now, Ferry Pass, Florida. Lee Garrett, that's crazy. And this is also out of Bourg, Louisiana, about 6 miles from Houma, and it's still heavy snow. This is a measurement that somebody got near 11 inches of snowfall. Wow. Only going to keep going up for a lot of these areas. Here's a measurement in southeast Texas. I'm going to be honest. This is the hardest ruler to read in human history. That's about 5.5 inches of snow from Aaron on Twitter. If you don't look really closely at that, you cannot tell how much snow fell because the ruler is impossible to read. But once again, if you have any photos, you can get me on Twitter. I'll keep looking here as we go back to Connor, who's in New Orleans.
Keep on driving.
How tall am I? I'm 8'7".
Got 7,400 of you guys riding along with us.
Was that the highest totals so far? Northwest of Lafayette, the highest official number is 10.5 inches, but I've seen many areas over 12 to 14 inches of snow.
We're about to hit, all right, we did hit 125,000 subs. So that's
hey, Steven,
awesome.
There's no reason to get hostile in the chat. I literally just talked about Florida not even 5 minutes ago. I've been talking about Florida a lot. Bro put an F-bomb and also an A-bomb in the chat. Bro. I literally just talked about it.
Yeah, every one of these.
Bro was obviously not watching the right stream.
Some are blinking. Some are not. Some are green, some are just stuck red.
Let's go to Storm Intermedia. They got a car that's stuck. Yet again, another car that is stuck. This one looks like it's in the ditch. Looks like it's been there for a while. That does not look new. But maybe it is. I don't know. Bro, that literally is just stuck there.
I mean, I'm just now pulling away.
You will still probably catch me.
Guess there's just nobody in that car? Maybe? I think they might be turning around to see.
That's where we are.
Rice Clinics of America? What?
Maybe not. That did not look like there was anybody in the car.
I thought
So
my head was a little itchy.
what?
No.
Well, I saw that. That looked like it's been there for a while. Cheese curd wants attention.
Though, guys, I went and checked over on the window. Car wasn't on, so that was my first guess that more than likely it was abandoned.
Go back to Connor in New Orleans. Apparently there's a photographer in the middle of the
Big
road.
old flakes coming down again. Sounds like Connor needs a nap. Connor's sick.
I don't know if you guys can hear my
Probably
cat
does need a
meowing.
nap,
I don't know if it
but
picks
it's
up on my mic. He's pretty relentless right now.
Because of the wind.
Plumbers will be able to
and the amount
retire
of
in the
people
next few
still out
weeks.
driving on the road, even though
I
there's
hate to
5
say
inches
it, but
of snow,
I mean
the
they're in
back
for a
roads
field
like
day
this,
with this winter
a lot of it's
storm.
compacted down, and the wind has blown a lot of it off the roads and onto, you know, the roads that are not oriented with the wind. So, let's see, what direction are we facing now? We're facing northeast right now.
Saw cheese curd. Did she jump
So the
down
wind
into
has
the
taken care of
background?
a lot of the snow on this road, and it's pushed
All over the
on
place
to
right now.
the east-west roads rather than the north-south. Can this light turn green or what?
Cannot hear the cat meows. This is an issue.
How many
To be honest, I don't think it's that big of an issue.
I got two shovels.
Let's go over to Brandon Kopic on I-49. He's going northbound, I believe, right now. Roads are still very slick across much of Louisiana. Storm Media's in the same area. We'll go back to Connor. He's back to driving here. That's the wrong number. Your cat needs its own microphone? Or if my cat had its own microphone, that'd be kind of crazy. Thank you, Rocket, for the $5 super chat. How much snow we're going to see in Monroe County, Florida? I just went through snowfall accumulation, so if you want to go back a few minutes, you can. I'll just quickly glance at it, though. Dude, there's no way you're bringing me over to Key West. Right? I looked up Monroe County, and that's Key West. Are we trolling? I know Florida's seeing snow, but there's no way we're trolling. I had no clue where that was.
Back into the French Quarter we go, chat. Oh.
Alright, let me see if we have any other photos on Twitter that are coming in. Getting a report of 8 inches of snow in Covington, Louisiana. One of the latest things I'm seeing here. Snow is beginning to ramp up right now in Georgia. We are getting reports now that snow is hitting the ground in Georgia. It wasn't initially, but over the last hour or two, the snow is really starting to ramp up now. We are starting to see at least light snow. This is in Rockdale County, Georgia. It's really ramping up. You can see a couple of snowflakes coming out of the sky. That dry air that's been in the middle of the or like kind of in the lower side of the atmosphere has been evaporating a lot of the snow. But it is now starting to snow. We are starting to see some snowflakes coming out of the sky. Not much yet, but it will continue to ramp up over the next couple of hours. A lot of dry air is in the lower half of the atmosphere. This is a better look at that. This is in Baldwin County at the school district here in central Georgia on the Radar Omega Cyclone Port. Snow is beginning to ramp up now. So we are officially seeing some snow now in Georgia. So if you were waiting for snow, here it is. We also have another camera back over in Jefferson County, and this snow is even a little bit heavier, a little bit further east in Jefferson County. Thank you, Bob, for the $20 super chat. Thanks for your continued weather insights. Member now for 18 months. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you for being a member of the channel. Thank you for the generous $20 super chat. How much will Atlanta see? Probably a coating to an inch. Go over to Connor, see what he's doing here.
They're going to get it just in time for me to get out and push them. Good for them. Good for them.
I guess he was stuck. Now he's unstuck.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Martin, for the $20 super chat. When's graduation? It's in May, I think. I appreciate that. Thanks for watching on your third monitor at work. Appreciate you tuning in.
Hey, I'm not being negative. I'm being realistic, just in case that actually happens. I'm thinking of the scenarios.
Okay.
Snow has started in Augusta, Georgia. Thank you for the report.
Garrett.
You have some exciting news, by the way, coming soon.
What the hell is going on with
we are going to, it's still in the making, but we are currently planning on having a 24/7 live radar. I'm not sure if it'll actually be like 24/7 or we're just gonna have it on during like big events. It would be on our second channel, which the link to that is in the description below, which is more max velocity. We may do it 24/7 or we may just do it for big events, but we do have a 24/7 radar that we are working on. The plan right now is that it'll be up by March. We're making strides at it. We've been making improvements to it, trying to get it ready to actually be presentable and all that, so stay tuned. And I'll let you know with any progress that comes along with that. It should be pretty exciting, especially for severe weather events and when I'm like not able to go live, or you know, if I get off early or whatever it might be. Thank you, Samantha, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Tefa, for the $5 super chat. Any clue what Bluntstown, Florida might get snow-wise? I'll find out where that is. You'll probably end up seeing 3 to 6 inches. I wouldn't be surprised with a couple of areas around you being higher than that, though.
They're starting to like actually like.
Am I seriously 8'7"? Guys, if I was 8'7", I'm pretty sure I'd be the tallest man in the world.
There's a ton of people out running around.
And you would probably know about me because of that.
Yeah, the amount of people that are out like walking around and taking pictures is it's almost entertaining itself.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, some people down here may have actually never seen
snow in Ocala. I hate to break it to you, but I don't think we're going to see much snow in Ocala. I don't think we'll see any snow, honestly, in Ocala. It's just too far south. Gainesville might, but it's kind of on the edge.
Stand by one. I'm going to pull a state trooper out.
Sounds like Brandon Kopic's about to pull a state trooper out. Go to Brandon Kopic. Apparently, he is currently about to pull a state trooper out.
Fox, you might want to get this. I'm about to pull a state
Apparently,
trooper
a state trooper got stuck. Again, Brandon Kopic is live on Radar Omega and on YouTube. You can watch him on the Radar Omega app by downloading the app with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Once Kopic has a clear view of it, we'll go back to him. Let me go back to Stormrunner Media, who is not far from them. They are currently on I-49 as well, near Scott, Louisiana.
Yeah, he's 5 5.5 miles in front of us, so I don't think we're gonna be there for that.
Just be like, this car decided to take a nap.
Decided to take a nap, huh?
Back to Connor. Anything in Nashville, Tennessee? Probably not. Might get a few snowflakes, that'll be about it. Thank you, David, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Alright, let's go back to Brandon. He now has a view of this. I think Brandon may have just gotten the state trooper out, or he's about to. He's pulling it out right now. So Brandon Kopic coming to the rescue, pulling out a state trooper. Common Brandon Kopic W. Does it ever snow like this in Louisiana? No. We never see snow like this in Louisiana.
I'm another 74 Mike, sending on Mills.
Corey Gherkin is reporting that people are driving on the wrong side of the road in New Orleans. Like, they have no clue what they're doing. Just to show what snow does. Connor is here in New Orleans right now. This is, again, live.
See, we'll take a look at radar here in a second again, but I mean, it's just back building across.
Do you have a view of Lake
New
Charles?
Orleans.
We do. I don't think anything's happening there though anymore.
All
I think
the
it's
heaviest snow.
winding down. The majority of the snow has moved out.
It's actually crazy to see.
For those that are wondering, by the way, for those that watch our streams often, whenever I have an ear pod in, that's not because I'm listening to music. I'm listening to Chasers.
This is
It is a new feature of the channel. It'll probably
widespread
stay that way so I can actually
overachiever.
hear people easily. So,
Oh yeah. Still not grasping the fact that this is the Gulf Coast and doing this.
just FYI. Shout out
Yeah,
to,
it's pretty crazy.
can't remember the name.
It's like hard to grasp that I'm driving around in French Quarter in New Orleans and there's like 5 inches of snow and heavy winds, or like strong winds.
Huge shout out to
blowing
Jeff
snow. It's
with the
ridiculous.
Venmo that was able to pay for these AirPods. It helps out a lot for our streams. Do appreciate that.
Storm Patrol 6, look out.
If Jeff is here. We came through and got them.
Is out and on his way.
Say state trooper or storm trooper?
State trooper. I just pulled a state trooper.
Bro called it
out.
heavy winds.
Oh, I thought you were pulling a stormtrooper out.
Go back to Brandon Kopic. The police car is still behind him.
Yeah, he
Oh, nope,
gave
never
me
mind.
his
Not anymore.
business card. I
Oopsie.
was like, man, you can text me. He's like, don't worry about it. You need
Let's go back
anything, let me know.
to
He goes,
Connor. I think he's still
You can
behind him,
text
but
me.
I
He's
think we
like,
got him
don't
out.
worry about it. You need it.
Cut out Brandon, but we've got 8,000 people riding along with us. My goodness. Welcome in, everybody. If you're new to the channel, make sure to smash that
He's
sub.
probably heading up to this accident on 90 as well, or 190, excuse me.
Smash the sub button if you're not subscribed.
Honestly,
to the channel, everybody.
you could basically call these police officers stormtroopers today. It just it just vibes with the snow aspect, you know?
Yikes. I still think I'm like 3 miles behind you.
As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Click the bell icon down below so you're notified with the latest weather updates and live streams. Also, don't forget to like the stream. We are 1,700 likes away from 10,000. We are a little over 90% now of the way to 1 million subscribers. You missed it. We did hit
this is
a
ridiculous.
whopping... Wow, look how windy it is here in New Orleans. We did hit 900,000 subscribers earlier in the stream.
Just ridiculous.
Appreciate everybody that watches the channel and has been subscribed in a crazy year.
Again, guys, look at the fire hose. Fire hose of snow just shooting up to New Orleans, right to our location. It's not stopping.
Well, it looks like on live radar right now, heavy snowfall currently happening near Gulfport, New Orleans, and then back through Mobile. I think we have some new updates on snowfall accumulation. Let's check that out so far. These are some of the reports that have come out in terms of snowfall accumulation. I just want to throw this out there, not related to what's happening down to the south, but we've had 48 inches of snow that has fallen just east of Lake Ontario from the lake effect snow that's happening. That is actually insane. 4 feet of snow. That has not really been talked about much. We've mentioned it in a couple of our videos, but that's just crazy. But so far, areas like Grand Lake, Louisiana, up to 8 inches of snowfall. Back over near Lafayette, we have many areas ranging from 8 to 12 inches of snow. We've had many areas over 8 inches of snow at this point. I think we have a couple of areas that are currently underestimated in terms of total snowfall accumulation. And then back over here near New Orleans, again, 4 inches of snow as of about 2 hours ago. And then back over near Mobile and in parts of southern Mississippi, many areas so far, at least around 1 to 3 inches of snow, or near 5 inches of snow now in Mobile, Alabama. Let me see what the record is for Mobile, because Mobile is definitely getting up there in terms of total snowfall accumulation. See what the record is for Mobile. The highest ever in Mobile, Alabama in a single day was 3.6 inches of snow on February 9th of 1973. So this winter storm has already dumped more snow. That is, again, breaking a record. I mean, this is just shattering records left and right now in the Deep South. This is back to New Orleans.
About 20 minutes ago. But that 8.1 said in 1895.
Thank you, Money, for
Honestly,
the super chat.
The way it's snowing right now, I'm looking at radar, I don't see how they don't break it.
The attitude I want to hear, cheesecake.
Well, I feel like they got more than 5 inches.
New Orleans is going for the record.
I've been doing this for a while here.
New Orleans has actually already hit the record, by the way. I know Connor said it. They're going for it. They've already hit the record.
Reading the METAR, that was the report from the weather service, or the airport.
Oh, not the METAR.
Yeah, where's Max? Surprised he's not chiming in yet, METAR.
It's an inside joke. I don't think a lot of you guys would get
Garrett
it.
loves his
Let's call him
METAR
Garrett
data.
METAR. Orlando's gonna have some Disney magic, meaning that there's not gonna be any snow there. I don't know if that's really magical or not. It might be magical if you want to go to school or work on Wednesday.
What? Still got big flakes coming down, chat.
Peace. There's cold rain in St. Augustine so far. It will transition later tonight. E-skirt is now laying in my lap. Savannah, Georgia. Savannah, Georgia will probably see at
we're in
least
the
a few
warehouse
inches of snow.
district
I would say
now.
3 to 6 is realistic. You guys want to see cheese curd?
My ears are so clogged, chat, it's not even funny. I cannot hear. I rolled my window down and I was like, why don't I hear anything? All I could hear was like the faint sound of it rolling down. One way this way. Alright, I don't really know if I want to go into the Garden District.
Well, that shatter the record.
We'll see.
I don't know what the record was in Lafayette. What was Lafayette's, like, highest amount?
Downtown.
Let's go over to Corey Gherkin as well. He's in New Orleans as well.
Downtown is an absolute ghost town.
Pretty much a ghost town out here.
Here.
Stream's a little bit laggy. That is New Orleans for you. It is pretty much a ghost town out there. Nobody's on the roadways, or at least very minimal cars on the roadways. On a normal day, there's a lot more traffic than this. It's a good thing that most people did stay home today. We got some interesting stuff happening on this camera. This is in New Orleans at Williams. What is going on here? See the people? There's like 6 or 7 people right now just on, it looks like the interstate. I don't know what's going on here. Might be sledding. Might be getting the kayaks out. Going sledding with a kayak. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how safe this is, especially since I don't think this is a fully closed off road, but there you go. Very interesting. The camera has now moved, so it's not showing those people anymore. I don't think they want us to know what's happening there. All right, let's go back to we'll go back to Connor. Hey, UPS for the $10 super chat. Where do I need to go in Florida to see snow tomorrow? Leaving tonight to go see. Well, be careful because there will be some ice on the roadways, but Tallahassee, Panama City, Crestview, basically anywhere in the Florida Panhandle up here, you can expect at least some level of snowfall. This is the latest thinking on terms of at least where the most significant snow will be. It is a question whether we will actually see 8 to 12 inches of snow along the Georgia and Carolina coastline, but there will be plenty of snow here across the board. I think 4 to 8 inches is a realistic forecast for most areas that are in purple or pink.
Confused. A tricycle with 2 wheels would be a bicycle. I'm very confused what's happening.
No, it was just a tricycle, but instead I called it a bicycle with 2 back wheels instead of just calling it a tricycle. Like I said, I was having a moment.
Will I get snow? To be determined.
Tricycle, got it.
I could get a couple snowflakes and we could call it snow.
Everything that I've looked at
You never know.
says the New Orleans record is 8 inches in 1895.
Greg said storm total was 17 or something like that. I don't think we'll be beating that, but oh no, there's a snowplow stuck over here.
Yeah, I want to get this on our camera. I don't know if I can though without her jumping. He is currently, she's kneading. All my face cam set up though.
I forgot that tricycles exist. That's the type. That's how long this day has felt.
My roof camera on it. Yeah, I just got on 190. I can't believe it. Plowing face made it to the ditchy ditch.
And she just jumped down. Alright, we got our camera next time in case she does that again. Alright.
I thought that was pretty funny.
I feel like I wasn't around for the plowing.
We got the people back? Oh, wait, let's go back to that camera. The, New Orleans camera on I-10 at Williams. There are people on the road. Possibly sledding, having a snowball fight, or doing something. I don't know. Very top of your screen. That's like a group of like 6 people there. Thank you, Brian, for the super chat. Charleston, South Carolina, probably around 3 to 6 inches. And that's what live radar looks like right now. We got heavy snowfall across most of southern Alabama, now into the Florida Panhandle. This is a live camera on the Radar Omega app, where it is a winter wonderland in southern Alabama. Just pouring buckets, really, of snow right now. We are expecting around 4 to 8 inches of snow in southern Alabama, including this particular area, which is just north of Crestview, Florida, just east of Evergreen, east of Interstate 65. It's this little icon right here. But again, we are seeing a lot more snowfall now near Pensacola and Crestview, Florida. Some heavy pockets of snow as well, right where I just circled Pensacola and Crestview. New Orleans and Baton Rouge, we still got a little bit of snow left. Again, a heavy snow will continue in New Orleans for the next few hours. If you're back over near Lafayette or Baton Rouge, there is still snow out there, but it is going to be winding down as we continue to go throughout the rest of this afternoon. Snow will continue in Baton Rouge for a couple more hours. Lafayette, you got about 30 minutes left until we're basically done with most of the snowfall. This is what it looks like out there just south of Lafayette right now. Around 8 to 12 inches of snow fell in this area. Very little cars on the roadways right now. We got 1 car bottom left of your screen, and that's it. Otherwise, snow is beginning to wind down. Just a few snowflakes left. And that's really it. I mean, we're not expecting much more in that area. Further east, again, New Orleans, we're seeing plenty of snow out there. We got Connor Croft there, bottom right of your screen, in New Orleans, where we have already seen 4 to 6 inches of snow. Very easily could get near 8 inches of snow when this winter storm is all said and done. So this major snowstorm, and very historic snowstorm, will continue for the next several hours. Back over in southern Mississippi, this is at the University of Southern Mississippi. The snow has come to a screeching halt for the time being, but it will ramp up again here very soon. For the time being, though, a lot of snow already on the ground, and by the looks of it, probably about 1 to 2 inches in most spots. Roadways actually are not currently snowed over at the University of Southern Mississippi. The Forest County Emergency Management Office, same thing, just south there of the university. We have snow on the ground. A little bit of snow on the roadways as well, but once again, the snow is right around 1 to 2 inches there, and then back over near Columbia, Mississippi, same thing here. We have a little dry slot that's currently moving through, so that's going to kind of leave a lot less snowfall falling for the next little while, but it should ramp up again here soon. See this right here, a lot of dry air near Macomb, Bogalusa, and into really all of southwestern Mississippi, so that's going to limit how much snow we see for the next little while. And this is the Jackson County Office of Emergency Management. If it pulls up, I don't think it will. But once that camera comes back, we'll look at that. That is right along the coastline. Snow is ramping up in Georgia right now. We got light to moderate snowfall now moving into Georgia as the dry air is subsiding. A lot more moisture is moving into Georgia. That will allow for this snow to actually reach the ground. Heaviest pocket of snow is right now right along I-85, moving in the direction of Atlanta, Georgia. This is in Baldwin County School District. Notice right now we do have a lot more snow here falling than we had before. Nothing accumulating yet, but it will accumulate probably in a couple of hours. It's going to take a little bit of time since the ground is wet, and also the temperature is 30 degrees. So overall, the ground's a little bit warmer than 30 degrees more than likely, which is basically meaning that the snow is not yet accumulating. And then further to the east, over in Jefferson County at the Emergency Management Office, we are also looking at a little bit of light snow, some accumulation out in the grass, a little dusty coating, and then back up near the Atlanta area, no accumulation, no snow really yet, but we should see that ramp up here pretty soon. So that's what we're looking at across the board. And then also back over in Texas, we're done in Texas. This is in Dickinson, Texas, where a lot of snow fell. The temperature is already above freezing. Keep in mind, a lot of the snow that we are seeing right now will melt by tonight or tomorrow morning. So again, enjoy it while it lasts. This is in Texas City. There was a full-blown 1 to 2 inches of snow on this rooftop before. It's already melting. I mean, again, it's 33 degrees or so around the Houston area. So a lot of the snow is going to melt very quickly. The problem is with that, it could lead to black ice tonight. So if you are traveling, you really should probably wait until tomorrow to do so.
Snowing where I'm at.
That's what I've been talking about, Corey.
Go back to Connor, who again is in New Orleans right now, where we have a record-breaking amount of snow here. Most snow in a given day in history for New Orleans.
You were dealing with out here for the last few hours. Oh my gosh.
Looks like you got a little plow trying to clear out the road a little bit. At this point, I would just wait for it to melt.
Guy just straight up Lidl's right into my lane. Like, wow.
You Lidl'd in your lane?
He just straight up like whips it into the left lane and then like comes to a stop because he's gonna make a left turn. Like, hey, you could have made this decision earlier, bro.
As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. Click the bell icon down below so you're notified with the latest updates. And today's stream, again, is brought to you by Radar Omega. If you want a weather app to stay ahead of today's winter storm, you can check it out at the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. It is the weather app we've been using this entire stream. Has live radar, has all sorts of live cameras and storm chasers inside the app. And if you download the base version, which is $8.99 on iOS and Android, you get all of those features. And if you want to become a subscriber inside of the app, you can get computer models and satellite data embedded in this as well. Again, go ahead and check that out. Top link in the description below. Highly recommend it. Appreciate them sponsoring today's live stream.
We'll be able to go faster anytime soon.
Go back to Connor, and actually we're gonna go to Corey. Corey is currently pushing a car out, it looks like.
I mean, I'm doing about 40. It's
of the snow. This is in New Orleans. A little laggy, but he is pushing it out. Without a problem. Kind of. And without a problem for them, for us, we can't see it. But they looks like they just pushed that car out in New Orleans.
Somebody almost got the Corey Gergen treatment, but hey, it's all right. We're making
progress.
progress.
There was about five or six of them that were pushing that car out.
The road up here. What the heck happened?
Wait, what's the Corey Gergen treatment? What'd I miss?
Most assy miss.
The Northeast are becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Reports of snow in Richlands, North Carolina already. That's near the coast. It will take a little bit of time to really stack up, but...
Man, this person is walking in the middle of the road and just completely crap.
Yeah, I've seen a couple people do that. They walk across the road and it's slicker than the sidewalk and they don't expect it.
Well, now there's laying partially on the road.
Oh, I see you. I'm right behind you. I see who you're talking about.
Greg, I apologize that everybody in New York has to listen to us right now.
Hey, Clean White for the $10 super chat. What will it look like in Raleigh, North Carolina? You're probably not going to get much more than a coating or an inch. I don't really expect any accumulation up there. Like, that's significant. It'll be significant enough to keep probably some people off the roadways, but... It won't be anything like what we're seeing in Louisiana, for example, where there's 4 to 8 inches of snow. This is New Orleans. Yes, if you are just tuning in, this is New Orleans. Shocks you as much as it shocks me.
Glad I came into the city. This is just fantastic.
On camera again? Guys are just tuning in. Welcome in. Live coverage continues here from downtown New Orleans.
I'm gonna make progress and get there. I am making progress though, because I can see the backside of the band in front of me, so not doing too bad.
This is back over near Williams right now. Again, just almost near zero visibility right now on I-10 in New Orleans. It's very treacherous conditions out there. Again, definitely don't travel if you don't have to. And this is back over in red. This is at the Red Level camera in Red Level, Alabama. It is literally a snowfest right now. In Red Level, Alabama. Tons of snow falling.
Honestly, not sure if there's a cooler place along the Gulf Coast to cover a freak snowstorm.
You know, imagine.
New Orleans.
I feel like this is gonna happen someday.
Like the scenery.
But imagine if
such, like,
Miami
a and cool thing.
saw a winter storm like this.
Oh, I know. Like, I'm probably gonna hang out here.
Just thinking about it, you know.
Like, it's insane.
Imagine
like,
if they had a winter
just
storm.
here with the palm trees and everything into the,
It's very far south. It's almost impossible for that to happen, but it would be kind of crazy.
Yeah, I honestly wish that they didn't close 90 and we could have just tracked down there. That would have been a lot more entertaining.
Snow is beginning to fall right now in Georgia, by the way, over in Atlanta, Georgia.
I gotta hope my
The first report of snowflakes is coming out of there.
I can't tell where the rover's at. I smoked the freaking median curve, so hopefully I don't run into that mess up.
This is over in Florida. This is from Ben Williams in Florida. Little shot. The Ron John Surf Shop. It is snowing in Florida. I mean, palm trees, the Florida flag, and everything being in the same shot is just so weird. Probably have some falling iguanas too somewhere. If you guys have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Let's go back to Connor here. Got a few more people out on the roadways here in New Orleans. A few more people than before. Thank you, Heather, for the $10 super chat. Snow is picking up in Augusta, Georgia. Appreciate the report. Thank you, UPS, for the $10 super chat. How much snow is expected in Crawfordsville,
These winter
Florida?
changes just help fund the severe weather season.
Check it out. Crawfordsville, near Tallahassee, you'll probably at least see around 2 to 4 inches of snow. Maybe 5 to 6 in a couple spots.
No turn left one way. I can turn left here to do a U-turn. Alright guys, I'm gonna rip these wipers for a second, try and fling off some of the ice.
Why is
off.
Mr. Dibble here? Shouldn't you be working? Or just decide not to show up to work today.
Guys, they're just tuning in. We're still live from New Orleans. It is just dumping. Just dumping snow in New Orleans still.
Table for the 4-month membership? Bro, I'm not doing 5 big booms. I am not the Costco guys. What are the long-term effects for this? I mean, a lot of the effects are going to be pretty short-term. I mean, they're going to last a day or two, and then they're kind of done. Because a lot of the snow is going to melt tomorrow. We shouldn't have much snow on the ground after tomorrow.
Oh, I think we're back by Voodoo Chicken.
Show you a snow depth map. Give you an idea of what we're looking at. So this here is the amount of snow that'll probably be on the ground tomorrow morning. All right, so many areas in Louisiana, the snow will still be on the ground. I mean, we're talking around 8 to 12 inches of snow in many areas. Into the southeast, many areas from 6 to 12 inches of snow. So there's plenty of snow on the ground, all right? But here's the thing. As we go into tomorrow after, dinner time, a lot of the snow is going to melt. I mean, there will be very little snow on the ground. I honestly don't even think this much snow will still be on the ground by tomorrow night. I think a lot of it's going to be melted off. I don't think we're going to have much snow left. Louisiana may still have a little bit more snow on the ground than other places, but all of this should be melted no later than Thursday. I don't see this being on the ground later than Thursday for most of these areas, because if you look at the temperatures, and there will also be sunshine that'll help melt it quicker. Tomorrow, not many areas are going to be below freezing throughout tomorrow afternoon. And even if you are below freezing, the snow is still going to melt from the sun. So, I mean, the sun can still melt this snow, not as fast, but it can still melt it. And then eventually, by Thursday, everybody in Louisiana is into the 40s, including Mississippi and Alabama, and even parts of Georgia and up and down the East Coast. So a lot of these areas will not have snow on the ground beyond tomorrow. Now, if we look at the European model for this, the snow depth, I'm guessing it's going to be quite similar on how fast it melts. No, actually, it's not. It shows it being here all the way until Tuesday of next week. I doubt that, for everybody. But I think a lot of the snow, again, will melt no later than Thursday. A few areas, like in North Carolina and South Carolina, it could sit there for a few more days beyond Thursday. As it is naturally going to be a bit colder over there. The cold air mass that we have coming in, it's actually going to linger on the East Coast a little bit longer. And that will kind of keep things a little bit colder to allow for that snow to stay there longer.
Pull off for a second. Jeez. What day am I headed back? Headed back where?
Thank you, John, for the $10 Venmo. Appreciate that. It's not snowing in Panama City yet. It will soon. That's what a live radar looks like. The snow right now and the sleet, mostly snow, but a little bit of sleet back over near Destin. Same thing near Crestview. It's going to be moving in over the next hour or two, though. We are not far from seeing some snowfall in Panama City. You know what's crazy is that Perry, Florida, all within the last 12 months, not even, in the last 6 months, has seen a landfalling Hurricane Helene and will also see snow, which is pretty crazy. Landfalling hurricanes and snow within the same 6-month period is actually very rare, because most hurricanes make landfall on the Gulf Coast, and we usually don't see snow along the Gulf Coast. So, pretty rare stuff. Go back over to Corey Gherkin, who is in downtown New Orleans.
Oh my god, guys, look at this.
It's dumping.
This is freaking incredible.
New Jersey isn't going to get anything. You'll get maybe some light snow tonight, but nothing really that accumulates too much. It'll be mostly along the coast. Nothing to write home about. We are 45 subscribers away from 901,000. If you are new to the channel, don't forget to hit the red button down below and subscribe.
Kurt, what's going on?
There is a chance if we continue to see more winter storms. I don't know if we will. But if we do continue to see winter storms, we could hit 1 million subscribers in February. It is possible.
What it's about.
The chances and the odds are low, but it's definitely possible.
Block. It's real slushy, but it's going to turn to ice tonight. There ain't no doubt.
Brandon Kopic is currently driving on Highway 190 along Storm Intermedia. Not as much snow further to the north. Again, the amount of snow comparatively from I-10 to Highway 49, or Highway 190, which is only about 15 miles apart, the amount of snow is vastly different. We are looking at maybe 1 to 5 inches in this area, compared to what was upwards of 8 to 12 inches, only 15 to 20 miles further south. Gives you an idea of, you know, the dividing line, again, between significant snow and, I mean, still somewhat significant snow down here, but obviously a lot less significant.
I mean, I think
so pretty interesting stuff.
Dumped on right now.
We go back over to St. Bernard in New Orleans on I-610. The bridges and roadways are completely snowed over. Again, it is very dangerous and treacherous traveling conditions across the board in Louisiana. Let's go back over to live radar. We'll go 3-cam view here. Where are they at? Most of them are in New Orleans. Connor and Corey are both in New Orleans. A couple of the chasers, like Brandon Kopic and Storm Intermedia, are back on Highway 190 in central Louisiana. Why would they cancel school in Chicago? Is it snowing there too? It's probably because of how cold it is up there, would be my guess, if they actually have school canceled. Temperatures up to the north are much colder. Like, these are the wind chills, for example, this morning. Most areas in the Midwest were in the, 30 below zero range. It was very cold up there. This is a better shot of it. The entire Midwest, essentially, was 20 to 40 degrees below zero for wind chills. So, very frigid. Very, very, very frigid. Thank you, Mango. Appreciate the 4 months. It was negative 35 here in Wisconsin. Yeah, it was brutally cold across the board. It really, I think this morning was the coldest morning across the entire country on average for this entire winter. And we are right around the average point of when we usually have the coldest weather in the entire United States. Usually the 2nd to 3rd week of January is on average the coldest weather that we usually see. Now, granted, in years past, we've had some of the coldest weather happen in February, which does happen, but on average, it's usually in mid to late January. I have to say, this has been one of the more average winters that we've had in the United States in really decades, I would say. I mean, we haven't had a winter like this that's been a bit more average. Now, there's been obviously abnormal things like this happening. This is very abnormal to see snow down towards the Gulf Coast. But, yeah, I mean, this has been a much more average, even maybe a above average winter when it comes to snow and as well as how cold it is. It's been, below average temperatures on average for most of the country. So, What website do I use for the radar? It is Radar Omega. You can download it with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. How many more winter storms are forecasted this winter? If I had to take a guess, I think we'll probably see another 3 or 4, like big ones. I mean, we still have all the way until February. Like, maybe even early March to see some, you know, big-time winter storms. So, in my opinion, I think we'll see plenty more snow this winter. Plenty more winter storms as well. Hey guys, we got a... This is in Florida on the live camera. This is from Storm Chaser Nick. Uh-oh. Got a shark on the roadway. Most Florida thing ever. This is from Roz Saloom. What in the world are we looking at here? This looks like a pancake of snow. It's in Louisiana. It's about, this is 12 inches of snow. A big pancake. That's crazy. That photo's retweeted on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. This is from Pensacola Beach, Florida. Ben Williams out there. It is snowing right at the beach. Crazy stuff. What are the chances of Middle East Tennessee catching any of this? Most of Tennessee is not going to see much. I mean, again, some flurries, maybe a coating or dusting in some areas, but we're not really expecting any accumulation for most of Tennessee. On the other hand, southern Alabama is just having a field day right now. It is unbelievable how much snow is falling in Red Level, Alabama, just north of Crestview, Florida. Tons and tons of snow is falling. What are the chances it snows in Key West? Honestly, we might see snow next year. You never know. No, I mean, Key West, not. I highly doubt we're going to see any snow in Key West anytime soon. We would need a heck of an event to have any snow down there in either Miami or Key West. Like, we would need a monster Arctic blast for that to happen. It would have to be shattering records that we've never seen before. That's how cold it would have to get. Like, it would have to be so strong. Even getting a winter storm like this, like the Arctic air sank all the way down to the south, it cut off in Florida, and then we had enough moisture coming out of the Gulf. But, like, again, this is the rarest we really usually get when it comes to winter storms. Ice Age-like weather? I mean, I guess. Call it Ice Age type weather here. Alright, we'll go back to, back to Connor here, who's currently in New Orleans. I think he's just chilling, but this one looks like in New Orleans right now, a little live shot.
Apparently New Orleans is up to
Still
7
snowing out
inches.
here. We've had historic snowfall. Up near 6 inches of snow now in New Orleans,
here, guys.
and it just continues to fall. And the heaviest of that snow is going to continue for the next probably 2 to 3 hours. I mean, we still have a lot of snow to go. You can see bottom right of your screen, all moving southwest to northeast. A lot of snow falling right now in New Orleans. Again, the most recent official number was 4 inches at 12 o'clock. It's been 2.5 hours since then. We are probably closer to 6 to 8 inches of snow now in New Orleans. And I wouldn't be surprised if more continues for the next 3 to 4 hours. That's what it looks like on the future radar. We'll go to the latest run on the HRRR model for future radar here. This is what it looks like in the deep south for the next few hours. This is 3 to 4 o'clock. Notice how that snow is just going to continue around New Orleans, Mobile, near Montgomery, Dothan, and back through Gulfport. It will continue even through 6 to 7 o'clock tonight. Snow continues in the southeast, including Georgia, Florida, again, Alabama. It'll be moving out of New Orleans no later than 7 to 8 o'clock tonight. And then eventually by around 9 to 10 o'clock, the snow is up and down the east coast of the United States. We'll be talking about some freezing rain and some sleet in and around the Jacksonville area, really starting around 8 to 9 o'clock tonight, and then a transition to snow will eventually follow that into the overnight hours. Back over to Connor. He's back on the road in New Orleans. Some interesting stuff's been happening here. We'll go back to him.
Yeah, I'm doing about 40. Can't really do any faster than that because I keep...
Bro was over there taking IG pictures. What a legend.
Last I looked on Omega, we're like 8 miles behind you.
Hey, you're not doing too bad then. Corey, Cheesecake, how you guys doing out there?
No complaints.
A lot more fun than we thought it was going to be, isn't it?
I don't know what I'm doing. I was looking at that person to the left making a snowman. Lots of Instagram pictures being taken out here today, chat.
Crazy, got cops pushing cops.
Wait, what's going on? Corey Gherkin's got cops pushing cops, apparently. I don't know if the stream's gonna load, though. Oh, there you go. There's cops pushing cops here in New Orleans.
Cops pushing cops.
Yep.
That sounds about right. As in pushing, like shoving, or like...
Very interesting stuff. Back to Connor.
You gotta do what you gotta do. Is that New Orleans cops, or was it troopers, or who were they? Troopers. Makes sense.
Got plenty of people out here in New Orleans that are just playing around and having snowball fights, just kind of enjoying the snow.
I'm
Kind
gonna
of the vibe
double back
today.
down that road, and I'm gonna park outside of Voodoo Chicken. And if it's like open, it looks like I can get some quick chicken. I'm going into Voodoo Chicken, chat. That's my plan.
Hey Raymond, appreciate that. Thanks for watching.
That's my new plan, guys. Voodoo Chicken. I've seen it too many times to not at least attempt to try it. I do not even know if it will be open, but we're gonna find out.
Yeah, whatever you wanted to, I guess the toe strap.
Shout out to Michael with the $5 donation
Just having fun using the push bar.
or via PayPal.
It's a lot easier to do it that way because then you don't have to worry about like if you're hooking up to the wrong
Auburn,
spot.
Alabama. Auburn will probably see around 3 to 6 inches of snow, or maybe not 3 to 6. I think Columbus will be close to 3 to 6. You'll probably have 2 to 4 inches of snow there in that particular area in Auburn, Alabama. If you're in Columbus, it'll probably be closer to 3 to 6 inches. Thank you, John, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. W's in the chat for John. That is the highest tier membership on the channel. Appreciate the generosity. Your radar's wrong. It's showing a lot of snow in Alabama. That was the future that was the future radar. Sorry, didn't mean to have that on still. This is the live radar though. I mean, it is showing a lot of snow in Georgia. Problem is, a lot of it is light, and it's also evaporating before it hits the ground. So, until we start to see more moisture coming out of the Gulf, I mean, Georgia in general is not going to see a whole lot of snow if you're back up near Atlanta and Augusta. But you will probably end up seeing a coating to maybe 2 to 3 inches in this area. Just again, you're a little bit too far north. The moisture content isn't nearly as high. It's much drier in the lower half of the atmosphere. But we have begun to see at least some, snow falling. And this is in Rockdale, Georgia. A little bit of snow falling. It's at the Baldwin County School District. Starting to see a dusting now on the ground on the very far right side of your screen. And then further east, back over in Jefferson County, Georgia, the snow is continuing here. Just a dusting so far, but it will stack up over the next few hours.
Like what we're just talking about, the lights are like used to, I'm sure this is just a nightmare of traffic during the day normally. So it's used to
the amount of snow near Atlanta, Georgia on the ground.
For like 5-10 minutes for a red light.
I don't think we've seen any accumulation in Atlanta yet. If anything, it's just been a dusting.
Jen Chases, thank you for the super chat. That'll go towards the voodoo chicken here.
The heaviest of the snow so far in red level Alabama is coming down. It's on the Radar Omega Cyclone port. Heavy snowfall now here. We actually have a heavy pocket of snow being detected by radar. Very heavy snow. You actually got a couple people walking out here with a dog as well. Bottom right of your screen. Let me go full cam to this. We'll put it 1. See if it pops up. Should be popping up. That way you can see the people playing with their dog. That is if it decides to load, which I don't think it will. I think they're out of the shot anyways now. They were playing with a dog out there. This is very heavy snow now, though, in red level Alabama. Just to the north of Crestview. In Florida. You can actually get somewhere on time in Atlanta. Well, that's what happens when we have snow. Back over to Connor. Actually, we can go here for a moment. This is the full screen view of red level Alabama. Hey, Bobby, for the $5 super chat. Is it snowing in Atlanta? We probably have a little bit of snow coming down. A lot of it's evaporating, though, before it actually hits the ground. Probably pretty light. This is in New Orleans. Right back to New Orleans, where historic snowfall is happening here.
Sir. Or you're already basically across. Why stop now? You too.
Hey, Gipsy for the $5 super chat. Truck driving Scranton, Pennsylvania to Houston, playing my route to avoid the severe storms. Which states are going to get hit? I mean, really, it's all the states that we've been talking about. Anywhere down here in the southeast. A lot of the snow that's hard, like a lot of these areas, like Houston, for example. I mean, for the most part, Houston is going to have a lot of their snow melted by tomorrow, and including most of the southeast. So if you're traveling, I mean, the only areas you need to be watching for would really be the Carolinas, Georgia, Alabama, southern Mississippi, and southern Louisiana. mean, otherwise, like Tennessee, Kentucky, you're not really getting much up there, other than a few snowflakes.
It doesn't look open to me.
I was just showing you that red level camera here in Alabama, which is what it looks like right now. Again, heavy snow coming down in red level Alabama. This is why we have a pocket of very heavy snowfall. This kind of like orange tinge almost in that dark blue. Very heavy pocket of snow now moving through southern Alabama. That's just west of Enterprise, and it is moving northeast. That'll definitely reduce visibility out there with how heavy that snow is. Plenty of snow along the Gulf Coast. Again, it's crazy to look at a radar imagery like this, but it is snowing in New Orleans and many other areas. And snow is also beginning to get a little bit heavier, it looks like, near New Orleans. Let's see what the radar site looks like here. Yeah, we still got moderate snowfall and maybe a little bit of heavy snow moving towards New Orleans. New Orleans isn't going to be done probably for another 4 hours or so, so you got a long time to pick up more and more snowfall around New Orleans and even into southern Alabama and Mississippi. Plenty of snow as well back over near Mobile and west of Crestview. 30 to 35 dBz, which means it is definitely more moderate to heavy snowfall that's going through these areas. Hey, Bobby, for the $5 super chat. Mount Airy, North Carolina. Again, this is live here in New Orleans with Connor. Mount Airy is not really going to see much, just flurries to maybe a coating. Thank you, Nathaniel, for the $5 super chat. Sent me a video of Atlanta. All right, I'll check it out.
Not open, chat. Not open.
Apparently that chicken place he was going to is not open. This is from Ben Williams in Pensacola, Florida. Heavy snowfall in Pensacola. Absolutely crazy. At the elementary school there in Pensacola. Thank you, Anxiety, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate the generosity from Richmond, Virginia. Jeez, Kurt needs a sweater and treats. I think she'll be alright. I don't know where she went. She was meowing at me for like 3 hours, and now she's gone again.
Gotta be off. I think they got more than that.
Not great.
Alright, we'll go back to Connor in a little bit. Let's go back to the wide view radar. That's what it looks like right now across the southeast. Again, take it in. This is probably the only time we're going to see a winter storm like this in our lifetime. I don't expect another one like this for a long time. I mean, this is just, again, extremely rare to see something like this. It is snowing from New Orleans all the way back through the Carolinas. Storm doesn't look like it's moving. Well, this is only like a 30-minute loop with a ton of different frames, but it is moving. Bro got distracted and didn't look at the Atlanta thing. I sure did. I do get sidetracked pretty easily. A lot of things happening. It's from John on Twitter. This is what it looks like in Wisconsin right now. Wisconsin has like no snow on the ground, while down in the deep south it is pouring buckets of snow. We have 12 inches of snow on the ground in some spots. Actually crazy. Publix in the South is making bank on bread and milk sales. Publix is so overpriced. I mean, so many things there are overpriced. It's insane. A half gallon of milk there is like $4 or something. It's crazy. It's not true. It is true. I've been into a Publix before. I mean, Publix's may vary, but I think a gallon of milk is like $6, at least from what I've seen. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to hit the red button down below and subscribe. Like the stream as well. It does help get this out to more people. Don't forget, if you have any photos or videos, you can send them to me on Twitter or Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. The links to all of our social media platforms are in the description below, including our Discord server as well. And if you need a weather app to stay ahead of today's winter storm, you can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. It's the weather app we've been using this entire stream. And all the cameras at the bottom of your screen are also able to be watched inside of the app on Radar Omega. You can literally make a better sub at home than try it compared to Publix. I've never had a pub sub before, I don't think. If I have, I don't remember it because it wasn't probably that good. It was probably mid, as they would call it. A mid sub. So in Red Level, Alabama, heavy snow continues. For anybody that goes to a restaurant and orders a grilled cheese for any more than $4 is crazy. All it takes is a couple pieces of bread and a couple slices of cheese. That's it. Costs like $1. Not even. Costs like 50 cents. What's your sub-tier list? Or if you're talking about memberships, you can click the join button down below and see it. This is on the I-10. Cars are slipping off on I-10 in Florida. This is moments ago, about 10 minutes ago. Car slipped off the road. You got a couple state troopers there as well. If you don't have to travel, don't be out on the roadways. This is exactly why. What about a chicken or ham sandwich at Jimmy John's? Bro, who goes to Jimmy John's? You're the only person I've ever seen in my chat that actually likes Jimmy John's. See if there's any other photos here on Twitter. This is on I-10 as well in near Pensacola, Florida. Plenty of cars still on the roadways. I mean, there's only a few, but still more than there should be. Hey, if anybody goes to Subway, that's just beyond crazy, in my opinion. My hairline is roping out. What do you mean? My hairline looks fine. You're super cute. Okay. Bucky's. All right, we're talking about subs in the chat, and somebody just says Bucky's. Bucky's doesn't even have subs. I'm not gonna lie, Bucky's is pretty mid. It's pretty overrated. Might be the most overrated place to go to. Still expecting significant accumulation of snowfall in southeastern Georgia, the Florida Panhandle, and South Carolina, and a widespread 4 to 8 inches of snow is in the forecast. A few spots could be as high as 10 to 12. You'll be ready for significant snowfall in the southeast. It has not yet started, but it will get going here within the next couple of hours in areas like southern Georgia and as well as southern South Carolina. We'll go back to Connor. He's back on the road here in New Orleans. 99-cent ice. Oh, that's a decent deal.
I was only $2.48.
Guys, I've gotten sidetracked multiple times. It happens every stream. There's a lot of stuff happening. And I'm a one-man band. I don't have, like, people in the background that send me stuff. 4 monitors in my brain. I'm gonna get Connor some cough drops.
Taking pictures is just crazy.
Gonna need more than cough drops for whatever the heck he's going through.
So many people.
He's been sick for the last few days.
Just taking pictures.
Hi. And a cat. Well, yeah, I mean, we got a cat, right? But the cat's just here for moral support. There's nothing else to it. She can't send me stuff. And she's been meowing this entire stream. I mean, this has been a 6-hour stream full of her just meowing and walking around on my desk.
I'm gonna do another U-turn here. I do not want to. Oh shoot, that was where I was supposed to do it. Gosh dang it. Now I have to go through this stretch of road again for the millionth time. That is just absolutely abysmal.
Kitty wants some cheese curds? Absolutely.
Got 4,800 guys in here. Thanks for tuning in. It's a continued live coverage. Heavy snow continues to fall in New Orleans. No signs of letting up. This is still the worst stretch of road I've ever driven on.
The big question is, Waffle House closed? That's a good question. Anybody know if any Waffle Houses are closed in any of these states? I highly doubt they are, but you never know. They don't usually close for this, but maybe because we're in Louisiana, it's different. Thank you, K-Sum, for the $5 super chat. I'm in upstate New York. They're getting more snow down there than we got up here. All the Florida snowbirds from up there are fuming right now. Yeah, you're not wrong about that.
My goodness.
Bro has an umbrella on the right side. Bro, what? What's an umbrella gonna do? Prevent you from getting hit by a few snowflakes? I've got to tell you, when it's snowing, compared to heavy rain, it makes zero sense. Like, why are we holding an umbrella? This is how unprepared these people in Louisiana are. They don't understand what you need an umbrella for. I won't be surprised if some of these people didn't even know what snow was up until today.
Did you see the cowboy Santa Claus?
Alright, we're gonna stay on Connor. I'll be back in 60 seconds. Stay tuned. And we'll be right
I
back.
don't think I saw a cowboy Santa Claus.
There's a guy in a Santa suit with a cowboy hat on. Corey, did you book anywhere tonight? No, but I'm kind of thinking doing Hammond again, just because getting east is going to be such a pain. And probably going west is going to be a pain, so I'm kind of thinking Hammond again. I think I'll wait and see what it looks like when I get further east. Yeah, like I don't think the hotel should book up too bad because there was nobody out pretty much most of today.
Alright, I'm back.
Ezra said thank you for the Foxconn channel. Yeah, I guess I'll see. It really depends. If getting over to Biloxi is going to be a pain, I probably won't do it, but we'll see. Yeah, I'd like to get over there, but it's going to be snowing. I mean, it looks like
How's it going,
a few
Marissa?
more hours of this here, so... I imagine it'll be a couple hours to go back west and around, so I don't know. I'd like to get to Biloxi, but I just don't know if that's gonna happen.
Everyone tell Max we need snow umbrellas in the shop. Bro, we're not releasing umbrellas
I'm
for
thinking
snow.
I'll probably stick around downtown another hour and then.
You know what we need though is like a measurement
towards
tool for
Hammond while
snow,
it's
but
still
instead
snowing,
it's
and
gonna
then
be cheese curds,
once
like
I
the
get up to
actual
Hammond,
cheese
I mean,
curds,
if
like
the high-
food,
they-
and then
they
also my
somehow have,
cat.
like, 55
That's our measurement tool
in
for
good
snow.
shape, I'll
That'd be
just
so
start
funny.
Cruising back home, but if they don't, I'll
I don't know
just
how in
stay
the world I
Hammond.
would do that, but that'd be pretty funny. I have to turn off my robot vacuum. Give me 1 second. I'll be back in a moment. Alright.
Isn't that bad? Yeah, I mean.
I don't need that
it's
robot
not bad
vacuum
right
going
now,
everywhere.
Everyone's just going. All right, everyone's just going. All right.
Just trying at this rate. I got to get to the other side of the river, and then I can get on 12 and head east. I'm pretty sure 12 east on the east side of Baton Rouge is open. I got to look at that 511la.org website, though.
Cheese curd meter would be so funny. Cheese curd meter.
Well, these people act fast. There's already a snowman in the median here in downtown.
Yeah, we'll head back.
We need to make a PDF snowman, but we need to do it on a beach.
Yeah, that was the goal today. Was get to a beach, but that's became a pain now.
Just started snowing in Fayetteville in North Carolina. Yeah, our snow right now is extending across, again, several states. It goes from Louisiana into even Virginia. It's almost up into Massachusetts. That's how far north this snow goes. It's a huge stretch of moisture being elongated by the jet stream as well. And so we just have a ton of moisture. Again, the bulk of the heavy snow is still back down near the Gulf Coast, and that'll continue to move in the direction of southern Georgia, northern Florida, and then eventually into the Carolinas tonight. As a reminder, we are expecting significant snowfall. I mean, we're talking undoubtedly one of the more significant winter storms that we've ever seen in the Southeast. This is the current thinking in terms of how much snow we could see. I don't think we're going to be seeing a ton of areas over 10 inches of snow on the East Coast, but I think realistically 4 to 8 inches of snow anywhere in the purple or pink is expected at this point. So, areas like Tallahassee, you're in for a treat. You got plenty of snow coming. A lot of snow's already been falling over in Mobile, Alabama, and Pensacola, Florida, and then back over near Panama City, Florida as well. And it's just, again, it's just going to continue. Are you serious? That was New Orleans. Yes, that is New Orleans. Bottom right of your screen, that is live in New Orleans. That is what it looks like right now. I know, it's pretty crazy, but what I'm saying, I had somebody comment on one of my videos a couple days ago, and they were like, this is fake news. New Orleans is not going to see any snow. I was like, okay, well, I guess you have to wait and find out. Because there's now a record-breaking amount of snow on the ground in New Orleans. We're over 5 or 6 inches now, which the record before this in a given day was 2.7 inches. So, and that was back in like the 1960s. Thank you, Luke, for the $5 super chat. Raleigh will be around 1 inch, or about coating to 1 inch of snow. Not expecting much more there. And we just got a guy walking right down the middle of the road here in New Orleans. Not a care in the world. We also have 5.5 inches of snow that has just been measured over in Molino, Florida. So we're already up to about a half a foot in Molino, Florida. Photo is on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX if you want to check it out.
Even the cops. So that's what we're just going to keep on doing now. I'll wait at this one because it's a main road, but all the like the little roads.
Longer it's going to keep up that heavy snow. They're only about an hour and a half away. Well, probably about an hour and a half, 2 hours downtown.
Yeah, I've got New Orleans in my GPS, and it still says I'm 2.5 hours away.
Over to Corey Gherkin. Loads. He's also got people just walking kind of on the road, barely on the side of the road. Stream's a little bit in and out, but crazy stuff. Yeah, but people don't know what they're doing out here in the snow.
Head southwest. No.
What I'm noticing is, I mean, you guys can tell me what you guys are thinking too, but it looks like this northern edge of this is pushing south, and bringing in that drier air, and it's having a hard time precipitating up north, so it may end up ending faster than you think down south.
Max says bloopers, it's tempting. They are good bloopers videos. I think we have 2 or 3. If you become, I think it's any membership tier, or it might be the $4.99 tier, you can get access to our bloopers videos. They are pretty funny, especially the second one.
Ocean's actually enhancing it at the same time down here, so I don't know what's gonna happen.
I think members on the channel can vouch for it.
Big old flakes falling again.
It looks like it is feeding off the Gulf.
If you do want to support the page above and beyond, the best way to do so is by becoming a member of the channel. It is the join button down below. It's also one of the top links in the description. You get tons of exclusive access on this channel, like exclusive videos and live streams, in addition to a badge in the chat, different colored name in the chat as well. You also get access to like bloopers videos and stuff like that. The link will be in the chat. It's also the join button down below. I'll be able to operate the channel with all the chasers that we have. As many of you know, chasers, again, are not free. So, let's help keep this channel going with all of our live streams that we do. Biggest snow totals, the highest one that we've had was 10.5 inches. I don't think that has changed yet.
At least an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Yeah, it still hasn't changed. Our highest number so far is 10.5 inches of snow. I think a lot of these numbers are dated, though. Again, our highest numbers thus far have been around Lafayette and Lake Charles. Many of these areas between 5 to 9 inches of snow, a few areas near 12. But a lot of these numbers are dated. I mean, I feel like there's been many areas that have been over a foot. Like, we've had many photos of over a foot of snow. They just haven't been posted on this National Weather Service map yet. And back over near Mobile, Alabama, we're up near 5 inches already back over near the airport. And that was an hour and a half ago. So we're probably over half a foot now near Mobile. And over near Pensacola, Florida, we're already up to about 5.5 inches of snow. So, plenty of snow already out of this winter storm. Still plenty to come, especially in Florida, Alabama, and Mississippi. How long will it stick in Beaumont? It'll melt by tomorrow. Like, if it's not melted by tonight, it'll melt by tomorrow.
Slowed down in Denham Springs. Yep, all across Louisiana. I assume that's where Denham Springs is. It's going to be slowing down over the next hour or two, and then in the far southeastern portion of the state, New Orleans, down towards Port Sulphur, you'll wrap up a little bit later into the evening. 7 inches, wow, very nice.
What are the temperatures? Depends on where you are. I mean, most areas in, like, Houston are now climbing above freezing. The the Dickinson, Texas camera is at 35 degrees, so it's above freezing now. A lot of the snow is going to be melting tonight, if not by tomorrow morning. But back over here in, like, Lafayette, it's still pretty cold. I mean, we're still at 27 degrees. There's approximately 8 to 12 inches of snow on the ground here in Lafayette, Louisiana. And New Orleans is still in the mid to upper 20s. Hattiesburg's been kind of at a break for snow. This is the University of Southern Mississippi. 26 degrees. A dry slot has been moving through this area. So, much drier air, a lot less snow falling. I don't know if we're going to see much more snow here in southern Mississippi, at least in this part. Overall, we've had a lot of dry air eating in here to this particular area. Now, keep in mind, a lot of this heavy snow is going to continue to dump lots of snow further east. This is expected. We're expecting several inches of snow, especially back in this area between, like, Panama City and even back near Mobile, back through Dothan, Albany, and Charleston. But, again, overall, the amount of snowfall, you know, it'll be most significant in that area. Outside of there, the totals drop off substantially north and south. It's represented pretty well by this map, too. It's a very narrow corridor where this significant snowfall will be today.
Blowing snow, big wind gusts here.
And this is live in New Orleans. Looks like Radar Omega is moving more north compared to your snowfall map. Well, the reason being is that we have a lot of light snow that's falling further north that the HRRR model isn't picking up on. The problem is a lot of this northern snow that you can see on the map at the bottom right, like, a lot of this is not even reaching the ground, and even if it is, it's just light flurries. Like, we might see a coating to an inch or two up here, but it's not going to be very significant. A lot of the heavy snow is confined to the Gulf Coast in areas like Louisiana, Florida, and, like, basically anywhere in this area here. Like, that's where all the heavy stuff is. And so this is going to continue to travel in this direction near the low pressure center, which is why we expect more significant accumulation to end up being in southern Georgia and northern Florida and back into South Carolina. So it's a good thing to point out, but I mean, again, a lot of this stuff is light or not even reaching the ground. Primarily up in here, though. Like over here, it's definitely reaching the ground, just south of Montgomery. It's been snowing here in Red Level, Alabama for hours. It is, again, just a full-blown winter wonderland out here. Thank you, Tina, for becoming a member of the channel, and welcome to the Velocities. I should be playing disc golf right now. Okay. Thanks for the information. Go back over to Connor in New Orleans. I need to refresh the app.
Sounded like I wants me to go to New Orleans.
It's crazy to see a site like this. It looks so weird. Palm trees and snow. Just so strange.
I just don't think we're gonna make it before dark.
Yeah, you're like 2 hours out. Not like 2 hours normal driving or 2 hours factoring in.
No problem, Say. Appreciate you tuning in. Glad I can help you with weather information.
It might be factoring in, like, some areas where it's detecting traffic. I mean, it says I have 99 miles to go, 2 hours.
Hey, Jeff, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Appreciate that. A public sub cost me $10, and you know what costs you less than $10? A membership on the Max Velocity channel. Hashtag yeah. There are snowdrifts right now in New Orleans that are multiple feet tall. Like right now, you don't really see any snowdrifts here in New Orleans, but like there are snowdrifts in New Orleans that are feet tall. L plug? I think that was a great plug.
New Orleans in my GPS, it says 84 miles. Excuse me, 86.
Been here 32 years from Michigan. I can't stand the cold anymore.
Yeah,
I can't blame you.
You got a little bit ahead of us.
I mean, I used to live in the north, and it was brutal. New Hampshire for like 15 years. It was just cold and snowy every winter, and even the summers. The summers were nice, but yeah, the winters were terrible.
Only like 90 miles?
We're the snowman, chat.
Like 97 right now.
Look at that, they're building the snowman. I think there's a news crew right there, too.
Snowman, downtown New Orleans.
Out here building the snowman in New Orleans.
Not too shabby.
Everybody out here in New Orleans having fun in the snow.
Hey, James, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Snowing really hard in Atlanta right now? I don't think it's snowing that hard. To be honest, I just don't think so. I'll look at the live camera up there, though. Actually, it's getting up there. Maybe I'll believe you. This is just south of Atlanta in Rockdale County. Snow's coming down definitely harder than before. It's been ramping up. I mean, I would still consider this light to moderate snowfall. But, you know, this isn't really heavy. We've only had a few areas with legitimately heavy snowfall out there. And that's really back down near the Gulf Coast. Snow's picking up a little bit back over at the Baldwin County School District as well. I think we got the Jackson County office camera up, maybe? Maybe not. Thought that camera came back. Heaviest snowfall right now is around New Orleans, and then back into now western Florida near Pensacola, Destin, and Crestview. Some heavy snow also moving through the Red Level, Alabama area. This is a live shot again in Red Level. The winter wonderland out there. Snow is accumulating on the trees and power lines. Don't be surprised with some isolated power outages out of this event. Just make sure you're ready to go with flashlights in case there are power outages. So far, we really haven't had many. Like, we've had a couple back over in, like, South Texas near Jim Hogue County and Brooks. I'm not sure if that's actually related to weather. I mean, apparently Texas is saying the ERCOT grid status. Grid conditions are normal, but forecasted weather conditions are going to keep the reserves lower. So, go figure Texas has another power issue. And then back over in Louisiana, very isolated power outages. 3,300 customers without power out of almost 2 million. So, it's not terrible, but again, don't be caught off guard with maybe an isolated power outage in your area.
Yeah, I mean, it was getting pretty rough when we went down there hours ago, so I can only imagine what it's like now.
Not doing that.
I was stuck, but somebody else was pulling them out by the time we got there.
ERCOT is absolutely atrocious. I'm well aware. The horror stories from 2021 with ERCOT, there were so many of them. So many videos, too. I mean, it was just terrible. There's a massive failure all around. I'm gonna get a snack. I'll be back in like 2 seconds. Jacksonville, Florida. Should be mostly sleet and freezing rain late tonight, early tomorrow morning. A brief transition to snow is possible in the early morning hours. That could lead to like a coating to an inch or two. But it'll be only like an hour or two long,
guys,
I think.
I think I'm gonna get ready
How
to
long I've
leave
been live
downtown.
for? 6 hours
I
and
spent
15
enough
minutes.
time in downtown New Orleans.
We are currently on track for about an 8.5 hour live stream, I'd say.
Alright.
We'll probably go for like 8.5 hours. So, another 2.5 hours or so, probably. Maybe a bit longer, we'll see.
Yeah, that's enough. Enough downtown New Orleans for me for the day. I'm gonna start making my way to Hammond.
Hey Larry, if we get to 910,000 subscribers today, I will do the gritty and sing Frosty the Snowman. I will. But I know it's not going to happen because we're like 9,000 away.
Gonna be in snow the whole time.
We need 9,000 new subscribers in the next like 2.5 hours.
I've become annoyed with downtown, so I'm just gonna start making my way to Hammond. It should be in snow the whole time, so see how it goes.
Yeah,
Have you seen Venmo?
Posted,
No, I have not. Let me look. Sorry.
Was saying the potential for snow in the Carolinas. I'm tempted to start blasting east.
Thank you, Jacob, for the $5 Venmo.
that's going to be at all possible.
You check a camera between Pensacola and Mobile. Is there a certain name to it?
I think you'd have to get.
I can look it up. If it's like a traffic camera, I can show it.
I-10 is caked in snow in Mississippi and Florida right now.
We will at some point have all the Florida traffic cams in our software we have.
South Carolina.
We just don't have it right now. Let me see if there's cameras up here.
Yeah, you'd have to get the 20
I got a manual
Class
for
E's.
now. This is in Pensacola, Florida, on the Bay Bridge right now. It is completely snowed over on the bridge. It's actually crazy. If there's anything else up here. This is in Pensacola, Florida. I mean, this is what it looks like right now, Pensacola, Florida. It's actually crazy. Some of these areas have already seen 5 to 6 inches of snow. Police car just went by on the bridge. Well, looks like again in Florida. Or Pensacola. This is a live shot. Ton of cars on the left side of your screen going the other direction. Oh my goodness, guys. Breaking news from FDOT, District 3. FDOT crews have deployed snowplows along I-10 in Santa Rosa County to remove snow and ice from Blackwater River Bridge. Drivers should give plows and spreaders room to work as the truck may cross the center line and shoulders during plow operations. This is shocking. I didn't know Florida even had plows. I thought they had like 2. I like... Somebody commented, where did Florida get a snowplow? I don't know where they even get these snowplows, I'm not gonna lie. It's actually so funny. Hey, good thing they actually have plows, though. I mean, most... You wouldn't think they would have any plows. They must be for something else. There's no way they're just for snow. Hey, Jacob, for the $5 super chat. I got 5.5 inches of snow in my yard here in Mobile, Alabama. Thank you for the report. Thank you, Michelle, for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Bonnie, for becoming a member. And also, Millie, for becoming a maximum velocity member. And welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Paula, also for becoming a member. And welcome to the Velocities. I honestly don't know where they got the plow from. Or plows. Imagine if there was a snow plowing business in the deep south. Like, imagine if somebody went door to door, knocking on people's doors and asking, "Hey, do you want me to plow your, your driveway for $20?" I wonder how many people would actually want that. Probably nobody, because like there's never snow down here. I'm just out of curiosity. I do wonder if that business model would work out down here when we have a big snowstorm like this. Just thought of it. I don't know if anybody does that, but
apparently
it'd be kind of
the
interesting.
quickest way to Hammond is actually to go through Slidell, so I'm just gonna try that route and see what it looks like.
Wait, is Slidell open? Is it open to go
$20? I mean, I don't know. How much do they charge for plowing a driveway?
Yeah, the state
$20 would be reasonable.
Apparently 20 minutes quicker than if I go
all
the way
reasonable?
back west through La Place.
I actually think I'm going to play the happy medium and I'm going to blast east on 12 and then come down 11 that way.
I paid $20 for somebody to shovel my driveway. Mine is $50. $90? Bro, who's paying $90 to shovel a driveway? Unless it's like long. It's gotta be a long and thick driveway for that price.
It was to Interstate 10, the bridge that goes across, but they kept that smaller highway.
What?
I don't understand that much.
It's very hard to understand. I guess I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me.
See, if I were that, I'd be like, okay, close all the smaller state routes and like focus all your efforts on the interstate.
Okay, guys, just so you know, you don't have to stop at red lights. Nobody is stopping at red lights.
Yeah, not a single person. And DL, that's why you don't run the Louisiana Department of Transportation.
Apparently nobody's stopping at stoplights. Definitely don't recommend.
Sorry, my brain is so small. That
Honestly, if you're getting $90 per driveway,
yeah, you're right.
I'm literally just gonna open up a snow plowing business up there in Minnesota. The max velocity experience, $99 per person per driveway. If you got 4 people living in your house, you're gonna be paying $396 for one driveway. That'd be pretty funny.
Abyss.
Friggin' 12 here at 61 is still closed going east.
Womp womp.
Womp Womp is crazy. Bro does not care. Nah, the snow isn't gonna get any deeper. I'm not worried about the snow.
Alright. Thank you, Colin, for the $10 super chat. Love the live streams. Excited for you to hit 1 million subs. You deserve it. Glad to see all the hard work paying off. We're getting close. You know, I mean, I feel like we're still about a month or 2 away, unless we get another big winter storm.
It's awkward. I don't really want to blow the light in front of the shed.
Yeah, we're not far.
Not really sure how this works.
Crazy to think, but we really are not far away from a million subs.
The exit I was gonna take. So now I'm not where I want to be.
This is a view out of Pensacola, Florida. This is not Buffalo, New York. This is Pensacola, Florida. It is pretty much whiteout conditions here in Pensacola, Florida. This is from a viewer. This is Shell T on Twitter. 3.5 inches of snow so far in Pensacola, Florida. I can't believe I'm still saying that in the same sentence. 3.5 inches of snow in Pensacola, Florida. The trend so far this winter is that every winter storm that we've been watching, for the most part, has overperformed. There's been, I don't think a single winter storm so far has underperformed. At least the last 2 that we've had have overperformed. Or 2 of the last 3, because the Northeast one, I mean, we could even say that one overperformed, because that one wasn't forecasted to really do much, like 2 days in advance. But thank you, Ray, for becoming a member. Thank you, Vicky, for becoming an 18-month member. Who here was here when he only had 1,000 subscribers besides me. It's a very small list. The snow's gonna break records in Mobile. Alabama's record is 3.6 inches of snow. We've already broken the record in Mobile. This is a record-breaking amount of snowfall in Mobile, Alabama already. This is the snowfall map here. 4.6 inches of snow reported at the Mobile Regional Airport. And we still have a lot more snow to come. So, I mean, it's already official, pretty much, that we have a record broken there. And then back over just south of Hattiesburg, back over in Lumberton, we have 4 inches of snow being reported there. Again, a lot of these numbers have not updated in a while. Like, these numbers are all, in my opinion, very outdated. A lot of them, at least, are. Like, we had more than 10 inches of snow in several spots near Lafayette. And New Orleans has definitely had more than 4 inches. The last time we had a report in New Orleans was at 12 o'clock. It's 3.5 hours ago. So, yeah, there's definitely some dated information there.
Again, one thing I like about New Orleans is you just don't have to stop at red lights in the snow. You just look both ways and you go. More snowing.
Thank you, Larry, for the $10 super chat. Started to hate living in Dallas. Love snow. In a span of 1 week, there's been heavy snow for both just to the north and just to the south of me. Bro hates the snow in Dallas. Just how it is sometimes, I guess.
How many cops do I think I've seen today? 100. No joke.
Nice, good man.
From the Florida Department of Highway Safety and Patrol, this is a crash that we actually saw on one of our cameras earlier. Or one of the cameras that they have in the state. I mean, this is a reason why you should be staying off the roadways. Several state troopers trying to get this small little car out of the ditch in the middle and the median. Again, this literally was on a camera that we showed, like, not even, I think it was about an hour ago. But this is a reason why you should not be out in the roadways. This is near Pensacola, Florida, for reference, on I-10, I'm pretty sure. So, slid right off into the middle. Very treacherous conditions, especially if you don't know how to drive in the snow. Still a winter wonderland in Red Level, Alabama. Incredible. There's just a winter wonderland out here. Back over to Connor. Let's see if I can find some cameras here.
Still got 5,000 you guys riding along with us. We're headed out of New Orleans. Very, very slow.
Looks like we're starting to see some traffic out there. Mainly east of Mobile. I'll show those here in a second.
Going to be at least a 2-hour process to get out to where I'm trying to go, up towards Hammond. Snow is going to wrap up pretty quickly here.
Hey, James, for the $5 super chat.
Over the next hour.
I'm not looking up zip codes. If you have a location, let me know. I can't look up zip codes. Thank you, Brian, for the $10 super chat. Thanks for covering the Florida Panhandle, born and raised in Fort Walton Beach.
Wrapping up
no problem at all. Appreciate you tuning in. You see some snow there. Thank you, Johnny, for the super chat. Thank you, Carson, for the $10 super chat.
Yeah, that front is flying south.
Virginia Beach will probably see like 2 to 4 inches of snow. I mean, overall, it's going to be a pretty quick shot of snow, though. I mean, it's not going to be, like, anything much more significant beyond that.
Yeah, I was supposed to say to my chat, like, it's gonna go from dumping snow to boom, done, just like that.
There was an incident on, or crash about a half an hour ago, back over on Santa Rosa County on I-10 East, near Milton. That's back over, just to the northwest of Destin, Florida. Just a heads up, crashes are, and you know, accidents in general are elevated potential because of all the snow that's falling.
Back over the bridge.
Hey, friend in Florida for the $5 super chat. Treacherous, but fun watching in my warm living room. Yeah, good thing you're in a warm living room. Appreciate you tuning in.
It's chaos on this bridge, isn't it? That bridge is chaos, chat.
Do you think the snow will be gone by Sunday? Most areas, the snow will be gone by Sunday. There will be very little areas that do not, or still do have snow on the ground. Like, there will only be a few.
Like, that snow is, like, drifting up and just piling up fast on them.
This is back over in Pensacola, Florida, moments ago. It is currently 24 degrees outside. And the snow continues to fall. And it's windy. It does not look like Florida, but it is. Right over in Pensacola Bay, Florida. Crazy stuff. Heavy snow continues here in the deep south. Very, very heavy snowfall for many areas right now. It's official, by the way. Mobile, Alabama has now reported 5.75 inches of snowfall accumulation, which makes this the greatest snowfall amount since the storm of 1985 or 1895 that dropped 6 inches of snowfall. And it's almost undoubtedly going to pass that because we are still seeing snow in Mobile and it's going to continue here for the next few hours. And New Orleans has at least had 4 inches of snow, but again, we think that number's higher. Crazy stuff. This is one of the most historic winter storms of the decade here in the United States. Hey, James, to the $5 super chat. Any chance of snow in western St. Johns County, 10 miles west of St. Augustine? I would say it's a very low chance. I think there could be a brief transition to sleet and or snow. But overall, I'm not expecting much. Like, you could see a little bit tomorrow morning, but accumulation is highly unlikely there. Go back to Connor. I gotta look for something real quick. Gotta charge my AirPods, they died. How much snow in Atlanta? Probably a coating to an inch. I don't expect much up there. We're eating gator tonight. I've had gator once. I didn't even know it was a thing you could eat. I had gator once though. At a restaurant in Texas. It's actually really good. Like the fried gator bites or something, I think it's called.
South, I think your time in snow is going to be very short. If you have a road option, I'd go east, but it sounds like roads are closed, so I don't really know how you're going to be able to do that. You can get to 12 a little bit further east and go east, but it's like, it says 3 hours and 12 minutes to Biloxi from here. I just don't know if the snow's going to keep up over there that long, you know? And Garrett said it looks like the dryer's trying to punch in over there as well, so...
Multiple disabled vehicles and accidents being reported
like Connor said,
over near Mobile, Alabama right now.
You know, you seem to be able to catch things even when the odds are against you.
On traffic building in the Mobile area.
But like, if it were me, I would.
We should have cameras, but for some reason the website is just not working for me.
Where can I pass this guy at?
Yeah, I know. I'm written off the idea of going.
Works again, I'll let you know.
By the time I even get west to go back north,
It tastes like chicken or squirrel.
all wrapped up.
Gross. Who eats a squirrel?
Yeah, I'm hoping I can make it.
The I don't know what it really tastes like. It tasted more like chicken though.
I don't know how long it's gonna take, but I know it's gonna take me until probably 7 o'clock to get there at the rate I'm going. So I've already started going west. This is a 4-lane, but I
might just stick with it and head towards head to New Orleans and just have fun around New Orleans for a couple hours. I'll probably book him.
You show the future cast for Georgia? I'll just show the future radar across the board. This is the most recent model run. This is right around 5 o'clock, so about an hour from now. And snow will be stretching up and down the East Coast, all the way across North Carolina, back into Louisiana. Heaviest of the snow will continue to be confined towards the Gulf Coast and into southeastern Georgia, even by around 6 to 7 o'clock tonight. Eventually, by around 9 to 10 o'clock, the snow continues to move east. A lot of moderate to heavy snowfall will be falling around Augusta, back into areas like Tallahassee, Dothan, Wilmington, Fayetteville, Greenville, Virginia Beach. Many of these areas will be dealing with snow. And then there will be freezing rain and some sleet, maybe a little bit of snow mixed in as well near Jacksonville, right around about 10 o'clock tonight. Give me 1 second here. The map has begun to work again. I'm trying to figure out how to put the traffic layer on here. There we go. Alright, wait a second. I think we can find... Alright, I got cameras to work in Alabama. We're going to show those in a second. But eventually, again, by around 10 to 11 o'clock, freezing rain and sleet will continue back over northern Florida. Heavy snowfall near Tallahassee. Several inches of snow is expected in those areas. And then eventually into the early overnight hours, most of the snow is confined to the East Coast, from Tallahassee back through eastern Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina, before eventually by around 7, 8 in the morning, we're mostly done with this. There could be some freezing rain, sleet, or even a little bit of snow back over near St. Augustine. But again, the chances of there being anything significant is relatively low. It'll be mostly confined, though, to areas near Jacksonville. So that's really what you can expect across the board. Definitely make sure if you're anywhere in these areas tomorrow morning, if the roadways are slick, you might want to wait on, going out and traveling. It might be a little dangerous out there. So again, if you have any intentions of traveling tomorrow, probably best to wait it out if you have any sort of snow or freezing rain, sleet in the forecast. Temperatures will be above freezing for most areas by tomorrow afternoon, but that won't be for everybody.
Traffic around there is not looking hot. Atlanta traffic never does good as it is.
this road is disgusting. This is going to be a terrible 3-hour drive.
As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to hit the like button down below, subscribe as well. Helps get... Liking the stream does help get this out to more people that are in the track of this winter storm.
You know what?
Back up to 6,000 you guys watching here, riding along.
And this is live winter storm coverage, a historic winter storm taking place right now.
Appreciate you guys tuning in.
Across
I'm just trying to make
deep
it
south
out of New
right now
Orleans
and along
here
the
now.
Gulf
Trying
Coast.
to get back up towards
Many
Hammond,
areas
so I
shattering records today in terms of daily snowfall amounts, including Beaumont, New Orleans, Houston. There's a ton of areas, again, that are crushing records today when it comes to this winter storm. A truly, again, historic winter storm. I say historic in the, you know, the least type of hype way, because, again, it's just been literally a full-blown historic winter storm today for a lot of places. Also, I do want to bring your attention to exit 60 on I-85 in Alabama. We did have an accident here a little while ago. Roads are clearing up a little bit, but this is back over in central Alabama, east of Montgomery. Bottom left of your screen, you can kind of see it. There's actually a car that is currently off the roadway. I'm going to try to move this over so you can see it a little bit better. This is, again, an idea of what's happening out there on the roadways. There's a car that literally went off the road. So, and this is just going to continue to be a problem for the next several hours. But, unfortunately, this is the situation that we're dealing with. There was a lot more traffic here a few minutes ago, but it has cleared up a little bit. I am still watching, thank you. Yeah, these are very dangerous, treacherous driving conditions, whatever way you want to put it. By no means is it really a good idea to be traveling out there. You don't want to be like this guy in a ditch. I mean, if you look, there's a lot of cars on the roads here. Like, there's a lot more cars on the roadway here than a lot of other places. So, a lot of places near the Gulf Coast at least took this way more seriously than here and actually stayed home. Seems like a lot of people here have actually been on the roadways. Granted, it's not as bad here, but, you know, there's not much to prevent these roads from being slick and slippery. Can you move the camera? No. They might be able to, but I can't. These are the Alabama traffic cams. A lot of cars on the roadway, though. I'm kind of surprised. I was looking back down to the south, and it didn't look as bad. Like back over near Mobile. Seemed like there was only a few people on the roadways. It wasn't like a ton.
It may not be for a couple hours still, especially if I'm still driving.
I'm gonna double check though and see if there's any
Hammond.
crazy traffic stuff happening in the Mobile, Alabama area.
My buddy Ben, if you're a regular in the stream, then you know him. He chases with us sometimes. My buddy Ben's in Pensacola. And the Panhandle, and he'll be live.
And this is what we're talking about when it comes to significant
going to Destin too, maybe all the way to Tallahassee.
Impacts on the roadways. I mean, there's a semi on the left side that looks like it's completely flipped over. Hopefully he's okay. But this is, again, what we're talking about when it comes to major travel impacts and major problems on the roadways. Thank you, Maggie, for the $20 super chat. Glad no snow in St. Louis, but all my pipes are frozen. That's not a good thing. I do appreciate you tuning in, and thank you for the generosity. This is what it looks like on the bridges here. as well. Near Mobile, Alabama. This is just to the west of where that semi-truck was flipped over. Crazy stuff. If there's any other incidents that we can look into here. There's ice being reported on a lot of roadways as well. In and around the Mobile, Alabama area. Several reports of ice on the roadways. Hopefully that semi, though, is able to... Hopefully the semi-driver's fine. Again, I'll be keeping a close eye on that camera. We're not going to show it, though, the entire time.
Everyone I saw was saying...
Go back over to Connor, who's now just outside, or actually, I think is still in New Orleans, where conditions are becoming even more... are deteriorating even more.
I can't remember the exact...
Moderate snowfall continues. Roadways are pretty much snowed over now. Around 4 to 6 inches of snow has fallen in New Orleans. Probably even a little bit more than that at this point. It continues to come down.
Greg?
Thank you to Coda for the $10 super chat. Down in Mobile right now, tagged you in some posts on Twitter. The snow has been completely packed down into a street, or down into a sheet of ice because the roads are 100% untreated. Drove on that for about 100 miles. That's crazy. I'll see if I can find it.
I will, I'll send him a message on Twitter. We have a new segment, Greg versus Cheesecake.
Visibility is down close to a quarter of a mile right now in Pensacola, Florida due to heavy snowfall. There are places along the Louisiana and Florida coastline that are as low as 40 or 35 to 40 degrees below average. That's pretty crazy.
Ooh,
and Atlanta traffic is now picking up quite a bit. This is what the Atlanta traffic looks like right now. Lots of red, yellow, orange, lots of bad colors. Traffic is really starting to pick up right now around Atlanta. Thank you, Knockers, for the super chat. How much snow do you think Raleigh, North Carolina will get? Probably not much more than like a coating to an inch. I don't really expect much in Raleigh. If you're lucky, you might get 2 inches. Be really pushing it for any more than 2 inches, though. $12 inches of snow over in Drestahan, Louisiana. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but this is what it looks like. That's 12 inches of snow right there. It's a whole foot. It's a lot. Thank you to anybody that's been sending in photos and videos, by the way. If you want to send me any sort of photos or videos, get at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. The highest snowfall accumulation number that I've seen so far has been around 13 to 14 inches of snow. One of the more recent totals was 13 inches of snow in Youngsville, Louisiana. It's the most recent measurement I've seen out of there. How much longer will this go? Doesn't end until tomorrow morning. Just gonna keep on going. Just tonight and eventually into tomorrow morning. I mean, it's not gonna end until probably around just after sunrise tomorrow morning. It's gonna keep going for a while. Who else is ready for spring? I've been ready for spring since winter started, I'm not gonna lie. Been ready for spring weather for a while. I just talked about Raleigh not even like 2 minutes ago. Well, there's some major traffic right now on I-85 near Society Hill Road in Alabama. That is a long amount of traffic. I'm gonna zoom it over just a little bit so you can see the rest. That goes for like, it looks like a mile. It's crazy. I'll be back in 1 second. I'm just putting my snack away. We're back. Alright. Oh, it says still watching. Yes, we are still watching. Thank you, Zach, for the $5 super chat. Columbus, Georgia is coming down right now. How long will it last? Oh, this car is just cutting everybody off. Look at this. Bro, what is this truck doing? Bro thinks he can do whatever he wants. We got another car doing it. Dude, what the heck? I guess these two people couldn't wait any longer. They just had to go right down the right shoulder. Oh, we got another one. Illegal activities. We got a fourth one. We got 4 people right now going down the right shoulder. And that was it, I think. Nope, we got another one. Make that 5. Two of them were cops? They were? I didn't see anybody that looked like a cop. Oh, now we got... Oh, look at this. We got... It looks like a Tesla. The Tesla's going for it. Or that might be a Prius. I can't tell. Or it could be some other car that I don't know of. Oh. White car's moving up. Just thinking about it. Oh, we got another one. That's definitely not a police car right there. That's like a Volvo or something. Going down the right shoulder. And now we got a... maybe Honda? Hyundai? I don't know. Toyota? I have no clue what car that is. And now it looks like this car's thinking about it. We got a few people thinking about it going down the right side. This is not legal, by the way, unless there's a special rule in the rule book that I've never heard of. And here goes another one. I don't have a clue what car that is. Is that a Tesla? I can't tell. Looks like maybe a Toyota or a Tesla. That's a BMW? No way, that's a BMW. No reason to ever do this? No, there's really no reason to ever do that. I'll pull up the camera again here in a second if it loads. Go back to Connor here until it loads back up. That is if it loads back up.
So close to the back edge of the snow right now. So close.
I think the cameras just went down. We'll go back to them whenever it comes back.
Okay.
It's yeah, Nancy, it is possible.
It's like 20 miles.
This is one of those days that you don't want to have your, battery failing you or anything like that in the cold.
I was gonna say, was it like 15 minutes delayed?
This is just to the west, I believe, now of New Orleans. Connor is close to the airport, which is where the official measurements are made
for
snowfall accumulation.
So close.
Yeah, the Auburn cameras are now all down for the... Or not Auburn, well, that was an Auburn camera, but all the cameras right now in Alabama are down for the time being. Hey, Ghost in for the super chat. Snowing in Panama City Beach right now.
Yeah,
It's gonna continue to snow.
Record snow here. It's still, what, 8.2?
Continue to snow for the next couple hours.
1895.
Or next few hours. It'll probably snow all the way up until midnight.
Because that's what it is.
Maybe the French documented 17.5 inches.
Got a little update from the Storm Prediction Center. Increasing potential for heavy snow. That's what this means. Heavy snow with rates of near 1 inch per hour expected across southern Georgia and northern Florida. That includes areas like Perry, Florida, Tallahassee, Florida, Valdosta, Waycross, Douglas, Tifton, and Georgia. All those areas, be ready for some heavy snowfall. It's going to really pick up here over the next couple of hours. Winter storm warnings have now been extended, and now they include the Atlanta metro area. So Atlanta, Georgia has now been added to winter storm warnings. Heavy snow, additional snow accumulations up to 1 inch is possible. Roads and especially bridges and overpasses are slick and hazardous. Travel is not advised. So if you are in Atlanta, you are now under a winter storm warning. That is now, I believe, the second one in the last, like, 2 weeks. Atlanta was... Wait, Atlanta may have not been. I can't remember. Wasn't Atlanta under a winter storm warning, like, a couple weeks ago? Pretty sure they were, right? Second one in 2 weeks. If you live in Red Level, Alabama, you probably are going to see some of the most snowfall we'll see anywhere today. I mean, this snow has been heavy for, like, the last 3 or 4 hours. Pretty unbelievable. Alright, cameras have come back in Alabama. We're going to see if that Auburn one is still crazy or not. Wasn't it Auburn, or was it something else? That Auburn camera might just be down entirely. Let me go back to Connor for the time being. There you go, so the $10 super chat. Heavy snow in Panama City Beach. Now it's starting to stick under 30 minutes. Visibility less than a mile. Yeah, stay safe.
Here it's 8.2. It'd make more sense. Lafayette probably has a better, or has more opportunities to get slammed with snow.
Stay safe.
Anywhere else.
I mean, in the
So it's definitely picking up in intensity back over in the Florida Panhandle.
I would say that's quite massive.
I think that's like an average snowstorm.
Show you an average.
Hey, Zach for the super chat.
I wish more people would learn about.
would be the one talking about average being 8.2, but whatever.
Started snowing
Brandon,
in
do you have, like,
Greensboro,
priority or something? Because every time I go to talk,
North
you
Carolina.
cut me off.
No, I thought I shut off the supervisor mode on it, but they had to redo the radios yesterday. So
Here's that new winter storm warning in Georgia. So again, Macon, all the way back through Atlanta, Columbus, obviously, or was already included in it, but many areas now in north central Georgia are included in a winter storm warning, which will go until 10 a.m. or sorry, until 7 a.m. tomorrow. So this will end at 7 a.m. tomorrow, and slick roadways expected. Additional snowfall accumulation over an inch is also expected in northern Georgia. How's it going, Razor? Max is cheese litter box trained. Yes. He's like 6 years old. Macon rhymes with bacon. Thanks. Guess it's Macon. It looked like Macon. My 93 years, now I live in Arizona, only saw snow one time. That's crazy. Thank you, Lynn, for the $5 super chat. Serious question, will this be all gone by Saturday in New Orleans? We are going on a cruise on Sunday. Might be a chilly cruise. Overall, most of the snow will melt by Saturday or Sunday in New Orleans. I don't really expect much to be on the ground by the weekend. Like, the temperatures are going to be above freezing in Louisiana literally tomorrow and as well as into Thursday. And by Thursday, it's going to be mid to upper 40s in many areas. So a lot of it should melt. I do not really expect it to be on the ground that long.
Peter, thank you for the
36 BC.
Peter, thank you for the 100 bomb PayPal.
All measurable snowfalls.
My goodness, Peter.
I mean, I don't know, was Lake Charles part of Louisiana back in 1895? Because it shows.
Peter says, great stream from New Orleans. You did a great job growing the channel. Congrats. I'm in Chicago, but from the south towns of Buffalo. Awesome. Still have a place north of Watertown in a Thousand Islands. Amazing place, by the way. Just look me up and I'll take. Sounds freaking good, Peter. You're the man. Appreciate the 100.
Any chance the snow goes further north? I mean, we could always see snow go a little bit further north into like Tennessee, but it's going to be very light. It's not going to be anything that really accumulates.
W's rolling for Peter in the chat.
So don't expect anything really that significant up into like Tennessee, for example. Hey, Austin, for the $5 super chat. What can we expect in Beaufort County, South Carolina? I would expect around 3 to 6 inches of snow. That's currently what I'm thinking. A little bit of ice accumulation possible as well.
3
to 6 inches of snow would be my forecast for that area.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it. Now I can speak freely.
Imagine being a Native American tribe in like southern Louisiana and you don't even know what snow is.
See if that Auburn
and
camera's back or not.
You're 45 years old and you wake up and it is just dumping this unknown cold phenomenon.
I lied, guy. The racetrack is now closed.
Back then, they were probably tweaking out like that chick earlier.
Hey, the day that Miami sees snowfall, that's the day I'm moving out of Florida.
Let that happen.
Hey, Scott, for the super chat, bring cheese curd on camera. She is gone to sleep, and I'm going to leave her sleeping because she was meowing for like 5 straight hours.
I don't need gas. I got a half tank. I can make it to Jacksonville.
Hopefully she stays asleep until I'm done the stream. Because
I know that's
it was quite the experience. I don't think you guys could really hear it, but she was literally meowing forever in this room. So it looks like in Mobile, Alabama right now, this is one of the roadways without traffic. This is near exit 5A and Spring Hill Avenue. The roads are completely snowed over. Columbus, Georgia will probably be around 3 to 6 inches of snow. I don't think I've seen this much snow in Detroit all winter. Well, let's double check, because, I mean, there is a map that kind of gives you at least an idea of how much snow you've seen. Bit of an estimate, but there's a car on the roadway right there. That car's going fast. Jeez. That car was not taking it slow whatsoever. That's what we've seen in Michigan this year. Detroit, 4.7 inches. You would be correct. Many areas around Detroit have seen more. Or many areas down here in Louisiana and even into southern Mississippi and Alabama have seen over 4 inches of snow. So you'd be right on that. Is there anywhere that's just crazy and out of the ordinary here? Like North Dakota. This is like the shocker here. Like, you could go up into Dickinson, North Dakota. Only an inch of snow this year. Down in Louisiana, we've had 12 times that in some areas. It's crazy. Omaha has only had 1 inch of snow so far this year. Yeah, I mean, it's actually crazy. Thank you to Elite for the $10 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you to anybody that's super chatted, Venmo'd, donated in general or became a member today. Appreciate the support. Thank you to anybody that subscribed too today. We're up to 901,000 subscribers, I think. Yeah, we're at 901 right now. We are 90.1% of the way there to 1 million subscribers. Feels even more surreal than like a few months ago. Like, being this close to 1 million subscribers is just, it's so different. It'd be crazy if we could hit 1 million subscribers by maybe like the end of February. That'd be pretty lit. See if I find any other cameras there in Alabama. We'll go back to Connor.
Circle K open just south of Prairieville. Just if anyone needs gas. I have a quarter tank left, and I'm sure I will be able to find a gas station somewhere soon.
Will I be using Blue Sky?
You can still get
not as of right now.
Around,
oh, there's really no reason to.
It's shut down recently.
I don't want to diverse. Like, I don't want to put my audience on so many different platforms. I think Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and I think that's fine. I don't think there's a reason to add Blue Sky to the portfolio of different platforms that I'm on. And TikTok, obviously, but we don't really do much on TikTok. I-10 near Mobile has been closed down. This is what it currently looks like on I-10, which there are people on the interstate, but looks like it's technically closed down. You actually got blowing snow right now going across the interstate here. You can see it on the bottom of your screen. That car is flying. Holy. Crazy stuff. Let me see if we have a... Let's see, where's Florida? Florida up in here in a second. See if there's anything in Panama City Beach. Ben Williams is in blowing sideways snow. Do we have Ben Williams? We can see if he's live. If he's live, we might go to him. He is live. Okay, I'll go to him maybe if something happens there. It's over in Pensacola. Thank you, Elite, for the $10 super chat. Local station said the record for Charleston, South Carolina was 6 inches of snow back in 1989. I'm not sure if we're going to get 6 inches of snow in Charleston, but there's a chance of between 3 to 6 inches of snow. Hey, Zach, for the super chat. How long will this storm last in Columbus? Probably about until 11 to 12 o'clock tonight. It'll last quite a while. Waiting for it to start in Virginia Beach. You can start to see some snow here soon. I mean, a lot of this is probably falling, but it's evaporating before hitting the ground near Virginia Beach. It'll probably start to actually snow there in about an hour or two. When do we expect to see a warming trend? Let me look and see. We'll show you the future radar for temperature anomalies across the country. I think it's coming soon. It just, I think we're going to continue to see shots of cold air, though, that are just going to continue to keep things relatively cold across the country. So, this is what it looks like right now. We got a really sharp area of cold air in the Midwest and the Ohio Valley. That'll move towards the East Coast tomorrow. Thursday and Friday, we get more cold air that builds across the Great Plains and the Midwest and the Southeast. By the weekend, we get another shot of cold air, mainly over the Rockies. By next week, Maybe some warmer weather returning by the middle of next week, right near my birthday, and then eventually into early February. Maybe, just maybe, it becomes a little bit more as if it was a normal weather pattern instead of just being frigid every single day. Thank you, Fishing, for the $5 super chat. Watching you live all day. Keep up the great work, and say hello to my son, Carter. Hope you're doing well, Connor. Or Carter, sorry. I appreciate you tuning in. I can't read sometimes. Hey, friend in Florida, for the $5 super chat. Just wondering why your site clock shows CST? That's a great question. I forgot to change it. It should be Eastern time, but I just forgot to change it for today's live stream. We've been talking about this possibility of a winter storm for, I think, a week now. We've been given pretty big heads up on these. Now, granted, we don't really know the specifics until, like, a few days beforehand, but good to get the details out there when we can. Or at least give some general information about what might be coming up. I'm using Radar Omega. You can download it with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android.
I think I'm just gonna book a hotel in Laplace. I'm over this.
No snow in northern Mississippi. Yeah, northern Mississippi won't see really much of any snow out of this.
Yeah, I am 16 hours from home right now, so I really should have just kept going east. Make my drive a little bit easier for tomorrow.
How long am I planning on staying live? We'll be live at least for another hour, I think. Maybe longer, we'll see. As long as there's still some sort of daylight, we'll be live. Because going into tonight, it'll be snowing. I think a lot of people tonight are just going to want to enjoy the snow. I think there's really much of a reason to be live past like 6 or 7 o'clock. But we'll be live here for at least another hour or two. Looks like those Alabama cameers came back. I'm going to see if we have any view of that accident that was there. Oh, wow. It's still pretty bad.
It's only 4:15. It really isn't that late.
This is live back over near Society Hill on I-85 on the Alabama traffic cam. This is an exact example of why you shouldn't be on the roadways. We had many cars going down the right side illegally, but that's not happening, at least for right now. Who's Connor following? It looks like a cop. I have no clue, though. Thank you, Don Baker, for the $10 super chat. Is there a camera, like, further east here, or is that the only one? For reference, this is where we're at. We're near Auburn. Near Society Hill. This is exit 60. Is this really... Is this why everybody stopped? This is the live shot. There must be something else. There's a car off the side of the road. These trucks are stopped. This kind of seems weird. There must be something else, right? Because that car was off the road a while ago. There must be something else that's preventing people from traveling. Let me look at the map again and see if there's, like, incident reports. There's ice on roads and stuff like that. Disabled vehicle, which I'm pretty sure that's what we were just looking at. It's another view here. Actually kind of strange. I don't know why everybody be stopped just for that, though. Unless there had to have been something else involved up there on the road. Very weird. There was an overturned snow cone truck. Not sure how accurate that is, but if that's true, that is probably the reason then. There's been plenty of reports of ice on the roadways. I do find it interesting. There's like a large spot right here that you can, I don't think it's legal, but you can turn around. A lot of people have been doing that. You can see the tire marks. And these two trucks are just not moving. Are any other cameras in Auburn? Be the main two. Very interesting, I gotta say. It's very interesting. Again, you still got that car off the side of the road. I just don't know why everybody stopped here. Very, very weird. It's hard to know without actually being there and seeing, like, a different camera angle. Thank you, Sweet Cello, for the $50 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Sweet. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you very much. Approaching 7 inches in Mobile. Needs to be back to actually looking at if we have any new snowfall accumulation numbers coming in. Yeah, still don't have anything new. We actually have a new report of 10.5 inches of snow. 1 mile south of Lafayette. And we do now have a report. A couple reports coming out. We had somebody send this in. Let me go back to being off this screen. We actually had a couple of reports today that were sent in that actually relates back to the snowfall amount. Right over here in Milano, Florida. This is one of the... Somebody actually sent in a photo of this. Of there being 5.5 inches of snow on the ground. So, that report at this point has been confirmed and is on the map. 4 inches of snow back over in Milton, Florida. 2.5 inches so far in Pensacola. That's as of 2 hours ago. We probably have more than that amount of snow. And then 4 inches of snow in Robertsdale, Alabama. 5 inches back over in Bay Minute, Alabama. And we probably have well over 5 inches in many areas around Mobile. They just haven't updated the map yet. New Orleans is definitely over 4 inches. Again, there's been way more snow than that since over 4 hours ago. And then 10.5 inches again just south there of Lafayette. So far, lots of snow. Again, this has been an overperforming winter storm thus far. And we are only expecting it to continue to stay this way up until it's done by tomorrow morning. Right now, the live radar indicating heaviest of the snowfall in southern Alabama and western Florida, and also back through New Orleans. New Orleans still has a good hour or two left of snow before it eventually winds down after sunset. This is a live shot in Red Level, Alabama, where moderate to heavy snow continues here. I wouldn't be surprised if we're approaching 8 to 10 inches of snow here. The snowfall has just been coming down for hours here at the same pace. So, lots and lots of snow falling here. Thank you, Audrey, for the $5 super chat. Too icy to go up the hill? That might be why, actually. That might be what's happening. While that's happening, we do have another truck that is now illegally going down the right shoulder. We saw this happen multiple times before the camera went offline. Got yet again another one that's going down the right shoulder. This is I-85 near Society Hill Road in Alabama. It's like central Alabama. It's actually quite out of the way of the more significant snowfall accumulation that we've seen. And there's another one. 2 trucks going down the shoulder. And there's another one. Gotta start guessing the car types. What car do we think that is? Looks like a... It's like a... I don't know. I don't know what kind of car that looks like. Maybe a Nissan or something? Chrysler? Chrysler 300. Alright, a couple people said that. There was another car that just joined in. There's now 4 in the shoulder. That might be it for the shoulder people for now. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to hit the red button down below and subscribe. Like the stream as well. Don't forget, we are on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Discord. All those links are in the description below. Make sure to go follow us on those platforms. We post a lot of other stuff on Facebook and Twitter especially, and even Instagram with various reports. Again, we're doing more and more reports on those platforms, like kind of just posting like graphics of, you know, winter storm stuff, for example. We're going to try to do more of that here throughout the next several months, especially leading up to severe weather season. I think it's a pretty good form of communication when you don't want to watch a 8 to 10 minute video. Instead, you can just go look at one graphic. That kind of gives you an idea of what one of the main events is happening. So definitely recommend you follow us on Facebook and Instagram, and as well as Twitter. And that's at MaxVelocityWX. All the links to those are in the description below. And while we wait for something else to happen there, we'll go back to Connor. Check the camera up the road. I have checked the camera. I've seen it. I don't know if anything's changed there. It's interesting. We go back to that live camera. Looks like it has changed just a little bit. Looks like there is a semi that is stuck. It's like angled this way. We have this one car that's off the road, but this truck right over here is kind of angled, which makes me believe that it probably got stuck on ice. And it looks like there's multiple trucks like that. There's many of them that are like kind of angled a weird direction. Once you stop it, it's hard to get going again. Yeah, you're not wrong about that. Which, I don't know if they're going to be able to get out of there successfully. It does look like they are pretty stuck. It looks like this truck right here is trying to move forward. That one's making an effort to go forward. So maybe there's progress being made here on I-85 at exit 60. Thank you, Don, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Looks like that semi is gonna go right by. There are flashing lights right here, so there must be an accident behind the semi or something that we just can't see. Turn the camera 180? I can't turn the camera. I don't have that access. Oh, there is a cop actually coming. Alright, that's what's happening. So, maybe we'll find out more about what's happened here. So this cop is coming up to that vehicle that's off the side of the road. Rhoda said that's actually a high-speed chase. Absolutely. I just find it really weird that everybody stopped behind this police officer, like, and they've been stopped there for like an hour. They must, like, it's either they're stuck or there's just more to it than just this van that we can't see. It's weird. And this is I-85, your exit 60. Well, police officer's going forward. There must be something further ahead here. Because they're going forward with lights on and stuff. Bro, can this thing stop telling me to still watch this thing? On the other side camera, there's another wreck. Is there another side camera? And this is a camera here, but it looks like it's just a bunch of trucks that are backed up there. But I don't really see anything clearly. This has continued to be the best view of the traffic that we have behind this accident, though, or whatever has happened. Assuming no plow trucks, there are plow trucks, but they're very limited. There's probably only like a couple dozen across the entire state, and who knows if they're actually being used. Virginia Beach has a winter storm warning right now. How much snow do you think we'll actually get? I think 2 to 4 to 3 to 6 inches of snow. If I had to make like a reasonable guess, though, you'll probably see like with what is forecasted, I would say 2 to 4 inches is realistic. We won't be surprised though if you wake up to a little bit more snow than that tomorrow morning. Heaviest of the snowfall continues along the Gulf Coast. In many areas from New Orleans back to Pensacola and Dothan, still picking up on some heavy snowfall. Back over in red level, Alabama, the snow continues to stay moderate to heavy. So far, this has been the one place that has been dealing with heavy snowfall for hours now. I wouldn't be surprised if they end up with over 8 inches of snow when this event is all said and done. And moderate to heavy snowfall will start to fill in across southern Georgia, Tallahassee, and then back into southeastern South Carolina over the next couple of hours. Gonna be prepared here for some major travel impacts, especially if you are traveling on the roadways. There's already been a lot of that in Alabama. Heavy snow will continue to move to the northeast. Lots of moisture right now coming out of the Gulf of Mexico, which will eventually continue to track a lot more just snow to build up here across the southeast over the next several hours. We have a very strong jet stream that's also going to help to lift all this snow up to the north and east, which is what we're already kind of seeing, an elongated area right now of both snow and as well as freezing rain and even some cold normal rain across areas in Florida. But this will eventually transition into snow and as well as freezing rain tonight across areas in northern Florida. What is Brandon Kopic doing right now?
Dry air came in, but my God, that
Brandon Kopic is currently plowing like snow.
The cutoff point's about on me now. Brashy,
what is this man doing?
Drying it dry air.
He's just plowing through the snow. I mean, it's kind of crazy.
All right, we gotta get off of this.
He's kicking up so much snow behind him.
Had a mega dump before that happened, so that's good.
You know,
Where is he? He's in Garyville, Louisiana right now.
Nobody blocking it
He's
off.
just outside of New Orleans.
Anyway. There's nobody blocking off I-10 southbound anymore.
Well, that was interesting.
Blocking 55 northbound. Oh wait, you're getting off before that. On my maps, it said it was blocked off at the exit by 55. So maybe they have it blocked off there.
Yeah, I can't tell for a fact. It looks like they may be about to open.
It does look like that traffic is beginning to move again. Whatever was blocking off the traffic in Alabama, that is now moving once again. I don't know where our camera went though.
Because the cops on the shoulder now. They took the barricade signs away and the cops just parked on the shoulder now.
For reason I close out of the camera.
They might have just opened it.
So that traffic back over in Auburn, Alabama has begun to move again. Once again, it's very unclear what prevented people from traveling in the first place. But there are, by the looks of it, there are several semis that are just currently stuck. Like, they're just not moving. So a lot of cars now are just going around that area of traffic. Still that one car in the ditch, which has been there for several hours now. That car's been there for, I think, 3 or 4 hours. It's been there literally all day for the most part. Apparently there was a snow-nado in New Orleans. A rare snow-nado happened in New Orleans. Mobile, Alabama has now officially had or logged 6.2 inches of snow, which makes it the most snow in history for Mobile, Alabama. That is going to be posted on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX, and it'll also be on Facebook. What's a snow-nado? It's pretty much like a land spout in a way. Not even that powerful though. I mean, snow-nados don't really do any damage or anything. It's just literally snow spinning in a vortex with some winds that, you know, spin around and whatnot. I mean, it doesn't do any damage though. They're very weak. They do occasionally happen. I mean, it can be comparable to either like a land spout or even like a dust devil. I've seen snow-nados in the past that happened in like North Texas, for example, that were a lot taller, more like almost like a land spout. But they can also just be referred to as like a, you know, a dust devil or something. And now for some reason the semi is backing up. It's very interesting. But yeah, they're very weak. They don't cause any damage usually. If they cause any damage, it might be a few Chipotle napkins going flying in the air or something. No, not a wedge tornado. This is not a wedge tornado in the winter. No, that would be crazy, but no. The snow-nado is like, it's a very small spinning vortex. I mean, it can be like very tiny, that's just on the ground. It can also be extended up into the air, like condensed as a funnel. So, but yeah, it's definitely nothing like a wedge or anything like that. No problem, Jessica. Appreciate you tuning in. Glad you found me. Connor's view is clearing up a bit. Yeah, he's a little bit further to the west now of New Orleans. He's been traveling more in the direction of basically going away from the snow. Pretty slushy already. I mean, the roadways are going to be slushy no matter what, but it's all pretty slushy on the roads. I mean, again, this snow is going to melt pretty quickly. It'll almost all melt by the time we go into Thursday.
Unfortunately, my drive tomorrow will probably
temperatures rising into the mid to upper 40s. But there's already been plenty of snow. Again, a lot of these areas saw 3 to 6 inches of snow. Some spots as high as 10 to 12 inches of snow. We've had a number, I'm pretty sure now, upwards of 13 to 14 inches of snow back over in southern Louisiana. No problem, Michael. Glad I can help. Snowing lightly in North Carolina.
The Poker Palace Casino. There it is, chat.
Back to that Alabama traffic cam. Nothing really new. Again, for these cars, or these trucks are all stuck. We got a car now, sweet, kind of going around that semi. Many of these cars are now trying to get through and just get by here in Auburn, Alabama on I-85. How much snow in New Orleans? We've at least had 4 inches of snow. I'm pretty sure it's going to be closer to like 7 to 8 inches of snow by the time this event is all said and done. Got tons of cars now going around the trucks. Is there a chance of the storm moving north last second, or is there no chance of that happening? I mean, honestly, like, the path and trajectory of where the heaviest snow is going to go, there's not going to be really many changes to that. It's going to be pretty straightforward at this point in terms of the direction that this is going and where the heaviest snow is going to end up being. Like, there won't be really any change last second. Like, this is what it's going to look like right around about 11 o'clock tonight. This is, like, the furthest north and west it'll go, aside from being in Atlanta right now. This is basically the furthest north this will be able to go. So, if you're trying to get to, like, you know, if you're in Tennessee and hoping you're going to see snow out of this, you might see some snow flurries. But beyond that, I'm not expecting anything that's going to really stack up. You know, it's all just very light snow flurries if you're up in, like, Tennessee. If you're in western North Carolina, probably just going to see a few flurries and that's it. Most of Virginia won't see anything unless you're near Richmond or Virginia Beach. I got snow here in Norwich, Connecticut yesterday. There was a pretty significant winter storm Saturday and Sunday. It's crazy how large this winter storm is going to be by the time it's offshore. This is just crazy to look at. Look at this entire thing. Just it's blown up in size with a very elongated jet stream. It's just a ton of precipitation up and down this entire area from the Gulf all the way back into the northern Atlantic Ocean. I'm not sure if the GFS model can show this well. Kind of curious though. I mean, this is what it's going to look like tonight. Snow is going to be from here, which is Florida, all the way back almost towards Greenland. That's how elongated this snow area is going to be. That's going to spin up. This is actually going to become a bomb cyclone. Look at that. Bomb cyclone just east of Greenland. It's going to go from 988 millibars down to 953 before turning around Greenland there. That's pretty crazy. This is going to be a trend for years to come. I don't think so. I think this is just kind of one of those rare weather events that we're seeing. I mean, this is beyond rare. Like, we've never had anything really like this. 1895 is apparently the last time we had anything near this magnitude in the Gulf Coast. Like, that was a major winter storm that unofficially or basically accumulated upwards of 2 to 3 feet of snow in some areas along the Gulf Coast. Yeah, this is definitely gonna be a one-off. Like, if this happens again this winter or next winter, then there's cause for concern. There is concern we're going into an ice age. Like, I mean, no, this is just kind of crazy though. Like, we're not gonna see anything like this, I think, again. Like, again, initially, I wasn't gonna go live today. Like, when I woke up this morning, I went live. I was like, wow, this is doing way more than what we expected. I kind of saw that trend last night too, but you know, even like 2 or 3 days ago, this looked like it would be a big event. But it didn't look like it would be dumping 8 to 12 inches of snow. Like, there were models that were showing that. It just wasn't really, you know, it just wasn't really set in stone. Like, we weren't confident that we were going to see anything over like 5 or 6 inches of snow. If there was anything like that, it'd be very isolated. But we've seen that in a large area. And we're going to continue to see that for the next several hours. I mean, it's a much larger winter storm than what we expected. And that snow is only ramping up now, back over in Dothan and back into the Florida Panhandle, near I-10. Plenty of snow now ramping up in the Florida Panhandle, southwest Georgia, southern Mississippi and Alabama, all seeing snow right now. The only place that snow is beginning to wind down in is really back over near New Orleans. The snow is just about over. So if you are in New Orleans, you're pretty close to being done with snow. Is it going to stop snowing tonight in Mobile? It'll stop around like midnight or so. Maybe a bit sooner than that. The heaviest of that snow will continue for about 4 hours longer, I'd say, and then it'll wind down maybe a little after 8 or 9. If you're back over in Tallahassee or Panama City, this will definitely be an area that sees snow probably until midnight. Tow truck moving on I-85. This is the live shot on I-85. I don't see a tow truck, unless it's coming from the other direction. When's the next time you'll think it'll snow? I mean, it depends on where you're talking about. It's gonna snow somewhere basically every day for the next month or two in the United States. I gotta say, these roads have been deteriorating every 30 minutes or so. I mean, the snow is just continuing to stack up on this roadway. Conditions are getting worse and worse out there in central Alabama on I-85. Got multiple cars now going around the trucks. And a lot of these trucks are stuck as it is an inclining hill. Makes it very difficult to be able to travel on these roadways in these sorts of conditions. Trucks pull over? Well, if you want to pull over with one of these trucks, you risk going down into the ditch like this car did. Like, you could go down to the ditch pretty easily. Even if you go over here, it's hard to do that. And it's hard to move these trucks in general. Semis are not as easy to move as you might think in the snow and ice. We've seen it in the last 3 winter storms that we've covered here on the channel live. The last 2, we had similar situations where semis just couldn't move. Be a perfect opportunity for Brandon Kopic to be here, but he's not in Alabama. The streaming hand for the $5 super chat. Charleston, South Carolina should see around 3 to 6 inches of snow. I'm genuinely so happy right now. If you're seeing snow, that's awesome. A lot of you probably don't experience snow very often along the Gulf Coast, or maybe have never really seen snow before. Not a very common event by any means. This is live at the Jackson County Office of Emergency Management. This is right along the Gulf Coast in southern Mississippi, east of Biloxi. Heavy snow is falling, blowing snow. Already have several inches on the ground. More is to come. It's the first time we've actually seen that camera. That camera's been in and out most of today. Red Level, Alabama, it's still snowing here. I wouldn't be surprised if we're near 8, 9, maybe 10 inches of snow here. I mean, the snow is literally accumulated on all the trees. Pretty incredible what we're seeing here in southern Alabama. I don't know if we have any new measurements. Let me look. No new measurements here. I mean, the latest measurement was 1230 in this particular area, and that was right around 1.5 inches. We're definitely higher than that. Again, the reports coming in of snow measurements in this area have been very delayed today. At least this afternoon. We haven't really had any new snow reports, at least via the National Weather Service page. Getting a report from Shannon on Twitter. Niceville, Florida is at 4 inches of snowfall. 4 inches of snowfall in Niceville, Florida. Cannot believe that this is Florida. Crazy stuff. My cat's been sleeping for the last hour. It's been nice. She was meowing basically the first 7 hours of the stream. I did a poll yesterday on YouTube. I'll show you guys the, I don't know if you guys look at the community tab on YouTube very often, but if you do, we did a poll yesterday. How much snow have you seen so far this winter? And so far, 19% of you out of 25,000 votes have seen no snow. 0 to 3 inches. I don't know why I did 0 to 3 inches of snow when it literally says none right here. That was a typo. It should say 1 to 3. 28% of you. And then 40% of you said 4 to 11 inches of snow. That's quite a bit. I mean, I don't know where everybody's from, obviously, on this channel. Like, I have a general idea that most of my audience is from the Midwest, the Southeast, the Southern Plains, the Ohio Valley. There's, like, certain areas, but 4 to 11 inches for most places, and then over 12 inches of snow for 12% of you. So, a little interesting statistic there. Again, it's hard to really value what that actually means since a lot of you live in different places in the country, but a little interesting poll that I decided to do yesterday. We do sometimes do polls on the community tab on YouTube, just for fun. Hey, Regina, for the $10 super chat. I was saying earlier, check the history. Every time Texas gets hit by a hurricane, we get snow that following winter. The last time we had snow like this was when the Hurricane Ike hit us. I mean, maybe there's a correlation. It might be coincidence, too. I'd have to lean towards that being some sort of coincidence. Is there going to be any more winter storms affecting Georgia this winter? It's hard to tell. I mean, northern Georgia, maybe. I really doubt we have another winter storm like this that goes this far south. Like, in my opinion, if we have any other winter storms, it'll be much further north. Unless we get another major Arctic blast in February, then maybe it's in play. But, you know, I would say the chances of that are kind of low. Looks like Connor is done for today. See if we got any other cameras here. All right. Chippy, Florida's getting some serious snow. Yeah, enjoy the snow in Florida while it lasts. Again, there's going to be plenty of it tonight. After tonight, it's going to melt pretty quickly tomorrow. So enjoy while it lasts, and hopefully all of you guys enjoy it if you are down in the southeast and the deep south. And a lot more snows to come tonight. A lot of it will be confined to the East Coast. But it's definitely very exciting. I know a lot of people are excited about it. Hopefully those on the roadways are, just not out there, or at least driving slowly if you are on the roadways. Because unfortunately, this winter storm is only going to continue for the next several hours with major travel impacts and plenty of snowfall. Possibly even some isolated power outages to go along with that. So, definitely a big-time winter storm that is going to continue. Hey, Tyson, for the super chat, what are you predicting in Savannah, Georgia for snow? I think Savannah is going to be right around 3 to 6 inches as well. I think most of the coastal regions here will be right around 3 to 6. This is the HRRR model snow run recently. Go to 21Z. I don't think we're going to see this widespread of 8 to 12 inches of snow, but I think anywhere in the pink and purple will have an additional 4 to 8 inches of snowfall. But again, I would conservatively say 3 to 6 for Savannah, despite every area pretty much at this point overperforming. After this winter storm, though, again, there isn't really much else coming up. It'll be predominantly just kind of quiet, I think, for a while. I don't think we're going to have another big winter storm for quite a bit. Let me look at the future radar and see. The latest GFS model run was coming out. I'm not sure if it shows anything different from the one we just looked at a little while ago. What it looks like. I mean, this is through Sunday. This is this weekend. Shows maybe a little bit of something in the southeast. Maybe a little bit of something in the northeast. Maybe something in the Midwest on Wednesday of next week. But yeah, for the time being, the GFS model is not showing anything really significant in the near future. European model, I believe, is pretty much the same way here. Shows a very quiet weather pattern settling in before maybe something big in the first week of February. So this will probably be our last big winter storm, and more than likely our last live stream here for a couple of weeks. So next live stream might not be till February. Hey, Don, for the super chat. North topsail. Beach in North Carolina. I'm honestly thinking around 3 to 6 inches of snow there as well. I think that's pretty reasonable. Hope you said the Q word, so something will pop up now. Hey, you never know. Maybe something. Thank you, Dark, for the $10 super chat. Do you know if Southern Alabama has broken the snow record yet? Particularly, yeah, Mobile has. Mobile has broken the one-day snowfall accumulation record that dates back to, I don't know what year, but it's an old record. I think 1895 was the year that the last time we had this much snow happened. I think it was 5.8 inches or something like that in 1895. Today we've had 6.5 inches approximately of snow. 6.2 is the official number, but we're probably over that now since the snow keeps falling there. Also, the Storm Prediction Center just put this out. Snowfall rates are expected to exceed 1 inches per hour over the next several hours here along the Gulf Coast, including Alabama and back into parts of Florida and eastern Louisiana, which is now starting to wind down. Will there be another Arctic blast this winter? It'll be hard to believe if we don't have another Arctic blast this winter. I just don't see us not having another one. What do you do for 2 weeks? I make videos and I go to school. Still in college full time. Still in college full time. I do have a life, believe it or not. I know it might be surprising, but I do have a lot of stuff that goes on. Very busy person. I keep myself busy. How many monitors am I rocking? We got 6 right now. When we have our new studio in the fall, we are going to have 12 monitors, I think, and 3 different computers. Electric bill will be skyrocketing when that happens. But yeah, we're really going to be ramping up our studio setup, and none of it will be possible without all of our members. And I know, some of you might think 12 monitors, that sounds ridiculous. Trust me, there is a use for every monitor that I have. I have 4 monitors, or 4 that I'm actively using just for the main rig, 2 for my side rig. There is a use for every monitor that I have, and I really need more to be able to see basically everything that's happening. It might not sound like you need that many, but if you go to like a TV station even, you will see hundreds of monitors. Like, they have tons of them. A ton of different people doing different stuff. So, having only 6 monitors is actually a small amount in my opinion. But even then, last year I only had 1. I only had 1 monitor, or 2 monitors, or even May of last year when we were doing all that severe weather coverage. Also, Storm Runner Media is helping getting somebody out of the ditch, it looks like.
Alright, hold up.
So, this is a car that's stuck. Thank you, Richard, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Alright, while Storm Runner Media does this, I'll be back in just a moment. Be right back.
Do you need anything? Let's go and make sure that he's got this. My door went open.
Alright, we're back. Storm Runner Media tries to get this car unstuck out of the ditch. Just outside of New Orleans.
We can just use this one, it'll be easier. This one's easier to fit around.
I think northern Louisiana will be shut down for business for at least 3 days. Yeah, I'd say that's... I don't know if that's reasonable. I think it'll be like a day. Or New Orleans, sorry, not northern. New Orleans, Louisiana. I think a day is reasonable. I think it's gonna really melt off for the most part by Thursday. Like, most of it should melt tomorrow as well, but there will probably still be some snow on the ground until Thursday. Alright, I read NO, LA, as if it's like northern Louisiana, but... New Orleans. This is a first-person POV of getting a car stuck out of a ditch. Look at that.
It's a front-wheel drive.
Hey, B. Smith for the $5 super chat. If you had to rank winter storm, severe weather, and hurricane coverage in terms of how taxing it is on you, how would you rank them? That's a good question. It's hard to really rank them because severe weather, like, when we're in peak season, when there's like a severe weather day almost every day, like, that can be taxing. Like, mentally, and, you know, you kind of get drained out sometimes, but I'd say winter storms... Like, recently, they haven't been as hard to cover. Like, I feel like last year I did one winter storm stream, and I just did not enjoy it at all. This year, though, like, having a lot more cameras and chasers and stuff, it's been way more enjoyable for me to at least cover. But I would say probably severe weather, actually. It's probably the hardest now, now that I think about it. Hurricane season was difficult, though, but I still... I mean, I enjoy covering that kind of stuff. But it wouldn't be by much. I mean, severe weather is probably the most mentally taxing, but it's really during peak severe weather season. I'd say hurricanes are actually easier to cover. Probably the easiest thing to cover for me. Despite streaming a lot of stuff on that. As a fellow scientist, 12 screens is really a bare minimum. The fact that you coped with less is a testament to your skills, dude. I've spent an unhealthy amount of money on monitors. We actually have more than 6 monitors, but, like, we have more monitors at the second studio, which is where I was recording my videos this past weekend. For MLK weekend.
Yeah. Actually, nope, we got it.
Oh yeah, I think we're up to... I think I've probably purchased a total of like 11 monitors now. Maybe 12. Good thing Storm Runner Media got the car out of there. I know it's been talking about off-topic stuff, but... Every monitor purchased is cheese curds that could have been purchased instead. Oh man, that'd be a lot of cheese curds for one monitor.
Okay, Brandon, we're en route. Sorry about the delay.
Brandon Kopic's fuel pump went down. He broke down. Did he? Where is Brandon Kopic? Is he alive anymore? Is Brandon Kopic still alive, or did he end?
How long was that? Down.
I don't see him on the map.
You were down?
It went. Something
Isn't live anymore. Should you put the Storm Chaser name where the scroller used to be? No, that's a good idea. We're probably gonna do that. It was kind of the plan. I just haven't had really much time to do that stuff.
A little 5, maybe.
That is a good idea.
This is freezing rain going towards Panama City.
It'll probably end up having like the location as well up there at some point whenever we get that going.
He's not fast.
As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below.
So I was trying to tell the dude, I was like, I'll take care of it against that. He didn't have socks on.
Also, we will have a video tomorrow morning talking about the weather that is upcoming beyond today, I think. I think we'll have a video tomorrow morning. And if the weather stays quiet after tomorrow, we may end up having a little break day on Thursday, maybe. I have not had a break day in a while for live streaming, so we'll see what happens. We should have another video tomorrow morning.
You're good. I'm trying to find where the hell I put that cigar torch I had. That way I can try to melt crap off in there. Where the hell that sucker went? I had it earlier.
Still have plenty of snow falling right now across the southeast from Louisiana back into the Carolinas. Again, heaviest snowfall currently in southern Alabama, southwest Georgia, and Florida. The snow is finally starting to wind down in red level Alabama. It's been snowing here heavily for the last 4 to 5 hours. Overall, it is beginning to wind down here. As again, the Radar Omega Cyclone Port. You can watch all these live cameras and storm chasers inside the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below. They have about 2 to 3 dozen that are in the track of this snow and winter storm. Definitely recommend you check it out. Download Radar Omega and on iOS and Android. They also have the Carolina Panthers Stadium as one of the cameras. We should see at least a little bit of snow here in the next few hours as we eventually start to see more moist air move into the region. Overall, a lot of dry air still in place, but some snow is probably starting to hit the ground there in eastern North Carolina. Hey, JD, for the 29-month membership. 29 months, what do I win? Win a high five. Congratulations. This back over in central Georgia at the Baldwin County School District. Still snowing here. Quite a bit of snow continues to fall. This is the Jackson County Office of Emergency Management right along the Gulf Coast. Moderate heavy snow continues here as well. When do you think it'll snow in northern Florida? If you haven't started to see snow yet, it'll ramp up in the next few hours. The latest any part of northern Florida will see snow would be like midnight. If you don't see snow by midnight, the chances of you seeing snow are pretty low. I'm gonna be honest, I did not mean to start that goal. Let me remove that. I started a goal called O. Alright. How many inches of snow in Atlanta? Atlanta's already kind of winding down. There won't be much more snow after this. I mean, it's gonna be a coating to a couple inches for most of Atlanta. This is a live camera in Atlanta. There's been nothing on the northern side of Atlanta. Not really surprising. Rockdale, Alabama, Georgia, excuse me, just to the south there of Atlanta, has actually seen accumulation. Can't really see it very well, but there's like a little bit of a coating to maybe an inch on the ground on the rooftop here. So it depends on where you are in Atlanta. North side, nothing. South side, actual accumulation. But unfortunately, if you're in Atlanta and you want snow, a lot of the snow is already winding down. Very light snowfall possible, though, for the next few hours. Thank you, Mari, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Is this the start of another ice age? No. Not the start of another ice age. I feel like if there was an ice age coming, I feel like we would know. Augusta predictions? Probably about 2 to 5 inches of snow. It is crazy, though, how many records that this winter storm has broken. There's been a lot of areas that have broken records. New Orleans, I think Lafayette, maybe. Lake Charles, Houston was close. Mobile, Alabama. Florida's probably going to see some records broken. There's been a lot of records broken here along the Gulf Coast. Lots of records, especially in Louisiana, which that was kind of what we were expecting. Cleburne, Texas broke a record. Less snow for 2 storms straight. Cleburne didn't. I don't think Cleburne really saw any snow, to be honest. No problem, Joe. Appreciate you tuning in. Snow is starting to melt away from me in Houston. That's to be expected. It is currently 36 degrees now in Dickinson, Texas. And, I mean, there was more than this amount of snow on the ground earlier. The majority of the snow has already melted off here in Dickinson, Texas. And then back over in Texas City. Most of the snow is melted here, too. Just southeast of Houston. And, again, enjoy it while it lasts. The snow will stay on the ground probably through tomorrow morning, and then most of it will be melted by tomorrow afternoon. You're back over in Louisiana. It's a little bit of a different story. This is a beautiful view right now. Sun setting. Plenty of snow on the ground. Temperatures have climbed to 28 degrees in Lafayette, so not enough to really melt much snow here. That's what it looks like on the Radar Omega Cyclone Port in Lafayette, Louisiana. Pretty incredible. Pretty incredible. Put snow in the jar and freeze it? Bro, who is freezing snow? You could probably make your own snow in the freezer. Like, just... the way we're freezing snow. I mean, I guess if you want some, like, history, you can waste some space in your freezer, get a little mason jar, put it in there, and just basically scoop it up out of the snow. Get a little bit of snow, label it with the year, the date, and everything, how much snow you saw, and I guess you can do that, make some history, but that just sounds kind of weird. Also sounds like a waste of freezer space, I'm not gonna lie. Max is blowing up with every storm that hits. I mean, that's how it works, though. I mean, like, if we didn't have weather, this channel wouldn't probably exist, right? That's kind of like the general reason. Like, if we didn't have 3 winter storms in a row, we would probably still be at, like, 700,000 subscribers. Like, that's just how it works. Like, the weather needs to be significant for people to really be paying attention, so. And we only usually go live when there's, like, significant weather that's happening. Jeez, what are you doing? Hi. What you doing? Hi. You guys want to see my cat? She's got up from her nap. She's awake again. What's up? Does that cat like shrimp? I have no clue. For those that are wondering and haven't already heard, I did officially adopt her about 3 weeks ago. So, but she is 6 years old. Any more pictures of the snow? There's plenty of live shots of the snow that we have. I mean, we've had plenty of pictures also on Twitter that we've been retweeting at MaxVelocityWX. Also, Florida has broken their all-time recorded state snowfall record of 4 inches. Back on March 6th of 1954. Is that actually true? Let me see if that's actually true. That is true. Wow. That's crazy. I am retweeting that on Twitter, or posting it on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. So Florida has now broken their all-time record for most snow in a given location anywhere in Florida in a day at 6 inches of snow in Pensacola, Florida. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. I can't believe that. I thought it was higher than that, honestly. I thought it was like 8 to 10 maybe or something like that. All of Florida, though, that's an all-time state record that it was just broken in Florida. How is it in Kansas? Am I going to have school? Kansas is not seeing this winter storm. Thank you, Lee, for the super chat. North Indiana wants our snow. You might get some in like a week or two. I would wait till early February. I don't think there's gonna be much more this month across the country. I mean, right now it's pretty quiet aside from this big storm, which usually we have one big storm at a time. But I think we'll start to see more interesting stuff by the end of the month, if not into early February. All this cat wants is attention. Just keeps meowing. Been an all-day occurrence. Hi. How much snow do you expect in central Georgia? I can show you a map that gives you a pretty good idea of how much snow to expect. We'll zoom into Georgia here. My cat's tail is blocking what I can read here. Give me 1 second. Where is Georgia? All right, there you go. So this is a general idea of what you can expect in Georgia. This includes what we've seen over the last hour or two and was to come. And I'm going to be honest, like this area here, I don't think we're seeing a widespread 10 to 12 inches of snow, but I think anywhere in the purple and pink can expect around 4 to 8 inches of snow. And then a few isolated locations that are closer to like 10 inches of snow. I just don't see it being that widespread, though, along the East Coast. Do I feel okay? I feel fine. Feel great. Atlanta got a ton of snow. Really depends on where you are. Like, just north of Atlanta, there's been, like, nothing. And no accumulation whatsoever just north of Atlanta. If you're just southeast of Atlanta, there has actually been accumulation. But it's not even that much. It's like maybe an inch at most. You really got to go towards Macon to see anything, or Macon to see anything significant. Even Macon's not that significant. Just about an inch or two so far. Should see upwards of 3 to 4 inches in this area. What's for dinner? I have no clue. I'm getting dinner here very shortly, though. I'm getting hungry. I have not really had a legit breakfast today. I've just been snacking for the most part. I got up, went live, and that's pretty much been what the day has been today. DoorDash Culver's? I'm not DoorDashing Culver's. DoorDash is too expensive. I've already said this in the past. Like, I'm not DoorDashing. It's just too expensive. It's only after, like, a really, like... It would have to really be after, like, a really big live stream or something. Or a really long one. Thank you, Leaf, for the $5 super chat. Nothing yet in Virginia Beach. Can you give me an update on my area? You're probably going to start seeing snow in the next couple of hours. Again, a lot of it's not reaching the surface yet due to dry air aloft. But once that is done, we are going to eventually see some snow accumulating in Virginia Beach. I don't really anticipate there being really, like, much snowfall. I still think 2 to 4 is realistic. Now, for that area, that's a pretty good amount. We haven't seen that much snow in really that many years, but 2 to 4 inches is what I would expect in Virginia Beach. It's going to take a little bit, though. I think it'll really ramp up a little bit after sunset tonight. The moisture and snow has not really aligned quite yet across the board here further north. The heaviest of the snow continues here down in southern Georgia, southern Alabama, and Florida. Is it really true that Jacksonville will get over 6 inches of snow? I don't think we're going to see much more than like 1 to 3 in Jacksonville. Just north and west of Jacksonville, it'll be more significant, though. Thank you, Audrey, for the $5 super chat. Almost 2 inches in Griffin, Georgia. North Pike County to our east has 3 to 4 inches. It's only going to continue to ramp up. Heaviest of the snow is still to come for many areas in Georgia. Enjoy it while it's here. Again, a lot of it's going to be melting off by tomorrow. It's just freaking cold in Oklahoma. Welcome to winter. Thank you, Janice, for the 1 gifted membership. If you got the gifted member, make sure to thank Janice in the chat. Alright, guys. We are approaching 8 hours and 30 minutes on today's live stream. 8 hours and 30 minutes. Thank you, Audrey. Oh, I already said that. Never mind. So, 8 hours and 30 minutes was kind of the goal for today. Been a long stream. I am tired. We are going to raid Storm Intermediate here in just a moment. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Like the stream. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed today's winter storm coverage. And if you have, don't forget to like and subscribe. Click the bell icon down below so you're notified with the latest updates. Also, if you want to support the page above and beyond, highly recommend you become a member with the top link in the description below, or one of the top links. It's the join button down below. Feel free to join the channel. Gives you a lot of benefits. Starts from a cup of coffee per month, not even. Starts from $2.99 a month. It's the join button down below. Gets you exclusive benefits on the channel and much more. Definitely recommend you checking that out if you're not already a member of the channel. Thank you, Brian, for the $5 super chat as well. We're going to raid Storm Intermedia. And, yeah, thank you, Ice, also for the super chat. But yeah, we're going to end the stream there. I appreciate you guys all tuning in. Make sure to follow me on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram at MaxVelocityWX. And don't forget to join our Discord server if you've not already. The link to that is also in the description below. It's been a great 8.5 hour live stream. Next live stream probably won't be for a couple of weeks. Next time I'll probably see you will more than likely be February on a live stream. But don't forget, we'll have a video tomorrow morning. More than likely. If we don't have one tomorrow morning, we'll have one on Thursday. Talking about what's upcoming for the rest of January. And why the weather will continue to stay very interesting for the rest of the month. Alright. Appreciate you guys all tuning in. Have a great, safe rest of your night. And again, stay tuned. We're going to raid Storm Intermedia. Stay safe out there. Don't travel if you don't have to. And we'll see you guys all again in the next stream, which again will be probably in a couple of weeks. Next video will be tomorrow morning. And let me make sure the raid is set up here. How do we raid without the link? It'll redirect you automatically. You don't have to do anything. You'll be redirected to their stream. Alright. It's good to go. Say max raid in the chat. We'll see you guys all again in the next one. Bye-bye.